name is Philipp Heimberger. I'm an economist at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. Thanks a lot to you for participating in the second conference of the European Macro Policy Network. The first conference of the network actually took place in March this year in Rome, and it was focused on industrial policy and related structural challenges. So here you see two pictures from the conference in Rome. On the left you see participants discussing work of the network, and on the right you see Adam Tooze giving his keynote. So the European Macro Policy Network consists of research institutions and think tanks in several EU countries that work on macro policy. We are very grateful to our partners at Dezernat Zukunft. They are coordinating the European Macro Policy Network. Philippa Siegel-Klöckner, the director of Dezernat Zukunft, will give you a quick overview of the European Macro Policy Network and its activities before we start today's program. Before I give you a short introduction to today's topics and sessions, let me say also a special thank you to Pola Schneemelcher at Dezernat Zukunft. We organized the conference together, and I'm very grateful for the mutual support. A big thanks also to my team at WIW, the persons who were very helpful in organizing this, and also to the Chamber of Labor. Georg Feigl is at the back for giving us the opportunity to hold this event in their facilities. So the topic of this conference is, or the title, Fiscal Policy for the 21st Century, Meeting Economic, Social and Ecological Challenges. And I mean, we are currently in the middle of big fiscal policy debates in Europe. So I guess the timing of the conference is good. One of the very recent events is the German Federal Constitutional Court's ruling from last week. Basically, the German government had shifted 60 billion euros in non-called-up loans for fighting the COVID-19 crisis into a climate fund, and this off-budget scheme violates the constitutional debt brake. The Federal Constitutional Court has now ruled. And the climate fund that was shut down was set to do railway upgrades, boost the hydrogen economy, but also provide subsidies for the chip industry in East Germany and for German companies to offset energy costs. And I think one of the interesting questions is what are the broader implications of this for German fiscal policy, but also for climate policy and for German plans on climate investment, but also what are potential consequences for European fiscal policy and also current discussions on EU fiscal rules and how to reform them. So I think these are some of the urgent questions that we can address today, and we have a great set of speakers to provide insights on these questions. Political negotiations over reforming EU fiscal rules are currently also in full swing, as policymakers basically try to reach consensus on a reform before the elections of the European Parliament, which are set to take place next year. But what kind of reform of EU fiscal rules relevant for the Austrian government and all other governments in EU countries when it comes to restricting fiscal policy? What kind of reform is currently on the table, and what should a sensible reform take into account? And what are the political hurdles to achieving a sensible reform? This is, I think, another set of urgent questions that we can discuss in depth today. So what can you expect from today's event? I will now quickly run you through the program and the main sessions. So in the first session, we will start with a focus on climate investment. Saarland's Minister for Finance and Science, Jakob von Weizsäcker, will be our keynote speaker. The government of Saarland introduced the Transformation Fund in 2022 to promote structural economic change towards meeting the climate targets, and I think there is no one better able to explain the economic and political details around this Transformation Fund in Saarland than Finance Minister von Weizsäcker. And von Weizsäcker was also previously the chief economist in the German finance ministry, so I'm sure that he's also well positioned to provide some general remarks on current events around German fiscal policy. The keynote by Jakob von Weizsäcker will be followed by a panel discussion on climate investment, building on Jakob von Weizsäcker's inputs, where the panel will feature Helene Schubert, who is a chief economist of the Austrian Trade Union Federation, Georg Feigl from the Chamber of Labor, and Dario Guarascio from Sapienza University Rome. So some of the questions that we want to address are how much climate investment is actually required to meet ambitious climate targets over the years and decades to come, what kind of climate investment is most important, how much of this needs to be provided by the public sector, and basically how policymakers can get this done. Then after a coffee break, we will have a keynote speech by Jeromine Zettelmeier, the director at the Brussels-based think tank Bruegel. I'm sure that we will get insights from his speech on the state of play on reforming EU fiscal rules. So what changes to restrictions on fiscal policy did the European Commission propose? What changes to these proposals are currently under negotiation between member states? So we look forward to seeing Jeromine Zettelmeier discuss what he thinks should be done to make EU fiscal rules fit for the challenges that policymakers face, and also in the context of the state of play on current reforms. After the lunch break, we will then have a session on how to manage public debt in the context of climate change. So there we want to tackle questions such as, given the climate challenges that policymakers face, how much does public debt actually matter? How will climate change affect public finances, but also how do central banks have to coordinate with fiscal authorities to meet the challenges of climate change? There we will first have a presentation by Jens van Klooster from the University of Amsterdam, on fiscal monetary coordination against the background of the climate crisis, and we will then also have a panel discussion around the topic with Clara Leonard from Institut Avantgarde, Johannes Holler from the Austrian Fiscal Council, and Paul Pichler from the University of Vienna. And then after a final coffee break, we will have a panel discussion covering different aspects and perspectives on social, ecological, and economic issues related to fiscal policy, including issues of gender, full employment, the green transition, and also tax policy, where the panel will include Margit Schratzenstaller from WIFO, Oliver Pitzek from Momentum Institute, Lukas Oberndorfer from the Chamber of Labor, and Lea Steininger from WIIW. So again, thanks a lot for coming. I'm looking forward to a day of interesting discussions on fiscal policy and related structural issues. I will now give the word to Philippa Siegel-Glöckner, who will briefly introduce the European Macro Policy Network and its activities. Philippa Siegel-Glöckner is the founder and director of Dezernat Zukunft, the Institute for Macrofinance, based in Berlin. Previously, she worked for the German Ministry of Finance, for the World Bank, German Central Bank, and also as an advisor to the Liberian finance minister. And she has worked a lot on the German debt brake, which is a very recent topic, and basically many aspects on fiscal and monetary policy. So, Filippo, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you very much for hosting us here in Vienna with the European Macro Policy Network. And thank you so much, Philip, for everything you've done for the EMPN and also in our collaborations. I mean, Philip said I worked a lot on the debt brake. He preceded us. Philip has taught us a lot about all the mechanisms behind fiscal rules and has done a lot of the academic work behind what we are doing as a macro policy think tank. And I think this is actually, our collaboration is a perfect example of what the European Macro Policy Network is trying to be. We are a network of 13 academic and policy institutions across 7 European countries, ranging from Finland to Italy. And we think this is actually very, very important, because we realize that we have very separate debates in Europe that actually, not even have different political preferences, but start from a different world. The macro debate in France, the world looks green, and then you go to Germany, it looks red, and then even the Netherlands, it's very close to Germany, I think, in general thinking. It's, again, a completely different approach. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring them together. And we're trying to bring them together in an environment where we all trust each other, where we all believe that we're trying to find the right solutions for Europe. And then we try and come up with something that is a little bit less adversarial than what happens sometimes in the European high-level political debate. A lot of the organizations are here today, so I highly encourage you to talk to the people around you, to get a sense of what is going on in the individual countries. Why did we as Dezernat Zukunft start the European Macro Policy Network? We are a German think tank. We focus largely on German macroeconomic policy, fiscal policy, but it's pretty obvious the solutions are largely at the European level. Now, we really believe that we need to understand national context very well. This is where democracies are still kind of rooted in. This is where we really have strong democratic accountability, but then we need to bring up the solutions to the European level and find solutions that work for everybody. So the approach that we are all taking is that we are trying to understand our national context very well, develop solutions that work there, that are feasible for the political environment that decision makers have, and then we try and bring them up to the European level and try and find compromises also between all of us, which is also what I think can sometimes make the things that we suggest attractive for policymakers, because they actually have also already been vetted by lenses from other countries. The other fantastic thing about working with all these institutions from other countries is that we actually manage to draw in very different expertises, because what we've realized is you have different traditions of thought in countries and different emphasis. So, for instance, I don't think we in Germany are that strong at industrial policy. Turns out, actually, I think our Italian partners know a lot about this, have thought about value chains a lot deeper, are very, very familiar with input-output. On the other hand, if you talk to the Dutch, they know all fiscal sustainability indicators off by heart. So bringing together these different expertises to make the most of it and trying to find constructive solutions for Europe is really what we're trying to do as European Macro Policy Network. And I'm very, very happy that you're all here and that we have a very exciting program lined up. Sneak preview, the next conference, I think I'm allowed to say this, is happening in Amsterdam in late spring. So that's going to be another exciting time. And maybe I leave it with that and hand over to Mario. And we are really hoping that our keynote speaker shows up in the next 1.5 minutes. He is on his way? Okay, this is fantastic. Mario is introducing Jakob van Weizsäcker.
Earlier incarnations. He is currently the minister of the German federal state of Saarland in the west of Germany, but he had a number of interesting earlier incarnations. Thanks a lot. So he was actually a member of European Parliament. He was chief economist of the German federal minister of finance. And apparently also in the G20 he was doing his jobs there. We originally had, well, the idea was that he will have his keynote speech first, outlining his view also from the perspective of the Saarland, and then we have a panel that would comment on these issues.
that are brought up, and then a second round where the panelists would actually also bring in their own ideas about the broader topic of climate investment and how much we need and how we should get it done. In the program, you still see Martin Sellmayr, the EU Commission's representative in Austria, being one of the panelists. Unfortunately, he, I think, had to go to Brussels to a meeting that was scheduled on short notice. I should have been also together with him yesterday morning on a panel in front of school kids. Actually, we were invited to speak about the effects of the Ukraine war on economy in Austria, in Europe. But he also couldn't make it there, but there was a colleague of him replacing me. Now, our colleague here replacing Martin Sellmayr is Dario Guarascio from Sapienza University. You saw him already on the photo from the last conference. And here we have our keynote speaker entering the arena, and I would very much like to ask the minister to maybe have a glass of water before he will give us his keynote speech.
While we're sorting out the slides, let me give you a little bit of context why I'm actually really excited to have Jakob here today. Mario briefly hinted at it. We had a ruling by the Constitutional Court last week in Germany on the debt brake and on the Climate and Transformation Fund that the government tried to construct within the frame of what the Constitutional Debt Brake allows us. And the Constitutional Court ruled this is not allowed. And the main thing it said is you are not allowed to take on debt to use in future years, which is exactly what you need for the transformation. Now, Jakob is finance minister of the Saarland that is very affected by the transformation, has a lot of structure change, and I guess he's the one who's seen most that you need this longer-term, medium-term perspective for companies to be able to achieve something. You as state need to be able to give them certainty. And I think he's come up with a pretty good solution of how to do this in the Saarland. So actually it couldn't be more timely to hear from him and also to hear his thoughts. And I think he's going to share them on the debt brake ruling and what that actually means for the ability of Germany to finance the transformation and to do what's right for the economy. So I think it's worthwhile waiting the 30 seconds for the slides.
Let me start my talk. Even before we have the slides, I don't think the slides are essential. They may be useful afterwards to illustrate a couple of points. But I'm absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the organization. I do realize it's quite a task to put this all together. And indeed, in many ways, if you take Germany, which is of course only a small part of Europe and a small part of the world, one can truly say that the region for which I'm Minister of Finance is really in the middle of this transformation challenge. It's a small region, and once we have the slides, I'll show you on the map for those of you who don't know where the Saarland lies, but I'll explain to you anyway. It's basically to the south of Luxembourg, bordering France. And it has an interesting history. Let me commence with that. It has an interesting history because it was very much that part of Germany which changed between Germany and France a lot, because of earlier troubles between Germany and France, not always having been very friendly and good neighbors. Luckily now we are good neighbors. But what was interesting is that the region bordering the Saarland, which is Lorraine, Lothringen, had a very similar industrial structure around 100 years ago, basically heavy industry, steel and coal. And today, of course, the coal is gone, and steel remains in a significant way in the Saarland. It doesn't remain in Lorraine. And in the Saarland, we succeeded in attracting a lot of automotive industry. And it turns out that the Saarland is the region of all our 16 states. The Saarland is the region with the highest intensity of employment in the automotive sector. You might be surprised. You would have thought, well, wouldn't that be sort of Baden-Württemberg or Lower Saxony or Bavaria? But it turns out, in terms of employment intensity, the Saarland is far ahead. In terms of industry in Lorraine, today, unfortunately, there's relatively little left. And you may say, well, that doesn't matter. But politically, it does matter. If you look at the outcome of the last presidential election in France, by a significant margin, Marine Le Pen would have been elected president had it been according to voters in Lorraine. Whereas by contrast, in the Saarland, you have a fairly stable political system with the two traditional main parties, the Social Democrats, I'm one of them, and the Christian Democrats dominating the political landscape. And that may be interesting by way of introduction. And I think now we have our slides. And since I'm talking about the Saarland, there it is. There you can see where it's located in certain ways in the middle of Europe. Now, the challenge in the Saarland arguably is the greatest of all 16 regions in Germany. Because we have this automotive industry, it was a successful transition, but unfortunately, many of the suppliers, it's mostly suppliers in the Saarland, which produce car parts, are producing car parts which one will no longer need in the age of e-mobility. And maybe a good example is our largest car manufacturing plant or car parts manufacturing plant. It's ZF in Saarbrücken, with overall just shy of 10,000 jobs. And they produce an outstanding product with more than 1,000 parts. It's a world-class 8-gear automatic gearbox. Preferred by German luxury car manufacturers. It is really, I think it's the best product worldwide you have in this market. It's an amazing product. I visited the plant. It's truly amazing. Unfortunately, the demand for this technological miracle is predicted to basically halve within the next 5 to 7 years. And so that, I think, gives you an illustration of how dramatic the change is that the Saarland is undergoing. And that is, of course, also true that we had one car manufacturer producing cars in the Saarland. That's a Ford Motor Company, and they've decided to shut down their plant in the Saarland by 2025. I might add to the fact that they were a little slow, other than for the Ford Mustang, to produce models which conform to future requirements, i.e. electromobility. And they were stuck with their pickup trucks, which is a huge success in the American market, continues to be, but they didn't have the models to go with their plants. And so, unfortunately, they're closing it down. We greatly regret it. But so it's quite dramatic. And the same is, of course, true for steel. One of them, if you look at the list of main emitters of CO2 in the Saarland, of course, right up there are two steel plants. They're very, very heavy emitters. And in order to give you a sense of the political economy, you know, in the end, it's possible to explain to people that when there are technological changes, when the market changes, yes, the industrial landscape changes, and that's a reality. And I think any industrialized region is used to that. But if you tell them a story that says, we have really ambitious climate targets, we want to be carbon neutral in Germany by 2045, just to give you a sense of where we stand and where we want to go in Europe and in Germany, the blue line being Germany. But if you tell them, you're going to lose all your jobs, and around about 15 to 20,000 jobs depend on steel production in the Saarland, because we have these ambitious targets, and the plants producing steel, which you currently produce in the future, there won't be plants that are going to pollute the climate less. They're going to be plants in other parts of the world where there's basically no CO2 price, and one happily produces a lot of steel with the traditional technology that has no future. That is a hard sell. And frankly, it's going to be a political disaster if we are going to go down that route. If in the end, and we'll do everything we can, of course, in the Saarland to make certain that steel has a future, but if in the end, after heavy investment in, say, hydrogen infrastructure, allowing us to transport hydrogen to where the steel plant currently is, and by the way, that's just a past prototype of all the energy-intensive processes in industry. And then it turns out part of them are going to relocate to regions where there's just ample supply of cheap hydrogen that doesn't need to be transported, and afterwards some of the steel will get transported instead of the hydrogen. That's something, I mean, that would be unfortunate. I hope it won't happen, but that's something I could explain, because at least it's consistent with our climate policy, whereas the other development of just relocating to areas that don't have a CO2 price, relocating to areas that have less ambitious climate targets, that frankly would just be an artifact of how our climate agreement is designed. The Paris Agreement is, of course, designed in a way that you only look at where the emissions take place. It doesn't look at our consumption in everyday life or in production with a view to what kind of emissions do we cause by our consumption pattern. And so one way to look at it is, of course, at source, where do you emit? And one way to look at it is, where do you consume? And what's the ecological rucksack or the CO2 rucksack of your consumption bundle? And of course, if you do the latter, then moving steel plants to locations where they'll be even dirtier obviously isn't a very clever idea. But if you only look at the former, which happens to be, I mean, I'm not attacking that idea. It's of course far easier to measure. But so just to drill down the point, it would be a really, really hard sell. Now, what we're doing in the Saarland is, of course, saying the private sector has to take the lead. If the private sector doesn't take the lead, we're lost. But we need substantial support on the government side, both in terms of industrial policy, for example, greening a steel plant. That's a very heavy capital investment. In terms of infrastructure, including hydrogen infrastructure, but not only. And of course, thirdly, and that is sometimes forgotten, innovation, and innovation in a large sense, both within companies, but also disruptive innovations. And I think all the economists, and most people in the room probably are economists, would agree it's easy to be carbon neutral, but it's a little bit more challenging to be carbon neutral and to be as well off afterwards as a society without technological advances. So technological progress is, of course, key to making the whole thing attractive. And sometimes it's forgotten in Germany and Europe that if we're going to save the climate overall, we need to make certain that whatever we do is attractive to the rest of the world. If we are pioneers in climate policy, if we meet our 2045 target, And it turns out we have political chaos domestically, and all of us are poorer off. It's not a terribly exciting role model, say, for India, the most populated country in the world. And so if we don't have a convincing outcome, both in terms of the economy, in terms of social balance, in terms of political stability, chances are nobody else will want to go down that route. So we need to bear that in mind as we discuss these policies. As for the Saarland, we have this 3 billion transformation fund. We did a lot of calculations, asked some clever economists to give us an estimate of how much money we needed in order to do what we wanted to do within these 3 I's: industrial policy, infrastructure and innovation. Came up with 3 billion. That may not sound like a lot, but you have to bear in mind that Saarland only has 1 million inhabitants. So that's 3,000 euros per capita. That's substantial. If you were to scale up that to the federal level, you would, of course, end up with about a quarter of a quarter, depending on how you calculate, but let me say 250 billion euros. And of course, in Austria, similarly, it would be much more. So it's rather significant. And we took a lot of care with a view to the Karlsruhe ruling, and let me come to that. We took a lot of care with respect to Karlsruhe ruling that this would be of course, a lot of it is debt financed. 5/6 of it are debt financed. That we would conform to our constitutional debt break. But it turned out in one area, not in the 2 main areas where the federal government was attacked, but in one area we ran into trouble, and that's the area where the Constitutional Court insisted you'd have to think of the borrowing, but also what you do with the money in terms of fighting the extraordinary crisis that you want to fight on a year-by-year basis, in a very strict sense. And of course, that's not terribly practical when you try to convince new companies to compensate for the job losses that go along with Ford Motor Company leaving the Saarland, because they may take 18 months to think about whether they want to come, and then they may take 4 years to invest, and every time they've reached a milestone, you give them a little extra in terms of subsidy. You certainly don't want to give them all the money up front. And so this obsession with yearly payments is not very helpful for those regions and those countries and at the federal level trying to be successful in transition. But I can assure you, as I assured the people of the Saarland yesterday, that we will find a solution. And we're, of course, going to ask our Saarland Parliament to vote on an annual basis on the question, are we still in the middle of an accelerated transition? And I stress the word accelerated because, of course, the Karlsruhe ruling has said climate in itself is not enough in order to declare this extraordinary circumstance which justifies debt financing. And we anticipated that from the start and said, well, we're not only talking about a transition to climate neutrality, which is, of course, a huge challenge for the Saarland on its own in the next 22 years. We are talking about a very much accelerated transition as a result of the war in Ukraine, as a result of an energy price shock, which to many served as a wake-up call. And so if you ask me, why does this shock continue to reverberate in the Saar economy and continue to accelerate the process? The reason is, of course, partly it was a wake-up call. That is true for industry. It's also true for households who are now all obsessing about how to make their building climate neutral. Frankly, in 2021, very few households were obsessing about that. Now everybody's obsessed about it, even though there's still 2 decades left. Both in terms of the price level, which hasn't come down to the levels before war in Ukraine yet, but also in terms of the changed mindset, we are very much in an accelerated transformation process. And of course, that's what the Saarland Assembly will insist on in the years to come. And that's, I think, one perfectly reasonable and solid way to work with these events. As you know, that's a quote from Macmillan. Now, one way out, it is often argued, including by our profession, and I have to say I have a déformation professionnelle, so I'm not at all against it, is to say, well, okay, now we have this ruling from Karlsruhe, why don't we just get serious about carbon pricing? And I think, frankly, there's something to be said for it to be a little bit more in a mindset where we emphasize carbon pricing. And the slide, I hope you can read it, the slide shows you, it compares and contrasts the optimum carbon prices calculated by different authors and the reality. And the reality is that the ETS system is not too bad. And even the German system of trying to do something about the non-ETS sector, that is transport and buildings. I mean, it's not brilliant, frankly, compared to what the level should be, but it's significant nevertheless, especially if you compare, if you do this international comparison, and my list stops there for purpose of readability, compared to the US, compared to China. We're not at the bottom of the list. But nevertheless, I think in fairness, more can be done. So I think it's sensible to take another look at carbon pricing. But I want to give you a warning here. I do not believe for a minute that this will solve our financial problems when it comes to transition. But it will, I think it will make energy transition a little bit more efficient, and it will help fiscally a little bit. So I think this is something, I didn't put the slide up here because I want to convince you that this is not a way to go. I just want to caution that yes, this may be a way to go, but it's not going to solve our problem entirely. In fact, I don't think it's going to solve a very large part of our problem, but still it will solve part of it. Why won't it solve a very large part of our problem? For the very simple reason that in Germany, in Europe, we're an open economy, and we do know that a global carbon price or a global carbon price schedule that is in line with the Paris Agreement is very, very difficult to achieve. And if we want to be carbon neutral by 2045 or 2050, we can't really wait for that negotiation to happen, even though some economists would argue, well, that's exactly what we should try and do. But I would caution against that, and certainly not in line with our Paris commitments. Now, one way to look at why it may not be the solution that solves all our fiscal problems, I put up three instruments here. One is carbon pricing, one is decarbonization regulation, and in German, of course, we say Ordnungsrecht, and since we're a country run by lawyers, lawyers love this. And it does have its merits in many areas. Standardization is wonderful and is going to help with transition. But frankly, it also poses a lot of cost. It's just a little bit more hidden than a carbon price. So the idea, and it certainly doesn't generate government revenues. And so that's not going to rescue us. But what I wanted to draw your attention to is that the third instrument, decarbonization subsidies, I mean, that sounds like a small thing. And if it only were, you do a little bit, let me come to the fourth bullet. If it only were to compensate those who are poor and now have to pay a rather hefty carbon price, then of course that's perfectly doable. But the truth is, and that's why all the ETS money consistently gets spent twice, 3 times, 4 times over, is because you have all these aspects. You have the industrial policy aspect, you have the infrastructure aspect, where nobody's arguing that our infrastructure is always going to be profitable if you want to use it efficiently. Because if you do a sort of marginal cost pricing, typically it's not going to pay for the infrastructure, but marginal cost pricing of infrastructure happens to be efficient. And then you have the whole innovation angle. I mentioned it earlier, and we need to get much more serious about that. Then you have the social policy side of things, and part of it is compensating the poor. Part of it, frankly, is also compensating the pain of the losers, even if they're not the poorest in society. And I'm told I have to rush a little bit. And then we have our international commitments, the 100 billion per year, which in the Paris Agreement we should be sending to poorer countries to help them. And if you add it all up, I can assure you carbon pricing is not going to be the solution. And I'm going to be brief so as not to run out of time on this. Of course, there are lots of studies how much carbon investment we need. And this carbon investment, of course, is only a small part of the carbon subsidies. And there, I think it's fair to say that many people feel it's probably to the tune of 0.5%, 1%, even above 1% of GDP per year for the next 20 years. So if you do the maths for Germany, it's not unreasonable to think we're talking about 750 to I don't know 1 billion, 750 billion to 1 trillion. If you take the American definition of 1 trillion euros over that period. And because of the acceleration of transition, probably quite a bit in the first 10 years. So that's huge. And all the other aspects of carbon subsidies come on top. And so that brings me to a key slide. I think the question is, are we in Germany talking about an impossible trinity of sustainability? That is fiscal sustainability, and let me stress this, in the sense of the Karlsruhe verdict. This is very different to fiscal sustainability as you would do. I'm looking at Jeromin here and a debt sustainability analysis where I think one would find for a place like Germany, there's a lot of space for more debt without it becoming unsustainable. But in the sense of the Karlsruhe verdict, in the sense of our debt brake, political sustainability, in the sense of political cohesion, if you will, the societal preserving the societal climate at home, and of course making it attractive for anybody whom we want to follow our lead. That's political sustainability, and of course climate sustainability in the sense of our Paris commitments. And I'm afraid, and I don't have time to go into the details, but I'm afraid I've come to the conclusion, and I think most of you in this room would have to come to this conclusion, that yes, unfortunately, this is an impossible trinity, and we need to do something about it. And it's obvious what we need to do about it. We don't want to sacrifice our climate sustainability. We don't want to sacrifice our political sustainability. So maybe we need to tweak our understanding of what fiscal sustainability really means in order to deal with the problem. And let me skip that slide. And somehow I have a problem here. But what is the way out of this German policy Schlimmmassel? There are 4 ways out. One is muddling through within the framework given by Karlsruhe. I would say the Saarland model is one. There are lots of other models out in the market. I'm looking at Philippa here. Frankly, none of them is terribly beautiful. And I hope you don't mind me saying so. But I think this is something we have to take seriously. And so the question of how can we muddle through within the framework now given by Karlsruhe, that's on policymakers' mind. We've made a decision yesterday in the Saarland, and I hope at the federal level they can come up with a way too. I think in the long run, given the financial requirements that we have, I think we need to look beyond the muddling through. depending on a little bit on how the muddling through goes. And there are three ways of doing that. One is, of course, creating a special transformation fund with a 2/3 majority, a little bit like the blueprint that was created for our armed forces in light of the war in Ukraine, where a 100 billion special vehicle was created just by basically having a constitutional majority. Another way of trying to deal with the problem is, of course, and for many that's the holy grail, is changing the debt brake as it is in the German constitution. Now, I'm not at all against these discussions, but I think it will be particularly hard to find a 2/3 majority for that. So I mean, I would urge all of us in this room to keep an open mind regarding all four possibilities, because we can't afford, if we just insist on the third option, we can't afford to waste half a decade for climate transition in one of the largest, or the largest economy in the EU, just because we have this obsession with changing our constitution in a certain way. As I said, I'm not against it. I'm quite relaxed about it. I do want to, let me stress that here, lest anybody gets the wrong idea. I'm in favor of debt rules. I think they're a good idea. They're a good idea in Europe, because in our common currency we do have a common pool problem, so we need it at the European level. I think it's also a matter of fairness intertemporally between a succession of governments, that one government doesn't rack up all this debt, and then the other governments, they don't have anything left to decide on, and the only thing they can decide is try and service the debt or default. I mean, you can see what that kind of situation produces in Argentina and other countries. So I think if we think about a debt rule as a fairness agreement between countries in the euro, between a succession of governments, I think it's a very reasonable thing to do. But the devil is in the details, obviously, and so there's a lot to be said about it. And the fourth option. And I'm looking at Thomas Wieser here, who has a lot of experience at the European level, is of course to try and see how much mileage one can get out of the construction of next generation EU. Because one of the interesting characteristics of that kind of debt at the European level is that it's not counted in any of the national debt levels. And therefore it's also not counted in the German constitution. As a closing thought, because I understand I'm running out of time, I want to stress that, of course, this slide is very German. But we are an entire EU made up of 500 million people, and so there's a little bit of a danger of the largest country in the EU sometimes losing sight of the overall architecture. And if we manage in a good way for our economy, for our society, for the climate, at least the German contribution to climate change, to find a solution in Germany, we need to make certain that this is something that can be explained to our European partners. So I think maybe as a closing thought, these four options, they're not mutually exclusive. And so I can very well imagine a solution where we have one of the first three, or a mix of them, and on top of it, we have a European vehicle, and the European vehicle, and I think that's important because we want to have political majority and broad-based support. They need not be, they need not involve a lot of redistribution. It's perfectly possible to have that kind of debt, and it's distributed to member states according to GDP, and it's repaid according to GDP, and it would still work. So as to counter the very fundamental fear many German voters have about the EU morphing into what they call a transfer union. I'm actually not against a transfer union as such, but I do understand the fear that this needs to be controlled, and that's of course something that is also on people's mind in Austria and many other member states. So it's perfectly possible for this fourth vehicle to not involve redistribution, but simply be something that allows us in an intertemporal way to disconnect to some extent the climate investment and the taxpayers paying for it. So that's my closing thought. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm now much looking forward to the discussion panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. State Minister. I wonder what Karlsruhe would say about the fourth solution, but that's something we can discuss also together with our dear panelists, whom I would like to ask to join us here at the stage. I learned a lot inter alia that the Saarland is a heavyweight car manufacturer. I now really wonder which German region is not actually. And in any case, we already mentioned here with us, instead of Selmayr Dario Gorasho, we have here with us Helene Schubert, Head of Economics Unit of the Austrian Trade Union Federation, and Georg Feigl, here from our host, the Austrian Chamber of Labor, here with us. And basically the idea would be that every panelist has a few minutes time to reflect on what the State Minister's keynote was hinting at, inter alia the triangle, one of the many triangles that we face. So I don't know, Helene, would you like to start and give it a...
Yes. Good morning. Thank you for the kind invitation. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Actually, I have a few comments which are motivated by several debates we are having with our colleagues from the DGB, the German Trade Union Confederation. First of all, you were mentioning your 3 billion fund, a transformation fund, which is quite significant given the size of Saarland. And I mean, we in Austria, we are observing that increasingly large amounts of public funds are allocated to private firms to finance transformative projects, but there are no social conditionalities. So we were in debates with our government in order to negotiate these kind of issues. For instance, a guarantee, an employment guarantee, a location guarantee, etc. So these kind of social conditionalities increasingly are seen as very important instruments, tools for the common good. I mean, I think you might know there's a well-received paper by Mariana Mazzucati and Danny Roderick suggesting that this is very important. So I've seen, and you haven't mentioned it, but when these when funds are allocated to firms, I mean, you're also funding private firms, not only, for instance, investments in renovations of public buildings, as I've seen. To which extent do you take account of social conditionalities? From the perspective of trade unions, this is extremely important. And then a second also comment or question I do have regards to the electricity price cap. There was a solution or a conclusion now. There was an agreement concluded among the government. And my observation was always that the German government, on the one hand, it vetoed very important reforms with regard to the electricity market design of the European Union, the so-called merit order. This is on the table, or has been on the table since almost 2 years. So Germany has vetoed necessary reforms which would have avoided temporary skyrocketing of electricity prices, but on the other hand, Germany as very often votes for or goes the national way, the beggar thy neighbor way. Now it spills over to Austria also, because we have this debate also in subsidizing electricity prices for firms. And my question would be, to which extent do you see that the German industry, and in particular the automotive industry, is negatively affected by, I mean, because economists have very different views with regard to the impact of energy prices on the degree, on the sustainability of the industry. But our perspective is that it is really a huge problem for in particular for the German industry, to have electricity prices being particularly significantly higher than, for instance, German competitors. And my question would also be, what does it mean for the transformation of the German industry in particular, the German industry in general, and the car industry, the automotive industry in particular? Yeah, I think this is now for the. I was very. I was not so. It was not so clear what your perspective on carbon pricing is. I mean, I think you had a quite sobering perspective. But again, we think, for instance, that organizing transformation via carbon prices or high prices, it's one important ingredient in the many instruments that have to be implemented. But I think what is much more important is a kind of also much more important than just debating the issue of financing or public financing of climate finance, of transformation, is the issue of governance. So how to organize, how to avoid the uncoordinated processes, for instance, because right now for instance, a lot is invested in renewable energies, but there's no investment in expanding the electricity grids, for instance, or there's no investment in in organizing the capacity building of the workforce. I mean, you need tens, or in the small country of Austria, we need tens of thousands of workers who are capable of doing this kind of doing the photovoltaic installations and all these kind of things. So I think what is much more important than carbon pricing or relying on carbon pricing is to have an overarching or overall plan for the transformation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helene. Georg, would you like to continue? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very inspiring, especially the trinity of sustainability. I was always thinking about something like that, and now it's directly on the point. I want to point to the public investment, because I think it's usually a bit neglected or undervalued, because I think also from this trinity point of view, the big problem of carbon prices is that you are very likely to price out the poor, and what you get is some kind of political insustainability. From Austria, I think if we go to a carbon price of 300 euros or something like that, we will see some kind of right-wing revolution, and which is not feasible in this political term. So we need alternatives. I want to point to a study of us on public investment in Austria, at green public investment, because there we wanted to focus on this public investment and to put it on the table. Okay, there is always the debate about public and private investment, but we should make it easier and to say, okay, we have a public capital stock, and you can discuss on the amount of or the ratio between public and private investment. But anyway, if you have a public capital stock and you want to decarbonize your economy, of course you have to decarbonize also the public capital stock, and nobody will pay for the public capital stock to be decarbonized than the public sector. So let's have a look at this public capital stock for Austria. We did the calculations, or not ourselves, the Chamber of Labor, but TU Wien and Umweltbundesamt. And they found that the public capital stock is around 500 billion euros in Austria. And if you have this amount, it's clear not all buildings, especially, for example, this building, 100% carbon neutral, the highest efficiency standard you have. So you will have to put money on it. From the calculation, it will cost around 67 billion euros to decarbonize the public capital stock. Yeah, you can do it until 2040, so it's not so much. It's around 0.5% just to decarbonize it. But then, of course, it's not only the public capital stock, but you also have to do some public investment for the whole economy, especially in the field of energy, grids, stuff like that, and also, of course, the public transport. Because in our study, we also had a look on the enterprises, at least controlled by the public sector, which is quite a lot in Austria still. So all our energy providers are still at least 50% majority of the state. All the public transport is controlled by the public. So if you place the question not only what is necessary to decarbonize the public capital stock, but what is the investment potential of the public sector, so to say, what can the public sector contribute to the issue of climate change, then it leads to a number of 117 billion euros. Just to give you a reason, so the Austrian GDP is around 500 billion. So it's quite a lot of money. What can the public sector do? And for me, it's also some kind of honesty. So to be honest, the public sector, if he wants the private sector to decarbonize, yeah, he should go first. He should be the role model. You cannot ask another one, you have to decarbonize, but ourselves, we are not doing anything. I think it should be the other way around. If the public sector wants to force the private sector to decarbonize, the public sector should take the leading role, be a role model, and decarbonize first. And then also, it should be at the same time, but from a role model point of view and to be credible, you have to decarbonize at least as fast as the private sector. So you should really use your investment potential. If you take the number of the investment potential in Austria, then it resides to some similar figures. If you stretch it until 2040, it will be a little bit more than 1% of GDP. Yeah, so if we look at the real world, does we see such high figures? No, we don't. In Austria, we have a more or less flat line of about, a little bit above 3% of GDP of public investment every year, and is basically flat until 2027. And also afterwards. And I think on the European Union level, I don't know the latest figures from MECO, but at least what I have in mind, there is no significant push in public investment. So there's really an issue for the public sector to invest more than it has been done in the past. But at the same time, we have these constraints of the fiscal rules. We all know about it. So I think, unfortunately, if we look at the reforms at the current stage, also with the German finance minister pushing for harder rules, I think also the future fiscal rules will not give the leeway for this public investment push. So yeah, I think the big political question is what could be done. And one way is this kind of Recovery and Resilience Facility 2.0, where we also have done a study by Philipp Heimberger asking this point. And so I think if we stick to stronger fiscal rules, we need some kind of European investment fund to put on top to get it done. Otherwise, it won't get done, or at least a lot of countries will not afford the public amount, or the public investment, the amount of it which is necessary for the transformation. So maybe we should focus politically on this issue of new European funds for climate investment with bigger numbers than the one we have seen before. Thank you.
So maybe unwillingly, Karlsruhe has been pushing for a big European solution. Dario, your take.
Yeah, very briefly, thank you for giving me the opportunity to join, and thank you for the presentation. Very briefly, I took a lot of notes point by point. So you started with a picture of a region, and I think this is important because it shows that regional heterogeneities, cross-country heterogeneities are very important, that we have very differentiated trajectories of development across Europe in the last 20, 25 years. Unfortunately, this meant also huge divergence and imbalances with respect to which we are still paying a price, and that constrained the margins of maneuver that we do have even in terms of industrial policy, because of course Ireland and Germany in general has resources, capabilities that can spend to promote restructuring and upgrading. This is not the same in many other regions that, however, may need even more investments if we reason as Europe as a whole with respect to this challenge. And so we also have to recognize in this respect that the kind of industrial development and structural trajectory that Europe has followed has been partly the result of giving private capital, private investment, and the needs of specific industries and firms the priority along the trajectory of development that Europe has followed. And so I think that if we would like to be true concerning putting industrial policy at center stage, this means thinking about what went wrong so far. So thinking that development and specialization can be driven by the need of private capital and exporting firms, basically, because this is what happened in Europe. So at this stage, giving the state and industrial policy a new protagonism means also that in some cases we have to decide where and what to produce, telling private capital what to do, and so having partnerships where the state is not someone giving subsidies and providing a level playing field where private investment can come out. Because in this way, we will never be up to the challenge of countries like China and the US that are now 10 years in front of us with respect to most of the key technologies for the green transition. And this speaks both to the amount of resources that we are in the condition to put on the table, but also the kind of strategy, because we are facing countries using an industrial policy that in the last 30 years we said was forbidden in this economic area. And so I think we need some words of truth in this regard. Otherwise, we talk about industrial policy as we are doing, but we are talking about something that is not really up to the task. And I mean, there are studies now on strategic dependency, on the amount of complementary goods and technologies that we need, and that we are completely import dependent with respect to which. And I mean, building productive capacity in this regard, taking also into account how much some areas of the European Union stepped back in terms of industrial capacity and technological capacity, means really a kind of general and kind of Copernican rethink in terms of economic policy in this regard. Concerning the relationship between fiscal and industrial policy, I'm very happy to hear that issues like a common European debt with a structural objective is considered an important, a viable, probably a necessary solution. However, on the one hand, there is reasons to be pessimistic considering what is happening in Germany, but also I would say in the astonishing discussion considering the new fiscal rules that are discussed in Brussels right now. After what we have experienced with austerity, with the impact of austerity, we are again there in thinking and designing rules that will constrain demand and the ability to invest, as was mentioned before, where in those countries and in those areas where it is most needed. And so this is really a kind of self-defeating strategy which has nothing to do with financial or debt sustainability, because you cannot have sustainability if you kill demand, if you kill growth. We learned this, and we are again with the same mistakes and with the same wrong understanding of how economics work and what debt is and which is the relationship between demand and debt. And it's really, we really cannot say that we would like to change. We want industrial policy. We want to be up to the task of climate change and then bring back issues like we need rules against moral hazard, we need to not to have a transfer union, because this is not the point. China, when puts on the table strategies to say, well, in 10 years we would like to be leaders in photovoltaic panels, wind technologies, electric cars as they are right now, are not thinking what is the problem of sustainability, the output gap, this and that. They are just putting money on the table and meeting their objectives. We are here now crying because we are, in a very bad situation considering how the global economy is now shaped. And I think given the resources that Europe still have, starting from our skill, our competencies, our history, this is really a shame, because we are in the condition of thinking at something different in this regard. I know that this is a debate that should be put at the European level involving all countries, but I think these occasions and the work that this network is doing is important also to have debates, frank debates of this kind, also because it's a big opportunity having a policymaker with hands on the tools and with a big knowledge of this stuff discussing about these issues.
Thank you, Dario, so much. I'm hearing a little bit Daniela Gabor behind you, some saying also things. State Minister, would you like to reflect on the comments?
Yes, thank you very much, and I'll try to be brief. You asked a question about working conditions, and I think it's very clear, and there's a very broad-based alliance in the Saarland, that if we manage to achieve industrial transformation in the way in which we plan to achieve it, that's going to be a huge boon for workers. And so I have to tell you, of course one can always argue about the details, but I think it's extremely important that we do not lose sight of the fact that this would be a huge success, and we need to be a little bit careful what we wish for. Let me give you an example. Sometimes people are calling for the idea that, say, if you give subsidies to a company which is now in the business of the combustion engine to move into e-mobility, and they move one single job, and we're in Vienna here, so it's very close to Eastern Europe, then they can't get any subsidy. That frankly would be going over the top, because yes, there's going to be an international and European division of labor, but still we want attractive jobs in Germany, we want attractive jobs in Austria, we want attractive jobs in the EU, but that's not a contradiction. And so if you look at the huge success story of the automotive industry in places like Slovakia, places like Hungary, they did not hurt the German jobs in so we need to be a little bit careful what we wish for, but the bottom line is there's very close coordination with trade unions, with workers' representatives, with also the business community, in order to find a way and a pragmatic way that works to move ahead and not to overburden the fisc, but make sure that working conditions are very much in people's mind. And I think the same is true in Austria as it would be in Germany. The kind of jobs we're talking about, they're going to be unionized jobs, so it's not, there's no worry on that front. When it comes to electricity, I mean, I could go on for a very long time, but let me just give you a little bit of a sense of what's going on in Germany. We started off by saying, well, there are going to be businesses, and I explained that earlier, very energy intensive, and if you do not subsidize their capital investments, and if you do not subsidize their running cost for a while, because we don't have a global carbon price, they're going to move elsewhere, and the climate is not going to be better off as a result, it's going to be a lot worse off. And so that's a bit of a challenge. And now, the original idea was to be really targeted about it and say, we're going to offer individual businesses so-called carbon contracts for difference when it came to the running cost. Now, that was basically the government plan already in the last government, but it turned out there was no serious allocation of funds in the federal budget to these carbon contracts for difference. So they sounded good in theory to business, even though there was a lot of concern, well, are we going to get enough and that kind of thing, but part of it is lobbying, and that's normal. But the truth is, it never really materialized. And so what happened now is that people were saying, look, if you find this carbon contracts for difference too complicated, then we're going to call for a broad-based energy subsidy for certain types of businesses. That's less targeted, it's also less complicated, it's certainly more expensive, but that's another way of trying to tackle the same problem. And so I think if you look at the debate, including its history, you can very much understand of why we are where we are in the German debate, and let's see where we go from there. And it's going to be one of the more interesting challenges in view of the Karlsruhe ruling, what will happen in this particular situation. And because there's a lot of talk about merit order and so on, frankly, merit order is nothing but the law of supply and demand in the electricity market. So I think that there's a lot of hoo-ha around this question of what are we really talking about. In the end, we're talking about the question, how can we make certain the electricity market works? And it's really complicated, and there's the missing money problem. If you look at sort of this on the supplier side, there's an interesting question of how do you deal in different parts of the demand side with energy price fluctuations. So I'm not at all saying it's simple, but claiming, and I didn't understand you that way, but I know there are some people in the debate who simply say merit order is a bad idea, and quite fundamentally, as an economist, I have to tell you, I would take issue with that. But I think if we together look at the details of what it means and where the problems can lie, I think it's quite likely that we will end up nevertheless being quite close together. But I just thought, I'm not only a Minister of Finance, I'm a trained economist, so I'm a little bit reluctant to accept the notion that fundamentally there's something terribly wrong with the merit order idea. But that's not to say it's not a hugely complicated problem. Now, when it comes to carbon pricing, I mean, in a sense, it's pretty obvious. Because we don't have an international carbon price for anything involving cross-border, obviously the carbon price is a challenge, and there's carbon border adjustment. They're excellent ideas. I was a little bit involved to do with Climate Club, and so, but for as long as we haven't tackled the problem, it's going to be a big issue, and the carbon price certainly can't fix that all. When it comes to more domestic issues, say, I mean, just to give you an example, out of the blue, like heating residential buildings, which was a huge political problem in Germany, I mean, it's pretty simple. If you do not have a proper carbon price, and you want to meet your climate targets, you are going to subsidize everybody, including the well-paid, I don't know, people in this room. And it's going to be fiscally hugely expensive. And of course, if you introduce carbon price, you have to worry about people who are less well off. But going down a route of saying a carbon price is a bad thing in itself, and that's why we need to subsidize everybody in the society, that's frankly going to increase the bill you have to pay in terms of subsidies enormously. And that's the reason why I said, don't expect more ambitious carbon pricing, especially for anything to do with things that are not cross-border. Don't expect to solve it all problems. But I can predict that it will reduce the size of the subsidies that need to be paid, but at the same time, and so I think I'm in full agreement with you here, it's going to increase the size of the budget you have to allocate for making certain that we don't create massive social problems. But that's not a big deal fiscally, because of course you're going to get the revenues to very much compensate. But if you give up the price signal, and if you try to remodel the price signal by just giving everybody subsidies, it's just going to blow your budget in any member state. And so all I wanted to say is carbon pricing, I think, is important. I think more can be done, but don't fool yourself. Nevertheless, it's not going to be enough to solve our fiscal troubles in transition. And so that's the basic thesis I have. Of course, that would be something we could have an entire panel on it. I just want to give you a glimpse of what's behind the argument I was trying to make. You said, I think, many very reasonable things about the public capital stock. I'm from the second poorest region in Germany. So frankly, I can't afford for the Saarland government to be in the lead for all government buildings. I mean, I would love to, but I can't. I can see the spirit, but I will not be in the lead. What I want to achieve, and that's why we've allocated 600 million euros in our transformation fund to public buildings, I want to make certain that if we touch any building in the Saarland, public building, we don't, for lack of funds, renovate it in a way that will last for 10 or 12 years, and then as 2045 comes closer, we have to invest in it again. And then the future Minister of Finance is going to be really angry because I didn't do a proper job of getting it right the first time round. So my ambition is more modest. I'm not saying you can't be more ambitious. Perhaps you have the funds in Austria and the Saarland. I don't have them. But I want to make certain that if we touch a building, we do it properly so that future ministers of finance are not going to complain that I've done a poor job and out of shortage of cash, shortage of liquidity, done something that is going to cost the public much, much more. I'm not trying to contradict you here. All I'm saying is I just want to take it step by step, and whichever building I touch, I want to make certain that it's fit for 2045, that it's fit for climate neutrality. And if certain parts of the private sector are a bit faster than me, I can live with that. I can't live with the idea of doing half-baked solution whenever I touch a building. That would be an utter disaster, both for the climate and for the fisc. When it comes to industrial policy, fiscal policy, to what extent China should serve as a role model, I think we could have an entire panel on this. I have to say I'm very enthusiastic, and I hope I've made that clear, that we need to have a European perspective on this. But when it comes to the details, and when it comes to the question of how desirable modeling European industrial and fiscal policy on China really is, I have to tell you, probably we may have slightly divergent views on this, but I don't think that's going to stop us from building a coalition that makes certain that Europe has a very important role to play in meeting our climate commitments and doing that in a way that is sustainable politically and sustainable in a good sense fiscally.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to give the other panelists a chance to very briefly, please, have a last round of comments, and then I would like to ask the audience to already prepare some questions from your side.
Yeah. I have to object to your point. I think if the European Union would have been capable to fix the design failures of the European electricity market early on, let's say 2 years already 2 years ago, because it was on the table in the European Council, etc., etc., then we would have the amplification effects and the ripple effects of the original gas price shock could have been mitigated, and we would have much lower inflation rates. We would have much less significant aggressive interest rate cycle. And this brings me to a very important point, which we haven't discussed yet. I think the more recent movements to limit global warming were started or have started in a low interest rate environment and in a world economy with one superpower. And now the world has completely changed. I mean, we are having a different world with escalated multiple crises, the new multipolar international economic order. Here, supply shocks will become ubiquitous. I think this is quite clear. We will see a sequence of supply shocks, also potentially shortfalls in supply, etc., etc. And on the other hand, when interest rates are high, of course, this slows down the renewable transition, the renewable energy transition, because renewable energies have front-loaded costs, are capital intensive, and I think as I just wanted to say, I think major errors have been made early on. And I think also, on the one hand, you can see the gas price shock or the original energy price shock was a catalyst for transformation. But on the other hand, I personally see this very differently. I see that also the impact of CO2 prices, of higher energy prices on households, so the distributional consequences, despite all these efforts to do compensation schemes, etc., actually they didn't work. It didn't really have a huge impact on the fact that the population is increasingly abstaining from the democratic political process, and I think this is extremely dangerous. So I think one has to be very careful with regard to CO2 prices and the way going forward. And I also think, just one more sentence, I think we do need a huge, as an overarching plan for the nation states, but also for Europe. Of course, the transformation fund has to be very important, but also I think governance is extremely important. It's not only about giving money to firms so that they do invest. I think we do need an overarching plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Georg.
Yes, a lot to say. I will restrict to 3 points. The first one, as I'm one of these merit order fanatics, to say, I have to say something to this price, because I think it's really neglect the fact that if we come from a fossilized economy to a repowered economy driven by electricity, electricity is one of the most important goods we have so far. And if we want to have industry in European production, electricity have to be cheap. But if you look at how electricity is built, then you have the renewable energy, which is quite cheap right now and will get cheap in the future. But at the end, to steer the whole process, if you have not enough raw materials to put storages everywhere, then you need gas. And also hydrogen gas will be much more expensive than the other one. And if also in the future, if you take the price given by the last hydrogen gas-powered factory or power plant, it would be really a high price. You will have a lot of distributional effects due to the extreme earnings of the renewable part of it. So I think this system will really get us into problem if we stick to that system. other point is on public investment. At least from our study in Austria, and I don't know if the Saarland is much more better in isolating the buildings, but there the public sector do not have a plan in Austria. Just in the building sector, we are missing around 20 billion of investment which are not in the investment plan, so will not be done until 2040 if we do not get it done. So we are, although also in Austria, especially at the municipal level, where we have around 40% of the public capital stock is at the municipal level in Austria, with a lot of buildings out of it, and they do not have the money to get it done. But if we don't find the money, or if we do not lend the money, it will not be done. So there's still a problem. I know your point also from the finance minister's side. Also, okay, I cannot afford it, but from the environmental side, okay, then it's not done. So you have to put the money, and the question is where we get the money. I will skip to these 2 points.
Thanks, Dario. Very briefly.
Absolutely. Very, very briefly. Well, of course, I was not suggesting to import, so to say, the Chinese model. Unfortunately, China, or unfortunately concerning the consequences, has been a crucial part of the development trajectory of the European economy in the last 20 years, and in particular the growth of the automotive sector, and not only. So China is part of our story. Our problem concerns the European growth model and the economic policy setup that we have, which is austerity from a fiscal point of view, monetary policy aimed exclusively at controlling inflation, and the trajectory of industrial development that is mostly driven by the needs of exporting companies. And the results are the crisis that we are facing right now, which is a crisis that, from an economic point of view, shows the fragility and vulnerability of the European economy as a whole, and that in terms of strategic dependencies and reduced room for maneuver also to meet climate targets is quite evident. And this is not only related to critical raw materials that of course are constrained by their geographical localization, but also by the fact that we have a strong push towards a certain specialization, and that we destroyed industrial and technological capacity in most European countries and areas. So I'm not saying we need to become China. We need to realize that China is there. We may want to export or to import goods to and from China. But we have to think seriously about what went wrong in our development and economic policy model, considering that China is there like the US, and that we are lagging behind concerning important technologies and supply chain segments. And I agree that the future will be full of supply chain risks and shocks. And if we are in this condition and we are still discussing about which rules will constrain the margins of maneuver from a fiscal point of view in many countries, we will have less instruments to face this crisis in the next future. This is my point.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask the audience. I would like to collect 3 or 4 in one block. So let me run around with the... Okay. Daniel, Diane.
Now, let me say first, I enjoy very much your presentation, Jacob, and but I'll tell you what I got from this panel, and I believe that there is much more which is implied by the topic. Industrial policy has to be related to climate policy. There is no way. It's not only about geopolitics and keeping pace with the Americans and the Chinese and so on. So how do you relate climate policy to industrial policy? This is one big question. Secondly, policy coordination. I mean, we compare the EU with the US and China. It's not a federal state. Germany has industrial policy, France has an industrial policy, and so it's a different ball game. What do? Can you integrate I mean, fiscal policy is totally rejected by Germany, by the Netherlands, and fiscal policy has a lot of rationale behind creating a banking union. These are issues which have to be dealt with. An EU special fund, another EU special fund. That's fine. But again, I mean, are people going to accept it? I mean, the prima donnas in the EU are going to accept another EU fund, and a big one, a juggernaut, I mean, a big fund. And then, but not least, it's about the single market. The EU single market has not been functioning properly. If you want to have an industry policy, you have to correct the single market, the logic of the single market. Clearly, there is a logical inconsistency here. These are issues which are not dealt with at all. I mean, we are stumbling. So this is only a few remarks I wanted to say. When it comes to fiscal sustainability, also I speak on my mind, but a very interesting panel. But silent is silent. Germany is not silent, is more. But the EU is not Germany. So it's a limited relevance. I mean, it's what we heard up to now.
Could you please hand over the mic behind you?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, and thanks also for the presentation and the discussion, which I very much enjoyed. I have just a point on the funding of the whole transformation process and its implications for fiscal sustainability. And I think Minister Weizsäcker already alluded to the fact that fiscal sustainability, as it is understood by lawyers and judges, differs very much from what we as economists usually consider as fiscal sustainable. And if you think about the debt sustainability analysis that you also spoke about, the interest rate is a very important variable there, and it's totally we don't know what the interest rate will be for the next 20 years unless we look at how financial markets actually calculate their expectations, and they very much rely on the debt levels. And so if we have this kind of coordination problem within Europe, if some countries engage in funding a transformation with public money and other countries don't, then financial markets will actually reward those countries that do not engage in the transformation with lower interest rates. And then we have this kind of problem. And therefore, I very much applaud your European solution, because I think it's really a European problem that we have. And if we don't get that kind of European solution, then we are faced with a situation where the national debt levels will increase significantly. And we have been there, because if you think about the situation immediately after World War II, the countries like the United Kingdom had a debt level that was higher than the debt level of Japan today, but it could easily repay its debt in the afterwar period because and actually have positive growth rates, because there was something called financial repression. And so my question is, do you think that there is a policy in the future that would also imply some kind of financial repression instruments, and would you be willing to support that kind of policies?
Mr. Krauchenberg?
Thank you very much. Mr. von Weizsäcker, you have mentioned to make certain that the electricity market works. Now, a part of the problem of maybe not enough workforce, specialized workers for the grid, as Mrs. Schubert mentioned, I would say that this lengthy legal process is a huge problem in Europe, especially in Germany, also in Austria. It takes 10 years or more to have a high tension line erected. So what could be done to speed up a little bit all these legal objections, and otherwise it will not be as fast as we should. Thank you.
Could you please hand over to the right? Yep. Yep.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit curious. I'm from Sweden, a think tank called Arena Idea, and the discussion on industrial policy in the Swedish debate centers not at all around state aid or subsidies. Yet we are experiencing an industrial boom in the north of Sweden that is mainly thanks to a history of industry, skilled workers, infrastructure, and most notably cheap electricity prices. So I'm a little bit curious on your views on what would be a strategic thing to subsidize. In my view, energy would be a strategic thing that is not as dependent on the actual company or the actual product, because we know that that can transform. Technologies that we today think are the most modern, the most green, might tomorrow not be the most modern and the most green. So I'm a little bit, are we talking about the wrong things, or are we in the right when we're focusing very much on the state subsidies debate? And is that even a realistic war to win, to be honest, if we're going to engage in that sort of trade war with China and the US? Or should we rather emphasize the fact that we do have in many European countries a strong industrial tradition, skilled workers, the plant that you were talking about that is now being laid off, those workers could in turn be used for another type of production, and the plant itself might be used for a new type of production. So it's not, and that's not very easy to find also. So are we talking about the right things? Are we off in the Swedish debate, or are you guys off? I guess.
Thank you very much. I would now like to hand over to the panelists, maybe in reverse order. You can pick whatever you want to comment on.
Yeah, very briefly, I'm not sure I will cover all points, but I agree that there are many elephants in the room, and that if we would like to talk seriously about what does it mean to have a strategy that is up to the task, means discussing the fundamental constraints and what misses in the EU edifice concerning fiscal policy, but also then the relationship between fiscal and industrial policy, what can be done and what is allowed to be done in terms of industrial policy. Now, perhaps this is not the place and the aim of the panel, but I completely agree that a new discussion on this that is not a new issue is absolutely needed. Concerning Eleanor's point, I completely agree, if I got correctly your point. When I mentioned China, and in general, when I mentioned industrial policy, I was in fact thinking at, let's say, the way we used to think at the industrial policy when we used to decide what can be the trajectory in terms of what we would like to produce, which kind of resources we would like to mobilize, even which kind of mobility we would like to have, and so even which kind of alternative model we want to have in the European context, acknowledging that there are a lot of resources and even a lot of culture of potentially other ways of producing and organizing the economy, for example, promoting public transports or public goods of various kind, that from an industrial policy point of view, and even in terms of employment and wage and distributive impact, may have very different outcomes as compared to what is normally discussed by saying, well, we should have all our private cars going around with electric engines, which is okay, but this is not necessarily the overarching and ambitious kind of industrial policy plan that we may have in mind, thinking at Europe, at the Europe of the future.
Georg?
I take 2 points. One is about state aid, but not directly on state aid. I think one thing we should focus more is about requalification, because there, I think, is a big issue. We need more requalification. I think Sweden is quite good at it. I don't know exactly, but I think on the European level, what we are missing is a huge increase in this requalification issue for the state. At least in Austria, it's also flatline and nothing. What is done more on it? So we have this mismatch increasing. The second point I want to take is about another EU fund, because I think the issue of the EU fund is also a thing of how do you talk about it. this year, it's the first year that Austria got a net receiver from a net payer before, because of the RRF, because it's basically payments financed by debt. So as long as you increase the debt, you are getting more out of it. So I think there's really a way of communicating such a fund, because also if you have this national debt, I think we have a lot of room to maneuver to increase the European common debt. So maybe we should get rid of this. Everything should be financed on the European level instantly, and do it more in a debt way.
Helene?
Yeah, I'd like to make one point which relates to several of the issues raised, in particular also on the issue of whether China might be a role model. I think it's quite clear. I mean, climate policy and industrial policy are two sides of the same coin, but it's also, climate policy is also social policy, employment policy in terms of qualification of workers, etc. And all these are, I mean, these are tasks, Herculean tasks of historic proportions. And for this reason, I think we don't have to look at China. I mean, we do have, for instance, in our European history, one very important example of it was a carbonization strategy, the Monet Plan in France, introduced in 1945, where goals were set by a planning commissariat. And what is so interesting about this plan is that it was not a central planning model, it was a participatory model in terms, I mean, apart from the general commissariat, which was subordinated to the Prime Minister's office of Charles de Gaulle, there were up to, I think, 18 modernization committees, where in all these modernization committees, social partners were involved. So, and these committees served as transmission channels from the planning committee to the workers, to the firms, because the firms are those that have to implement the transformation. And I think what I already said previously, I think we need an overarching plan. Otherwise, the transformation won't work. I'm very, very scared about all these proposals where it says, well, we cannot subsidize energy prices for households. I mean, we can subsidize energy prices for the minimum, for the basic needs. And I think the electricity electricity price subsidy in Germany. We also have a similar model in Austria. It's a good example which could be elaborated on and worked on in more detail. But it's equitable. And it also has some kind of energy saving incentives. So I think there are instruments, but we should not forget to make the transformation equitable. Otherwise, it won't take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. State Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess you also invited me here as a politician, and so that's why I'm going to start by saying, if we want to be successful, and I think we have the same objective, if we want to be successful, we need to emphasize the common ground. And secondly, if we want to be successful, we need to analyze our existing differences carefully. And if you look around the table, there's some differences I'm not worried about. There's some differences that are merely the result of the fact that we professionally play different roles in society. And that's okay. I wouldn't worry about it. But there's some differences that I think are due to the fact that more analysis is needed. And if one thinks about the problem more carefully, one comes up with better solutions. And I think that's glaringly obvious in the debate we had in Germany on how to deal with the energy crisis. And I think you gave a very good example, where originally there was an unsurmountable difference between people who said, you need to keep prices low, full stop. And other people said, well, that's crazy because you're going to ruin any kind of reasonable economic incentive. And in a way, once they started thinking about it, they realized, well, there was a grain of truth in both. And then what I find far superior, both in economic and social terms, I mean, it wasn't a compromise, it was a superior solution. It was found where the price signal was fully preserved and the social problem was truly taken care of. And so I think for many of the things that have been said, the organizers and lots of think tankers here, I think you can make enormous contributions by, not worrying too much about differences that are just due to the fact that we have different jobs, but focusing on the differences that are really interesting, but can stand in our way. And so in that sense, I think if we emphasize the common ground and work analytically as a group, and many beyond this room, on understanding the interesting differences between us, I think that's going to be a recipe for success. And so just very briefly on, I think she's gone now, but very briefly on her point, I mean, obviously, one of our selling points in the Saar land, and I completely agree, it's a very, very small part of Europe, but it could be interesting anyway. One of our selling points is that we have really skilled workers. You're back. No, it's quite all right. We have production sites. Due to environmental regulation, it's actually very difficult to do greenfield investments. So we actually have brownfield production sites. Some of it is really symbolic. We're now doing a chip factory on a site where there was a coal-fired power plant. We're just tearing down the coal-fired power plant. And on top of that, we have good infrastructure, because most traditional industrial regions, they have good infrastructure, transport infrastructure and so on. Electricity grid is quite good because there was a lot of electricity consumption. Plus, if you will, a government, maybe it's not industrial policy in the sense of what some of you are hoping for. We are pragmatic. You know, if somebody comes along from a sector we hadn't really thought about, but the sector is interesting, has high value added, and is compatible with our Paris commitments, we go for it, even if it's different from what we had imagined, because it gives people good jobs, it will generate tax revenues, and that's fine. Yes, we do have certain ideas of what we're looking for, but I think if we become obsessed with our own industrial strategy as governments, and forget to be nimble about it, we are asking for trouble. But nevertheless, and I can say that, you know, we may have some differences in detail of how we look at the world, but I think it's true for industrial policy as well, for many other things in politics. Plan beats no plan. Yes, it's a good idea to have some idea, but it's a bad idea to be obsessed about it and not to change your plan as reality changes. So I'm all in favor of having plans, but I'm also all in favor of changing them when it turns out your plans aren't really a good reflection of what's possible and what's necessary. Finally, I think that's a very important point, and that's if you look at different groups thinking about climate policy and how to make it success. I think it's one of the great achievements of green political movements to really put climate issues on the table. But it's one of the real problems they're faced with, that a lot of local environmental concerns are the very reason why we have such a hard time to build the electricity grid that we need, to build other infrastructures that we need to make transformation a success. And so I think, again, finding ways to be much quicker, to be to more reliably achieve the kind of infrastructure construction speed that we require, that will require certain political compromises, especially from the Green Party. And as a social democrat, I can say that's one area I think where social democracy can help a lot. I think we should listen to the Greens a lot, but not on everything. And so in that sense, that's my interpretation. Again, that's a very German perspective of what Olaf Scholz, the federal chancellor in Germany, means when he says we need a speed in doing such things in Germany that is fit for purpose. And we need a serious acceleration of the way we do business in administration, in terms of procedures on how to build a new road, build a new railway track, build a new power line, and all these things. I think he's spot on there. And in a federal system, as you have in Austria, as we have in Germany, frankly, it is more challenging. But we can't allow, I mean, federalism has these huge advantages, but we can't allow it to stand in the way of transformation. And to some extent, of course, Europe is a federal construction, and some of our problems there are very real too. And while we may not agree on every detail of the electricity market, I think we completely agree on one thing. If we do not manage to have a proper European market in all areas of energy, we are doomed. We clearly need it.
Thank you. I think we have still one or two questions. I saw Sanja raising her hand in the very back. Okay, very brief, please.
Yes, very brief. Thank you very much. Very inspiring. I just wanted to mention that, we have time inconsistencies in all of these discussions, right? And I don't want us to drop the debt sustainability concerns, which are there, because we also need to look at, what are the ways, to achieve both the climate and debt, coming all together. Thinking about policy inconsistency in this regard, the fossil fuel subsidies have more than doubled last year. They were very high to start with. They were at 56 billion euros at the EU level. Last year, they were at close to 130 billion euros. So instead of just dropping the debt sustainability concerns, I would argue we need to look at policy inconsistency. We cannot keep on continuing with this high level of fossil fuel subsidies, claiming that there is no space, fiscal space, to also support the net zero. So thank you.
Jens?
Thanks a lot for the panel. I wanted to ask Jakob, following up on what Helene has already asked and pushed on with regard to conditionality. So you, I think, very rightly pointed out this, of course, cannot involve micromanaging individual firms and conditions like no jobs going anywhere else. But there's also sort of another scenario where Saarland region is very, very successful in this transition, and a lot of the companies develop, I think, potentially very valuable technology and IP, and then in 10 years from now, they say, okay, well, this is fantastic. They're either very profitable or they do decide to move a lot of production elsewhere. So I was wondering in that context, so with an eye to the sort of flexibility you want to have, whether you are looking into equity shares in some of these companies where you make very large investments, or whether you have some other approach for sort of managing this longer term relationship with an eye to the things that Helene raised. Thank you.
I had here one and another very, very extremely brief question, comment.
Thank you. My name is Nadia. I'm from the European Climate Foundation, and I work more on politics, not so much on the fiscal space debate. So, hence my question. Just looking at the future of the European elections and the European Commission, Parliament, institutions, and also the state of the debate on European level, looking at the strategic agenda and so forth, that we are seeing that indeed fiscal debates are there. We see industrial economies there. But we don't see the European element of it. It's mostly about national discourse in it. So it's a little bit worrying. And I'm just wondering what's your perspective on how things will shape in the future. Also giving that France and Germany are not the most vocal voice as they used to be before. They have too many differences. And we see that even France, when they were pushing for this new European funding on for responding to the US Inflation Reduction Act. After they got the relaxation of the state aid rules, as Germany was also pushing for that, they kind of got silent on it. So we see that the national debate are overcoming the European dimension. So I'm just wondering, who do you see as a more vocal player on EU level pushing on this European dimension?
And the very last one here, Andreas. Super brief, and then I would like to ask the panelists just very quick comments.
Thank you. Yeah, super brief, quick question to Mr. van Weizsäcker, because you touched upon it briefly, and I think this is really the crucial issue. How can the political support for the transformation be organized? And I mean, from your point of view as a politician, what do you do if it doesn't work out? If a lot of people get laid off in these industries, and this amount of jobs cannot be replaced with the same amount of well-paid jobs. So how do you deal with that, also in relation to fiscal policy? Thank you.
Dario has no comment. Georg? Helene?
Just on the issue of fossil fuel subsidies, of course, I mean, this is important, but here again, it has to be very important to reconcile social and environmental goals. I mean, for instance, in Austria, commuters are subsidized, but we also know that 1/4 or 1/3 of those that commute to the work every day do not have public transport available. So I think cutting these kind of fossil subsidies is not a good idea. And the other thing is, you mentioned fiscal sustainability, of course, this is one way, but I think there are many, many other unused ways to increase fiscal sustainability. For instance, via minimum rates for taxing high wealth individuals, bank levies, windfall profits, etc., etc. For instance, in Austria, we have a windfall profit for the energy firms that were benefiting from this kind of a miserable electricity market design in the European Union, and I mean, the finance minister was suggesting we get revenues of 2 till 4 billion, and actually the revenues are 180 million. Yeah, so it's nothing. Yeah, so I think there are so many unused tax avoidance, etc., unused possibilities for increasing fiscal sustainability and financing all these kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So last possibility for our keynote speaker to comment.
Thank you. I'm not sure I can answer sort of all the questions in detail, but on your question with regards to sort of how do we guarantee that workers get a good deal, obviously there's never a guarantee. But I think the best and the most important lever is when we talk about an investment and our contribution to that investment in one way or another, we take a careful look at the business case. And if there's no reasonable business case, we are not interested, because companies that basically use up the subsidies and then they go somewhere else, that's not terribly attractive for us as a state. And that's, of course, would be a huge disappointment for workers. And that's probably the most important way in which we look at, look out for the workers, look out for the region. But at the same time, to be very clear, we cannot fully predict the future, nor can the businesses involved. And so when I went to the Saarland Parliament in December 2022, arguing in favor of the Transformation Fund, I said our ambition is to be very successful on average, but that would involve taking certain risks in individual cases, and I would guarantee, and I would believe it would be a mistake if I said anything else, that there will also be failures. Some of my colleagues discouraged me from saying that because they said, well, it's not going to go down well. But I think realistically, if you want to be successful with industrial policy in the sense I've just outlined, and yes, with a plan, but with a lot of flexibility as well, you have to be prepared to take some risks. but we want these risks to be reasonable. And one very interesting institution we created for the fund is an advisory council by both local business organization, a local trade union working representative. We have a Arbeitskammer similar to the Austrian model, but also leading German economists and a variety of them. Some of them you may know them. We have Monika Schnitzer, we have Lars Feld, and we have Jens Südekom. We cover, and we have Maya Göpel. So we cover the ground. And we want to hear all voices. And then, of course, it's not them who take the decision. We take the political responsibility for the decision, but we want good advice. And so I cannot give any guarantees, but I can guarantee you we do everything we reasonably can to make this a success on average. And yes, unfortunately, there will be failures, but that's life. And I actually think it's worth being transparent about it. And I want to briefly come to the question of, yes, I think we need to be very honest. If we want to make this work fiscally, we cannot promise everybody that nothing will change for them. And that is not to say we can, at the stroke of a pen tomorrow, abolish all fossil fuel subsidies. But there are certain fossil fuel subsidies we need to get rid of rather quickly because they're mad. They are not reasonable. And yes, we can think about transition schemes and so on, but we can't go on like that. But because if we promise everybody will be, unaffected by this gigantic transformation, I can guarantee you the budget constraint is going to bite. That's a guarantee for failure. And all these intertemporal schemes, of which I'm in favor of, they're not going to be able to help us if we promise everybody that they'll be compensated for everything. But we need a spirit in society, and that also goes back to something you said. We need a spirit in society where there's a very broad-based understanding that nobody will be left behind. And there's a very broad-based understanding that there's a strong government taking care of potential chaos, because such a transition could cause chaos, taking care of potential chaos and making certain that we do this whole very demanding operation in an orderly way. And so I think it's good to stress there's certain things that cannot go on for environmental reasons, but also for fiscal reasons. If we don't do that, we're doomed. And a final point on your question, who can help with more European cohesion and a more coordinated way forward. I think there is a problem. The larger a member state, I say that coming from Germany, the larger a member state, the greater the temptation to think first and foremost about domestic issues. And at the same time, the larger the member state, that also goes for France, by the way, the larger the member state, the greater de facto the responsibility to try and help find European solutions. And I think we have an interesting situation in Berlin and Paris right now. We have so many truly excellent people, many of whom I know personally, and they're very much Europe-minded. And unfortunately, the outcome of these excellent teams working in both capitals when it comes to Europe, but also, frankly, when it comes to bilateral cooperation, hasn't been as good as I would have hoped for, and certainly they haven't lived up to their potential. So the good news is, I think we have teams working on these issues who are truly brilliant, but they need to get their act together.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. We have now a coffee break and we reconvene at 11:45 sharp for the next keynote.
please take a seat. Welcome back from the coffee break. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you the keynote speaker for our second session. Welcome back from the coffee break. It's my great pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker for the second session, Jeromin Zettelmeier. Jeromin Zettelmeier has been the director of the Brussels-based think tank Bruegel since September 2022. Before that, he was a deputy director of the Strategy and Policy Review Department of the IMF. And he has also, prior to that, he also worked for the Peterson Institute for International Economics. So we are currently in the middle of important debates and negotiations over reforming EU fiscal rules, and there's a lot of time pressure because basically everything would have to be done before the elections to the European Parliament next year. And I think there is no one better equipped to tell us what the current state of play in this reform debate is than Jeromin Zettelmeier. Already a couple of years ago, you published this proposal for kind of substituting fiscal rules, universal fiscal rules for all countries with what you called fiscal standards in this proposal with Olivier Blanchard and Leandro. So the idea, qualitative prescriptions that leave room for so kind of more country-specific assessments also for debt sustainability analysis. And it might be interesting to get some insights from you what, in terms of what's currently discussed, is close to the proposal that you made back then and where the differences are. So thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to your presentation.
Super. Can I use this thing? Yeah. Does it work? Yeah, great, great. And there's no pointer, right? I use the...
there should be a pointer.
The pointer somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, Philip. And so I'm really happy and grateful to be here, and I think you're all doing great work. It's really admirable, and good luck. Okay. So, so I'm going to talk about the topic. Yep. All right. Never underestimate the importance of the on switch. Okay, so here we go. Okay, basically I'm going to do three things, very simple. I'm going to sort of take you a little bit through the intellectual evolution of the current debate. Then I will tell you exactly where we stand in the debate, and the fact that I know where we stand in the debate is partly because the guy who is sort of leading this at the moment, this Spanish Secretary of the Treasury, is a board member of Bruegel, so we sometimes talk about this, but also that I will probably, like all of you, I got the leaked Spanish landing zone proposals in November. I have to say I didn't get it from that guy, so I got it leaked through an academic channel. And so we have thought about this, and the bottom line is that this whole reform attempt is surprisingly not dead. It is a bit threatened, though, both in whether it will work at all, in the sense of leading to an outcome before a political agreement before the European elections, and then because that political agreement might be a caricature, it might be a monster. Right? It's possible. And so, I have some ideas on how not to make it a monster, and that is the third part of this talk. Okay, so I'm going to take you through the main ideas. So as we just heard, the original idea, which was in a relatively short paper of the European Commission that they published about a year ago, was indeed very innovative, I think, and it took some of the ideas of earlier work, not just my work, but also earlier Bruegel work. That's item number 3, work of some people that are in the room as well. And so the idea was to sort of substitute the sort of naive quantitative rules with essentially a DSA-based approach where you figure out country by country how much does that country really need to adjust to remain sustainable and, of course, to meet the minimum treaty requirements, right? So one big difference, of course, between what the Commission put forward and what we had put forward back then is that the Commission's proposal is all within the treaty, and so it has to worry about the 3% and the 60%. Now, the 3% are sometimes binding, so this is supposed to be a minimum requirement of adjustment to go below the 3% deficit. Very often, though, it is not binding because debts are high, right? And so it turns out that the DSA-based requirements are actually more binding. So in that sense, the 3% is not that objectionable. If you think of, take an economist view where you think, the treaty is not necessarily what economics would prescribe. And then the interesting thing is that the 60% has become, basically it's been turned on its head at some level, right? Don't tell people outside this room. It was supposed to be a really sort of a restriction, right? In fact, the 60% is just a way of letting countries off the hook, right? So basically, these DSA-based requirements, at least according to the interpretation of Commission staff of the original proposal, would apply only to countries with debt above 60%. Whereas, of course, we in this room would say it should apply to all countries. So ironically, the 60% has become a way of making life very easy for a certain group of countries, easier than what we would argue as economists. So the 60% are essentially gone as an arbitrary restriction that would produce undesirable outcomes. The 3% are still there, but very often not binding. Now, the second important idea is this idea that there would be normally a 4-year adjustment period, so countries would get 4 years' time to do the fiscal work, coming out of this large deficit position and high debt to actually meet the requirements of the new system. But importantly, if you put on the table sort of credible, good reform and investment plans, you can get another 3 years, right? And of course, this is something I like very much conceptually because it sort of makes this point that many of us have made, which is that sustainability is not just about fiscal austerity. It's also about raising growth and working on the denominator of the debt to GDP ratio. Plus, it creates incentives for reforms, right? We often complain that there are not enough incentives to actually overcome political economic obstacles at the domestic level. And the fiscal rules are potentially one such investment incentive. Why is this a powerful incentive? Because coming out of this very large deficit position, this really can mean the difference between, say, having to adjust at the speed of 0.8% of GDP per year or 0.4% of GDP per year. That's a huge difference politically. I mean, 0.8 is going to kill you as a government, 0.4 might not. Right? So this is very powerful. And then, the third sort of conceptually important element of this reform is this idea of taking a net expenditure path as the single operational rule. And so this follows essentially what think tanks have argued for many years now. So it's not straightforward. I mean, the single idea is a little misleading because actually there's a lot of that's going on in the netting, right? You have to be very careful about how this concept is created. But the basic idea is that you should use a fiscal target that does not inherently produce procyclicality when there's a bad shock, and so you want to take essentially the cyclical components of revenue out of your fiscal target. And you also want to take interest payments out of your fiscal target, because again, there you can be subject to shocks and make things worse if you then have to adjust to those shocks as per your rule. And so this is probably the best that we can do. Okay, so this is all great. So what are the arguments for it? So I've more or less explained it as well, but just to highlight, I think also the way the Commission understands it. So, generally the movement from a rules system to this more country-specific approach can be justified in two ways. It could be justified as essentially an efficiency, or if you prefer, subsidiarity argument. The European level has no business prescribing to the country level on how it should run its fiscal policy, and including how big its deficit or surplus should be, other than to ensure debt sustainability, because that's what creates the externalities, right, within the EU, and, of course, meeting the treaty requirements. And you may think the 3% is dumb, but it's a treaty requirement. So there's a subsidiarity logic in this. Now, associated with that is, of course, the idea that we're going to meet every bit of flexibility we need. We're not going to be able to really sell unnecessary austerity at a time when we have these massive, particularly public investment demands, plus social tensions. Okay, so we cannot afford just orthodoxy as l'art pour l'art. And then linked to this is the idea that if we go this route, maybe actually the implementation will be better, right? Because compliance with some set of rules depends on two things, right? The Germans think it only depends on enforcement. That's not true. I mean, enforcement is the stick that you hit a country over the head with if they don't do what they're supposed to do. But of course, the alternative to getting hit over the head is the relative pain of actually doing what you're supposed to do. If you lower that pain, if you make it a more reasonable system, less arbitrary, you get more ownership and you likely get more better compliance. So in the article with Blanchard, my two co-authors tolerated a little footnote where I compared the logic of what we were proposing to a quote from the German children's classic, which I hope you have all read, Emil und die Detektive, which is about this little boy from the German provinces who goes to Berlin and his money gets stolen in the train. And so he enlists the help of all these sort of 11 and 12-year-olds in Berlin, and it's still true. So I had 11 and 12-year-olds in Berlin. They're amazingly independent. They knew the public transport system better than I did. So he enlists their head, and then this guy from the provinces is incredulous at how much autonomy these kids have. And so he asks the guy, doesn't your dad require you to be at home at 8 or 9? And so the answer of this guy, dear professor, in the book, is, my old man is great. He lets me do whatever I want, so long as it's not indecent and does not endanger others and myself. And that's what we should do. I mean, that should be the principle of the fiscal rules. Okay, so I like it because it makes incentive for reform. The 7-year adjustment period makes adjustments from large deficits position feasible, right? So, of course, the 3-year extension is sold as creating incentive for reform. But let's face it, some countries are not going to be able to do this without getting 7 years. Right? The adjustment effort is just too large if you try to push it through in 4 years. And finally, there's this nice avoidance of procyclicality. So far, I've given you a glowing review of the European Commission's proposal, but now here are some objections, including objections that we made, Blanchard and I, immediately after this thing was published. So first, there is sort of it doesn't, to an IMF mind, and I have that in my head too, and the other sort of the right side of my brain, it does look a little unambitious, right? You potentially giving countries up to 7 years before they even start reducing their debt, right? That's not what we do in IMF programs, right? We have a much tougher approach. So it sounded like, this is kind of, an anything goes approach, too easy. And then importantly, of course, and this is the big crux, right? This is the big contentious issue, that the DSA approach is less verifiable, less monitorable than a simple rule, right? Rules are stupid, but it's easy to see whether they've been following or not, whether the Commission implements its DSA in a reasonable way is not clear. And in fact, it's even not clear what its DSA actually is. It's not public. You cannot download it from any website. The best you can do is read Appendix 4 of the annual, fiscal, sustainability monitor, and it doesn't give you all the details you need. And I know this because we have tried painstakingly, it took us 3 months, to replicate the Commission's DSA, and we finally succeeded. And the way we did it is the Commission was quite sympathetic to us because they knew that we were basically ultimately going to support their reform thrust, but they still did not want to or could not just give us the damn code, right? So it was this kind of iterative thing. We think that you mean it in the following way, and we get those results. And they were like, no, that's not right. Try again. Okay? Then we try again, and we go back with new results. And then, still not right. Try again. And so we did literally, we had like 20 iterations with them, and now, until we essentially converged. Okay, so no wonder the Germans are skeptical, that they are always worried, right? It's a sort of a German property, that the Germans are always worried in being bamboozled by some smart French guy or Italian, right? Sort of our national insecurity. And so they are super insecure on this, of getting bamboozled by the Commission. Okay, and what is then the proposed remedy? And so this was published by them in this famous or infamous, what they call it, non-paper. In March, safeguards. Okay, so the safeguards idea is the following. The DSA is like a wild animal. Let's not try and tame that wild animal. Let's keep it in a cage, right? That's the approach. The safeguards are essentially a cage of rules that are constructed around the DSA results to make sure that we have a minimum adjustment, quite ambitious minimum adjustment, on top of the DCA and the 3%. Okay, so our take, and there's several things, and the take of many of you is that on these two criticisms is, so we were generally not sure about point one. So we didn't really know until we sort of ran the numbers ourselves. And it turns out to be, the critique turns out to be empirically wrong. In fact, if there is a problem with the new DSA-based system, is that, Italy in particular just doesn't look so great on debt sustainability. And so if you do an honest DSA, you're going to require a ton of adjustment. It's going to be bloody tough. So it's not that this is not tough enough. It's borderline too tough. Borderline. Right? So it's going to be very tough. And then critique two, which is that this gives the Commission a lot of discretion and room for political games, is absolutely true. But our view is that the proposed remedy to have these safeguards and putting the DSA in a cage is the wrong approach, because you're killing the whole beauty of the system, which is supposed to be country-specific now. Right? And so much better is, let's talk to the beast, let's tame the beast, let's maybe create a new beast that answers to all of us in Europe, not just to a few people in the Commission. So have a common methodology which is fully transparent. Okay, so now let me tell you a little bit what the safeguards were. I don't want to go into detail with this, but I want to give you a sense. So they have these are the four of the original proposal. There's a thing called an expenditure growth safeguard, which came directly out of the German paper, out of the non-paper. And if you think about it, so what it says is that no matter what the expenditure growth path is that comes out of the DCA-based exercise, expenditure growth cannot be higher than GDP growth projected over the adjustment period. Now, if you think about it, what this means de facto is that the structural primary balance, which is roughly the same as net expenditure with some differences, the structural primary balance cannot go down over the adjustment period. This is a Lex Greece, Lex Cyprus. There are basically only two countries in the EU right now that have in the higher debt area, which have fiscal positions that are significantly stronger than is what required by DSA and 3%. And so this just prevents them from actually loosening. So in my view, this is illegal. Right? You cannot prevent a country that overperforms, doesn't threaten anyone, to use that fiscal space for something it thinks is useful. But that's what this thing was supposed to do. Okay, then there is this thing which was very, very confusingly worded, but trust me, this is how it's, in the end it has to be interpreted. Debt to GDP must decrease not just by the end of the adjustment period, but by the end of the first 4 years. And so this turns out to be a problem in two respects. One, it has a particularly unpleasant implication for France, which I don't think they realized when they put this into the proposal. And second, of course, it undercuts the whole point of the extension for countries for which this is binding, because you still have to meet the safeguard, even if theoretically you're supposed to get more space for fiscal adjustment or more time for fiscal adjustment. Okay, there is a thing called the excessive deficit safeguard, that's how we called it, which says that in an ex-ante sense, your medium-term fiscal structural plan as a country has to involve a minimum of adjustment of 0.5 point of GDP while deficit is excessive. This is simply the mirror image of the requirement in the exposed excessive deficits procedure that you have to do this minimum adjustment. So in a sense, it's not dramatic, but it does, if you have to apply this ex ante, if you can never get out of this, it does again undermine partly the incentive effects of the 3-year extension, because it means that you can never, if you have an excessive deficit at the beginning, which many countries do, right? Belgium, France, Italy, Hungary, several others, then the beauty of the 7-year extension is that you go into sort of the low single-digit adjustment range, and that puts a floor below this, right? You can never go below 0.5. And then finally, there's an interesting thing where this on the first 3, we are sort of like get rid of it. On the last one, no backloading. Actually, we are sort of the fiscal conservatives in the room, because we think this no backloading condition, which essentially responds to the fact that the idea of lowering or raising a primary balance within 4 years or within 7 years doesn't put any structure on how fast you do it within those 4 and 7 years, right? And so in principle, you could satisfy the letter of a DSA or a 3% requirement by sort of postponing all the adjustment until the last year. And then it's unrealistic, right? So it's a loophole. There's a loophole unless you impose a no backloading condition. As it turns out, the no backloading condition as defined in that regulation is so weak that it doesn't really close the loophole. So here we argued you need to strengthen this. Okay, so this is what I wanted to quickly show you what are the actual fiscal adjustment implications of the April proposal. Now, I have to tell you, it has gotten worse in the meantime, right? So in the meantime, because interest rates are higher, and because we have new projections, and because there are this is all in a paper that we published in September for the European Parliament. But the basic idea is that on the assumption that by 2024, countries will do the adjustment that the European Commission thought they would do in April of this year, right? And that assumption is still roughly right, so the timing has changed. So for 2023, there's much less fiscal adjustment projected now than this 0.76% of GDP on average. But then, part of it is just shifting between the 2 years. So for 24, we have like tons of fiscal adjustment being projected. And of course, it's going to get worse because of the German Constitutional Court. So here we are sort of in the 1% range. Now this is maybe not that dramatic, because a lot of this is essentially about energy measures running out, not being used, right? So maybe not as contractionary as it seems. So on the assumption that this is roughly the fiscal adjustment that will happen in 23 and 24, at least on the aggregate in both years, over both years, the annual adjustment required by the DSA and the 3% criteria under the 4-year adjustment period is about 0.6% of GDP on average. And then if you give everyone 7 years, it would go down to about half of that. Now, this is still quite a lot, but it's a lot less than what the current system would require. This is the current framework, about 0.8% of GDP. This, by the way, has nothing to do with the so-called 1/20th rule. This is just the MTO-based framework. Okay, but then the point is, this is true only if you focus on the DSA and the 3%. If then, in addition, you consider these safeguards, these adjustment requirements go up because these 3 safeguards become binding in some cases. And of course, the big sort of punchline is France, right? So in the 7-year adjustment period, which France would most likely get, they would have to, without those safeguards, adjust by less than 0.5 point of GDP, and this goes up to over 1 point of GDP, which they will never do. Okay, now where do we stand? So what the Spanish landing zone did is 3 things. It fixes the most obvious flaws of the April safeguards, and I'll tell you in a second what that means. It does take up our main point that we should focus much more on actually common ownership and transparency of the DSA. So that's a point they make in their landing zone document. It's good. And then, you see essentially the makings of political compromise there, right? So it has something for everyone. There's a little bit there for Italy. So the RRF expenditures, which worry Italy a lot because they have a lot of these. So a lot of the RRF is grants, but they need some domestic co-financing. And so to have to really do very sharp adjustment in 2025 and 26 while they have sort of these RRF plans, which need to be executed because otherwise the transfers get lost. And while they are still sitting on the infamous super bonus scheme that came from the previous government, basically it will leave them with zero fiscal space. And so they got this little concession that the RRF expenditures get carved out of what is a now strengthened no backloading condition. Poland gets a concession. Defense expenditures are a relevant factor in the excessive deficit procedure. It just means that, they're excusable to some extent. And Germany gets something too, namely lots of extra safeguards. Okay, so here. These are the new safeguards. Okay, so the first, if you like, toughening concession to the Germans, but in this case, one that I agree with, is that no backloading conditions becomes more meaningful. It will actually prevent backloading. It is now framed as fiscal effort that is at least proportional to total adjustment effort. Now, the expenditure growth be smaller than GDP growth condition is just gone, right? Thank God it's gone. I'm sure it would have been challenged legally. Now, the debt safeguard from the Commission proposal, which was a decrease by year 4, is they make the obvious change, which is to use the adjustment period as the reference, not the initial 4 years. But then there's a new safeguard, a second debt safeguard, which is a minimum average annual debt reduction requirement of X is not fixed, after the adjustment period ends. And then there are two variants of that. At the beginning of November, they thought they would define this until the end of the projection horizon. And the latest document is only the first 4 years after the projection horizon, but the X is not being defined. They keep this excessive deficit safeguard. This is unchanged. And then here's the shocker. So this is a new one. You can interpret this as bringing back in a mechanical MTO on top of the existing system. Or you can interpret it, and this is how I think about it, as replacing the 3% target with a smaller deficit target, right? And the argument is not unreasonable. The argument is to say, look, guys, we want to create, you should do enough fiscal adjustment so that we are, reasonably far away from the 3%, because the 3% is sort of the magical number that we do not want to violate, right? So we know that if we're just barely at the 3%, then with probability 50%, we're going to violate the 3% within, in the post-adjustment period. And so let's give ourselves some room. So it's sort of a reasonable idea, but it has a problem depending on how big that safety margin is satisfied. And so this is my overall take of where we stand now in this reform. So depending on how the new safeguards are parameterized, they could still kill the main intention of the reform and make it impossible for some countries, notwithstanding the Spanish efforts to make these safeguards more reasonable and logical. And then the second point, which I will speak to at the end, is that this is not green and investment friendly enough, and I will come back to that. Okay, first let me give you some very preliminary numbers. So we have to redo this, but they are probably robust enough to just show them here of what this new safeguard would require. So this is for the 4%, four-year adjustment period. So these are the structural primary balances that we required by the end of the 4-year adjustment period by various criteria, right? So the DSA alone would require 3.2% structural primary surplus of Italy, a little over 1% of France. Portugal is relatively high. Hungary is very high. Then what about the 3%? Well, it turns out it's never binding, right? So it is almost always less than what the DSA requires, with one exception. Actually, two exceptions, Greece and Italy. But for Greece, it's irrelevant because in any case, they are above that now. For Italy, it means just a little tougher. Okay, just a little tougher. And so now what happens if you turn on the screws and you turn the 3% deficit target into a 2.5 deficit target, or a 2% deficit target, or 1.5? And by the way, the feeling I got by talking to some people involved with these negotiations is that the landing zone might be 1.5%. So the Germans wanted 1. Everyone else would say like maximum 2. Now we may be landing at the 1.5%. Well, if they go with 1.5%, it means that Italy would have to raise and then keep its deficit, in theory forever, right? De facto, until the next time that this is reviewed, at 4.5% of GDP. That's crazy, right? That's completely crazy. Okay, here's the second point. So this goes to, this goes to my critique of why this is not green and investment friendly enough. So, even when we have investment that is EU endorsed, and even if it's structured consistent with debt sustainability and the 3% deficit, the safeguards would prevent this investment from happening, or could prevent it from happening, unless countries have significant room under these safeguards. And just let me show you an example of how this would work. Okay, so this is an example where you have a country with a starting debt of 100% of GDP, a starting deficit of 4, which is a smaller deficit than Belgium, France, Italy, Hungary, and others, and a nominal interest rate of 4%, inflation 2%, real growth 1%. So this is an R minus G that's not very high, but it's positive. Right? It's an R minus G of 1% of GDP. Now, imagine this country does what we think most EU countries will have to do, namely raise green investment by 1% of GDP over the next 6-7 years, right? How do we get to this 1% of GDP number? Well, sort of the ballpark estimate of the total additional investment needs to meet the 2030 Fit for 55 target is something like 2.5% of GDP, and then you apply some ballpark on what the share for public investment is, you arrive at a number in the neighborhood of 1% of GDP. And so in the chart, you see this, it's the green line, right? So the green line is the green investment, the additional green investment as a flow. So you raise it to 1% of GDP for 7 years, and then it comes down. Now, this country starts with this high deficit, and at the same time, it undertakes a fiscal adjustment. And so the effect of the fiscal adjustment is to slowly raise the overall primary balance. And so I've assumed sort of in steps of 0.5% of GDP. They go from a primary balance of minus 1% to 2.5% of GDP. Now, so here this is the effect of these step raises, the upward sloping part of the curve. This little dip reflects the net effect of beginning the fiscal adjustment, but at the same time raising investment, right? And financing, which becomes part of the deficit. Okay, so the main punchline of this thing is that during a transitory period, right, which in this numerical example takes about 4 or 5 years, the debt ratio is going to rise. Right? Why is it going to rise? It's going to rise because the fiscal adjustment is not drastic enough to fully finance the combination of the existing deficit, which is only gradually narrowed, and the additional public investment. But then, after the 7 years are over, you're done with your underlying fiscal adjustment, you're done with your investment program, it comes down, right? Your budget is in surplus, in primary surplus. The deficit is small. The remaining deficit is well within the 2% here. And as a result, debt comes down like a stone. So no economist could object to this strategy. It's basically the optimal way we should be doing things in the EU in the next years. But this strategy is illegal under the debt safeguard because it pushes debt up. It's also illegal under the no backloading safeguard because the no backloading safeguard basically says your adjustment effort cannot be backloaded. And this looks backloaded because investment stays high until the end. So this is a problem. Okay, how do we fix the problem? So first best solution, get rid of the safeguards except for no backloading. And then to deal with the no backloading condition, to allow this public investment push under the no backloading condition, you would extend EU-endorsed, the existing carve-out that is in the Spanish proposal, but only applies to the first 2 years, 25-26, and only to RRF spending. You would extend that carve-out to any new US-endorsed investment spending. Very simple. Now, we're not going to get rid of the safeguards. So what's the second best solution? We keep the safeguards, but we calibrate them so they're not binding so long as the DSA is properly applied, and we make an EU-endorsed investment carve-out from all safeguards. So, again, to justify this carve-out, just go back for a step and think about sort of the theoretical relationship between public investment and fiscal sustainability. So from the perspective of fiscal sustainability, it is okay for public investment to result in a rise in the net debt ratio. Right? It's not bad to result in the rise in the net debt ratio, even if you're a fiscal conservative, right? So you think fiscal sustainability reigns supreme under two assumptions. Either the investment pays for itself by generating fees, then you can ignore it. Then you can simply accept the rise in debt. It will eventually come down when these fees or revenues start flowing in. Or even if the investment does not pay for itself, if the investment program is temporary, so it leads to a level increase in debt, it does not lead to a rise in the deficit year after year after year after year. And after the end of the investment program, the primary balance is high enough to rule out explosive debt paths with high probability, right? Which implies declining debt under baseline assumption. So not all green investment satisfies the first condition. It does not all pay for itself. Some of it pays for itself. For example, energy efficiency in public buildings may pay for itself, but in general, it does not. But you can make the second strategy work, right? I mean, you do the investment, and then you at the same time have to take accompanying measures that create the fiscal space to repay the investment eventually. And so this motivates what we call, well, we haven't written this paper yet, but we will call a fiscally responsible green golden rule. And so the idea is you separate debt and deficits after the beginning of the adjustment period into a portion attributable to an EU-endorsed investment program. We think of this as green investment, but it could be anything that is viewed as welfare including, and the rest. You apply all the shebang, all the bells and whistles, potentially safeguards to the non-green part. And then you treat the endorsed investment part as follows. So there are two levels of ambition. The small level of ambition is you carve it out from all safeguards, applying within the adjustment period. But after the end of the adjustment period, all conditions must hold, right? So the example I showed you satisfies the conditions of the smaller solution. You could ideally have a bigger solution, right? Because the problem of the smaller solution is that the investment must end after 7 years. The bigger solution would mean that you allow debt finance investment of arbitrary length and cost so long as it is accompanied by fiscal adjustment, such that at any point and after the end of the program, the DSA conditions hold. And then failure to follow through on this accompanying fiscal adjustment would trigger the EDP. So that would be the enforcement mechanism. Conclusions: even without safeguards, the proposed framework will require very tough adjustment, but probably less tough and certainly less arbitrary than the current framework. Then, and these are sort of my two wish lists to the Council, to the extent that you really need those safeguards, please parameterize them to not be binding as long as the DSA-based process works as intended. So I came up with a new analogy, which seems to work well, which is the guardrails analogy. So if you have guardrails on a road, and sometimes they actually call these safeguards guardrails. The point is, the car doesn't normally hit the guardrails. The car is supposed to drive through the guardrails. The guardrails are there to stop the car from going off the road if the driver loses control, meaning the European Commission loses control. So I don't mind guardrails that have that function. And then finally, we need better protection of EU-endorsed public investment, and for that we need basically a much more ambitious carve-out than is in the current document. Let me stop.
Super, thank you. That was a great presentation. Not all too happy. I think we have some work ahead of us, but very, very interesting and great that you put numbers on it. Now, I'm being told we have 15 minutes and I have to send you to the airport at 2:45 sharp. So
20 minutes, yeah.
Trying to make it go on time. So please do keep your questions short so we have a chance to get as many of them in as possible. Let's start over there.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So in your exercise, it seems that you assume that real growth stays at 1% of GDP no matter what happens to the demand side. But we now have tons of empirical evidence that fiscal consolidation leads to lower growth rates. So how this will change your exercise and results? Thanks.
You want to collect?
Yeah.
Also, thank you. This has been brilliant for making simple what looks like a very complicated process. Also a question about simplicity. One of the original goals of the reform was to simplify the rules, but you already mentioned the word monster, right? We've moved from DSA to DSA plus safeguards, plus possibly DSA plus safeguards, plus carve out of a subset of spending from the safeguards. So, yeah, what happened to the goal of simplifying the rules?
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. It goes a bit in the direction of what Francesco said in the beginning. Since Olivier Blanchard himself has done a lot of work on this, that fiscal multipliers are usually higher in recessions. So I was a bit surprised to see the stress of the no backloading condition, while there should also be, in my view, a no frontloading condition that we've seen pretty much during the Eurozone crisis.
Want to start with 3?
Yeah, so we definitely need front loading because labor markets are very tight. We don't have the recession yet. And we will get front loading. The countries themselves are going to do it. So it's true. I basically kept growth constant. This works both ways. It makes me more conservative on the 7-year results because I have not assumed any growth impact of the investments and reforms in this. It makes me less conservative in the sense that I've ignored Keynesian multiplier effects. Those effects should not affect the DSA because the DSA is predicated on long-run potential growth. It's not very sensitive to the medium and short term, but they could have an impact on the tightness of the debt safeguard, the first debt safeguard, in the way that you suspect. So it will make it more onerous. So in that sense, the impact on the tightness on the debt safeguard might be underestimated in those things. And then simplification. So for me, the simplification was never the objective. The objective was to get it right. The world is complicated. If we need a complicated system for that, we have to swallow it. I mean, we cannot. There's a famous saying by Mike Musa, who used to be my boss. There are 3 types of fiscal crises, or generally of economic crises. There are crises of solvency, there are crises of liquidity, and there are crises of stupidity. The point is to avoid the crisis of stupidity, but then, because solvency and liquidity is complicated, we may need a system that matches it. If we are simply pretending that the world is less simple than it is, we are not doing it. Then the other question is, why do people think that simplicity is inherently a good idea? They think of it because it's easier to explain, it's easier to comply with, right? It's probably about compliance. It's about the ability to tell political narratives. And so, what I think that is absolutely important. But my way of doing it is not by making the rules simpler than basically by making hypocritical rules that pretend that if you make a rule simple, it means that the world also becomes simple. That's ludicrous. But my answer to that is you have to come up with reasonable rules or standards whose rationale you can explain easily. And I think you can do that in this reform as originally intended. Plus, you need transparency, right? The transparency is very, very important.
Thank you. Thanks for the great presentation. I was wondering what happened to the idea of structural balances and what is really the advantage of the new system, since also the DSA is basically more or less based on a structural primary balance. Also the new approach needs the structural balance in the end. And yeah, talking about simplicity and about the ownership of the population to these rules, I think it would, at least in my respect, much easier to kind of loosen the MTO targets than to create like a monster like this DSA here, which is also very much dependent on a lot of assumptions connected to aging costs and a lot of sustainability issues. So it's not completely innocent to have such a non-transparent way to communicate it. So I would be interested in your opinion about just keeping a structural balance rule and work on that with exceptions connected to investment in green finance or whatever.
Maybe I'm allowed to add a question that goes in the same direction. You already mentioned that long-run potential growth is really a key variable. That is exactly one of these unobservable variables that's very, very hard to project, and we usually get wrong if we can even verify it after the fact because we can't observe potential. So how do you deal with this problem?
Yeah, thanks a lot. This was super clarifying presentation of a very complex subject matter. I wanted to ask you, these EU-endorsed public investments, what is the sort of governance mechanism that would go with that? And then if you start thinking about that, how different is that really from something like the RRF, where you're also sort of adding something to otherwise constrained member state spending? And what are the advantages, disadvantages, sort of?
Okay, great. Super set of questions. So my answer to you, and what's your name? Johannes, is a bit along the lines of the answers to Max. So we cannot ignore things that are hard to predict if they turn out to be essential for the judgment of fiscal sustainability. And so when it comes to projections of real interest rates, when it comes to projection of real growth rates, we just have to bite the bullet and try to do them as well as we can. What we absolutely can and must do is to not create a system that depends on unobservable variables that are actually not essential for the fiscal sustainability call. And so cyclical adjustment in real time belongs in that category. It's just a distraction, it's a complication, we always get it wrong, and it's irrelevant. It's nearly irrelevant. Now, the proposed system, contrary to the impression created by the word structural, doesn't really need it in the following sense. It replaces the operational target from a structurally primary balance to a net expenditure path. The difference between the two is that the net expenditure path has an implicit cyclical adjustment by defining cyclical components of the fiscal balance ex ante and ignoring them. They're netted out. So it requires no estimation. You're simply not counting revenue. It's netted out unless you're doing a tax policy change. Then you have to essentially assess the impact of that and net it out of expenditures. And similarly, the essentially cyclical unemployment insurance is just taken out, right? So there's no issue with estimation. It's not sensitive to method. I mean, it's sensitive to a definition, right? That's the part two. This is completely a sideshow. Nothing would have been lost if you had struck out the word structural from primary balance, because this is 4 years ahead of time. At the IMF, we always assume that output gaps close in 4 years, let alone 7 years. So you do not need cyclical adjustment conceptually. De facto, you still need it, right? I mean, if you go through the little steps, it will require that. But the point is that because you don't actually need it, you are doing it out of habit, essentially. The results are not going to be very sensitive to that. The results turn out to be sensitive, so we have a box on that. And so I'm not going to completely brush you off, but the results turn out to be sensitive to the potential growth method of the European Commission, because that is a quirky method beyond just the issue of cyclical adjustment. And so there's a question of how to deal with this if it turns out that IMF potential growth gives you completely different results from EU potential growth. So there is an issue there, but it is not as it's not the killer that it is in the current system, in my view. I'm sorry, on the governance for, so this is an open question. So the theoretical answer is that the governance is just, the Commission assesses and then the Council discusses and decides. That's the governance, right? But what is completely unclear is what are the requirements for endorsement. So the proposal, the original proposal, contains a long list in the Annex 4, I think, or 6 of the proposal. It contains a long list of what makes good investments. And the problem with this long list is that they don't say whether these are necessary or sufficient conditions, right? So if they are necessary conditions, you can forget it. Nothing will ever satisfy all those conditions at the same time. If it's any of these conditions has to be satisfied, then it's quite weak, right? So basically, they haven't answered your question. It's an important question.
Thanks. I'm not an economist. My questions are very simplistic, but how confident are you that one of your solutions for including this green investments and thinking a bit more in this sense in the longer term will be taken in consideration in the next voting in the Parliament, in the Council? And if that doesn't happen, what is the alternative to secure?
Are you a political scientist? You are. So then you know the answer better than I am. You have to get into Christian Lindner's mind. And you can do that better than I do, right? But beside this glib answer is, I have the following hope. Okay, it's just a hope. For me, the Dutch are the median voter here. The Dutch are reasonable people, and I think I've sold this to the Dutch Ministry of Finance with one concession, which is the Spanish landing zone says if you have the RRF, if you have a reasonable RRP, you automatically get the 7 years, the 3-year extension. Every country in the US has an RRP. So it completely undermines this idea to offer the 7-year extension as an incentive. And the Dutch are understandably upset about this. And so basically what I try to persuade them is, I agree. So I wrote a short blog where this was one of my points. I agree with your point. And so you should push this, but you should then also, so basically you should say there's no 7-year extension unless you come up with reasonable investment or reform proposals beyond the horizon of the RRF, which ends in 26, right? And the 7-year period is going to go all the way to 31. So you cannot let countries completely off the hook like that. So I'm very Dutch in that respect. But then you also have to do the quid pro quo, which is you cannot then insist on safeguards that effectively make it impossible to come up with new investment plans. And so they nodded when I said that.
You start.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Okay. May I say?
Please,
okay.
go ahead.
Let me ask you something. Christine Lagarde, in her very recent speech in Frankfurt, I shouldn't say strangely, but she focused almost exclusively on the capital markets union, because she said, the bottom line, she said, there is no we can fund. I mean, it's the transformation by relying on public investment and so on and so on. There should be the private sector, and for that to happen, then the capital markets union should take, like in the United States. I don't want to, and I'm asking you, in a world where we have proliferation of sharks, okay, how do you think one can manage? I mean, is this framework? It may be, it could be very suboptimal, because it doesn't deal with the new fiscal framework. Fiscal capacity, out of the question. No way. No way. Big heterogeneity among EU member states in terms of public debt and so on and so on. Monetary policy will continue to be pretty tough, and interest rates. And this explains why Blanchard had a change of heart. I mean, it's so I'm asking you, I mean, it's how do you judge in terms of what you consider to be an optimal framework? This is because of compromises. It's not. How do you judge what lies ahead? I mean, it's not in terms of wishful thinking, but because.
Got it. Okay, very quick. The first is a bit provocative. Given the scenario that you provided us, which is the survival rate that you predict to this new set of rules, given the shocks that we have had, and given that it's completely unrealistic to think at adjustments as the one that are predicted, I would say even with the basic DSA, but of course with safeguards is completely unrealistic. And so, I mean, given what we are going to manage, I mean, the next crisis will not just be, again, a threat to the survival of the Eurozone as it has already been, but we would not have the, let's say, exit strategies and the global context in terms of demand and of functioning of value chains that we used to have when the previous crisis happened. Letting aside the fact that it seems that we learned nothing from the austerity crisis, from the damages that this provoked on the European economy, but we are now aware that this is not what happens in Europe. While more specifically on the idea of having green investments out of the rules as a way to letting at least a little bit of investment needed to meet climate, I think, again, this is not only suboptimal, it's something that from an industrial policy and innovation economics point of view, it's really unsatisfactory, because we know that the pace of technological change is very rapid, that the things in which we have to invest change over time, and that there are huge complementarities across sectors and products. So we cannot make a bureaucratic list of items which are the ones that we want to allow countries to spend on. We need to have margins of maneuver and systemic approaches in terms of industrial policy and investment that makes Europe and the countries that need it most up to the challenge that we are facing, considering that other countries like US, not mentioning China, would never use rules that bind themselves in terms of the investments that they need.
Final answer.
Right. Nice to see you. And I think you were talking about essentially the idea that you can only really think of an optimal framework in a broader context when other reforms are going on at the same time, right? And the answer is I agree with you, but I think that the idea is you have to keep these in the back of your mind and then think whether whatever the partial equilibrium, if you like, optimum is the piecemeal optimum for the reform you're considering, whether it's robust to what is going on the other fronts. And in this case, I think it would be robust, and particularly if you saddle a fiscal capacity on top of that, it would make it better, right? Some of this is a substitute for fiscal capacity, particularly my green golden rule approach is a substitute. You could, if you do this at the European level, it would be probably better, right? But you're not going to get the whole shebang at the European level, and so it makes sense to have this. I mean, on your point, look, I'm far too Germanic to agree with you. I basically you had a two-part question. The first part is, look, this is all going to be ridiculous and unaffordable anyway. We cannot do this fiscal adjustment. If you really believe that, Italy needs to restructure its debts. That's the unavoidable consequence. So it's very simple. You come up with an ex-ante path for fiscal adjustment that is unburdened by safeguards, by nonsense, essentially. You then ask yourself the question, is the required fiscal adjustment politically feasible? If the answer is yes, you go with it because the framework is flexible enough to then deal with shocks exposed, right? We have the flexibility with respect to cyclical shocks. We have both country-specific and general escape clauses, so I'm not worried about that. It's about the ex-ante plausibility of this fiscal path. Now, give me your number. Right? If you think 0.7, we might end up with 0.7. You think 0.7 is too high for Italy for a 7-year period, year after year? We have to restructure. If we think 0.7 is still feasible, we have to bite the bullet and go with it. What we're not going to be able to do is ignore the problem and suffer a run, and then get the ECB in this impossible position where they have to then not extend. And on your other problem that defining investment is excluded from the safeguards at the European level, and as such narrowly that there are costs of that, because you can then are less flexible to decide what you might additionally need at the individual level. I agree. There's this trade-off, but there's a trade-off, right? We are trying to maintain fiscal sustainability. There are things you can do to ameliorate the trade-off, which is you define these things relatively broadly. You maybe have a process for revising your plans if new circumstances arise. So this all depends on a strong governance structure, so one can probably do it.
Thank you very much. We really highly appreciate you coming down to take the time and to speak so honestly and not shy away from giving controversial answers. You have to run. Thank you for coming and thank you for participating.
Thank you so much. Oh, vielen Dank. Sachertorte.
To the rescue.
I will introduce the panel after the presentation. I will now already give the floor to our speaker. Thanks a lot for coming, Jens van Klooster. Jens is an assistant professor of political economy at the University of Amsterdam and also a visiting fellow at the LSE, Grantham Research Institute. And his research focuses on aligning the financial system with environmental goals and also democratic oversight in financial governance. And he will first give an input on the issue of fiscal monetary coordination against the backdrop of the climate crisis. So thanks a lot for coming, and I give the floor to you.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks a lot for the invitation. I really enjoyed the discussions today and yesterday with the network. My talk is on, so the broad topic is public debt management in the context of climate change. I've actually broadened it slightly to take the broader environmental crisis into account, but then in practice, I'm going to narrow this quite a bit to say a lot about these interactions between the central bank and different fiscal authorities in the EU. And in fact, it's going to end on a number of very, very concrete proposals. But I thought I'd start just briefly setting the stage on this environmental topic and how I see that affecting public finance to begin with. So I think in my thinking this concept of planetary boundaries is very important because it broadens a bit beyond climate change, the values of the Earth system that we know that if we cross these, that we do permanent damage to the ability of the planet to sustain human life. And I think this is also very important to keep in the background as we think about reform proposals, as we think about the sort of temporality we are situated in, how we come from a very specific past and how we look towards the future. So the Anthropocene, the idea of a fundamentally new era, so something that we as a species haven't experienced, a species that developed in the Holocene, a uniquely stable period of the Earth system. And that means that as we enter this era, our institutions, our ideas about civilization, our social science, all these things are not particularly well equipped moving forward. So although in this talk I will, of course, and this is my sort of bread and butter, draw a lot on the history to reflect on these questions of monetary financing, I think it's also really important to keep in mind that it's very tentative. So we have just on the basis of history a very false, shaky, unclear understanding of what we are going to confront the coming decades. I guess this is something that is already very prominent in financial policy, monetary policy debates, and that typically is conceptualized using this type of matrix. On the one hand, physical impact, so the actual changes to the planet as we move closer to these boundaries. On the other hand, transition impacts, different ways in which we might move our policies to avoid some of this damage. And then on the one hand, ways this might impact financial stability in the forms of damaged assets, stranded assets, and on the other hand, and we've seen actually a surprising amount of that last year, effects on price levels directly or indirectly related to climate change, biodiversity loss, wood prices. Even if you look at sort of the root causes of the lack of semiconductors, it's very clear that drought in Taiwan is playing a role here. So this is sort of a story we sort of know. For this talk, I wanted to look at a different kind of matrix that does something very similar due to Sarah Moravsky in the Sustainable Finance Lab in the Netherlands. This again is a matrix that has these physical and transition impacts, but then moves to fiscal policy that we've been talking about today. On the one hand, climate change impacts on taxation, right? And here again, you can think of heavily exposed sectors, agricultural, industry, real estate, all being impacted by climate change, biodiversity loss, and the like. And also transition impact on taxation, right? As you are seeing those sectors change, that will also really impact the revenue of member states. And then on the spending side, and I think that's what I will focus on, you get, on the one hand, adaptation policies, things that might have to happen very quickly in an emergency context of different kinds of climatic and environmental impacts causing damage, loss and damages on a more global level, also consequence of migration, right? All very costly things that can, in relatively short time spans, land on the government balance sheet. And then also in the context of a transition, disorganized, relatively quick transition pathways. Again, really, really volatile spending. So then looking from that perspective of planetary boundaries towards the future on fiscal policy, more spending needed, either on transition or adaptation. I think there is no third option in which you need to do neither of this spending, and then particularly economic shocks and more irregular flows. Right? So this is sort of, I think, the big challenge going forward for public finance, and you need to adapt existing institutions of public finance to these conditions in a way that we are only tentatively grasping. Okay, now, at the same time, I think we know already we have a number of obstacles that are hindering us from responding in the right, flexible, and open-minded way towards this challenger. This is, I think, the metaphor to use for this, minesweeper. So the game is you have the numbers and you know where the mines are, and then you have to click, and if you click the wrong place, if you do the numbers the wrong way, then you have a mine and then you're dead, right? And we have already a number of obstacles, and I think the situation with the debt brake really nicely illustrated this. Politicians, constitutional courts, and also a certain role that we have now assigned to the European Central Bank that are hindering dealing in an effective way with these obstacles as they emerge. Now, I am only going to focus on the ECB mine, so to say, and think about different ways in which we can deal with this mine, sweep this mine, so that we, in a moment of acute spending, can more effectively respond to that. Okay, so zooming in on that problem, I think the core issue is that the EU treaties do not really prescribe a clear role for the European Central Bank when it comes to public debt. I think the treaties allow for three models. The first I describe as the government's ATM, a role where a central bank commits to prevent a market panic and accept government bonds almost unconditionally. This is the role that central banks typically take. There's nothing strange about this, but that is clearly not a particularly promising model for a asymmetric monetary union in which all these member states can issue debt unconditionally. Then I think what we see now is what I describe as the government's pawn shop. So a somewhat opaque system of limits, of support and intervention on a discretionary basis. So a lender of last resort for governments of a kind, but of a not particularly reliable source, and where you sometimes also have to bring quite valued properties to acquire credit. And I think the model to move to is a government's bank. And that has a relational dimension, so a bank that knows its customer, that also interacts with that customer. And I think here we can think about different ways of coordinating fiscal and monetary policy. Now I'll list some of these ways. Okay. So what am I going to discuss? I'm going to talk about the ECB's role and the way we ended up where we are now with this role that's very ill-defined by the treaties. Then I'm going to look at the current situation where the ECB is realistically not entirely prepared for dealing with large and unpredictable shifts in the volume of EU and member state spending. And then I'm going to look at these interinstitutional solutions, so ways in which you could coordinate this better. Okay. And this is all on the basis of 3 papers that sort of set out a lot of these things in a lot more detail, a lot of the historical material. But I'm going to give a relatively big picture overview of these somewhat more detailed papers. Okay, so this prohibition of monetary financing. This is from the paper with Will Bateman on monetary financing. I think when we think about sovereign debt, we tend to have the idea of it as a market where supply and demand determine the price. And that is on a micro level, on a day-to-day basis, I think exactly the right model. That is how we know how financial markets work. But there are, and this is what we look at in this paper in a lot of details, moments when supply and demand do not realistically meet at all. We give examples of wars, post-war reconstruction, financial market panic, other emergencies. All these cases where, and this is just a fact about 20th century states, due to the immense volume of debt that states rely on, there is in the market no demand for additional debt. Debt is in itself already relatively price inelastic, and then in these moments we show throughout history, particularly focusing on the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve, central banks buy the debt. This is just a almost functional necessity of sovereign debt markets, that the supply of debt can briefly or for longer periods outstrip the demand for public debt in ways that completely destabilize financial markets without public intervention. Okay, so this is the phenomenon of monetary financing. This is a relatively invariant set of financial market operations that only take place in these exceptional circumstances and that have a very specific functional role. And then, of course, there are also other contexts in which central banks buy debt, and that might be a good idea or a bad idea, but I think it's these kinds of circumstances where you really get to the core of the issue and its functional importance. And I think this, on one hand, coming from history, provides a sort of model to think about some of the challenges ahead, but again, with the caveat that also these challenges might have very different features and probably are. I see these analogies being drawn quite quickly, and I think realistically you're thinking about something that combines various features of these different historical, right? It's not a war. It's also not like post-war reconstructions. There's just different features. Okay. To just give one more domestic example, the German Bundesbank. The German Bundesbank, and that's, I think, important also to understand the ECB's approach to this, had quite restrictive provisions when it comes to monetary financing. On the one hand, a cap on direct credit to the government that was also not updated for inflation over time, and then a set of open market operations only allowed for regulating the money market, right? So only direct purchases for regulating the money market. And then also until the 90s, this sort of, we're buying in the market to market price, but of course we're also shaping the market, relatively opaque story about how they saw the interaction between the central bank and the debt market. But then if you look at the history, there are just these moments when there is this very large supply of debt into the market, and the Bundesbank goes into market and buys all that debt. This is from the 1975 annual report. Strong sales pressures caused prices to fall and yields to rise in all sections of the market. So like in 1967, we started to purchase long-term securities as part of liquidity policy. And then also later on they say these were desirable for easing conditions in the money market. So they sort of acting within that provision. But clearly this has more functions than regulating the money market. Okay, now what's interesting, if you then look at the Maastricht Treaty prohibition of monetary financing against this background, is that it rules out overdraft facilities and direct purchases from governments, but it allows for these indirect purchases, right? It again allows for purchases in the market. it doesn't contain any provision to say only to regulate the money market, right? There's no, and there were discussions around this. This was not included. And in general, it has a very vague economic interpretation, right? What does it mean to prohibit these two forms of monetary financing but no purchases in secondary market? There's no clear economic logic that would distinguish between these transactions. This is a very weird provision. Now, that's where a lot of the archival work I've been doing this year comes in. I think there are just two very different ideas about what this provision is going on at the drafting of the Maastricht Treaty. On the one hand, something that the member states think, maybe also the Commission thinks, and also that in part the central bankers tell the member states. This provision is about a risk to price stability. And again, this is difficult to see how that works, right? Because there's already the provision of independence, there's the objective of price stability. So there seem to be ample provisions that secure that. They even say that this is necessary for price stability. I think that's clearly not true. The idea is there's a strict line between monetary policy and monetary financing on the one hand and on the other. And then this idea, which then later ends up in the Court of Justice rulings on this provision, that this is to promote sound budgetary policies. Again, also unclear how that works. But then in the Committee of Governors, there's a very different view. I think that's clear. People think, okay, this is a risk to independence, there might be a risk to dominance. It's good that we are really clearly in control of when we provide monetary financing, but at the same time, a recognition that monetary financing is a precondition of price stability. And I'll show you some archival things that's clear of. I think it's clear in the Delors report when they talk about this phenomenon of access to large capital markets, market views about the creditworthiness of official borrowers tend to change abruptly and result in the closure of access to market financing, right? So it's sort of, okay, if there's some kind of panic event, you really don't want that. And markets, financial markets, really don't work in this way, that prices adapt slowly. Then following that, also the idea that because of this, you need fiscal rules to constrain government borrowing because the market will not do this. Countries would have to accept sharing a common market and a single currency. Imposed policy constraints, right? The market is not going to provide these kinds of constraints. It's really important that there are other ways of constraining spending externally, because how we think this government bond market is going to work is not going to provide that kind of constraints. And then also in discussions around how to deal with public debt, public issuers do not need to be rated because the Stability and Growth Pact would provide for a sufficient degree of creditworthiness. Certainly in the 90s, not the idea, okay, we're just going to allow market dynamics, credit ratings to determine solvency of government borrowers. Final piece, this is just from the drafting of the minutes of the meeting where this provision was discussed in the Committee of Governors, and there the British central banker points out that occasionally it would be useful to undertake such operations, buying in the market, to influence the market. And then the French central banker argues, yes, of course, but that's why we've drafted this provision in exactly this way, to enable the system to buy and sell marketable instruments, and this covers your point, right? So again, I think it's very clear, people have this second story in mind, and there's little that points to the first story. Okay, now that, of course, sets the ECB up for the story we all know, the government debt crisis. This starts with the more restrictive collateral policy in 2005, and then of course, the sovereign debt crisis, 2010, 2012, all its catastrophic effects. Florian, I think, in his recent papers really nicely showed how these spreads already emerged in 2005, right? Preceding anything like the Eurozone crisis, coming with these shifting attitudes to government debt as collateral. But I think this graph really shows very nicely how the Eurozone crisis originates in this attitude to government debt, very aligned with this member state perspective on government debt. So what you see here are the deficits of the different member states, but for example also the UK and the US in the 5 years after the Lehman Brothers collapse. Very high deficits in a lot of places, right? But then in the US, and then in bold, is when the central bank starts buying government debt. So in the US, already in the first year, 2008, first QE program is launched. The year after that, in the UK, similar decision, okay, we're going to start buying sovereign debt from the market. But then you see here, Greece and Ireland have already had these 2 years of very high deficits, and then only in 2010 you get the security markets program as this discretionary interventions in financial markets. It's actually not so small. As a program, proportionally, it's not smaller than a US, UK QE, but it's more discretionary, it comes later, and that sets into motion the Eurozone crisis. Okay. Let me speed up a little bit. Okay, so since then, as already mentioned, the ECB has been moving a bit between these two models. I mentioned, on the one hand, the ATM, forced to accommodate member state spending decisions. On the other hand, the pawn shop, opaque limits and discretionary interventions. This has all been relatively ineffective, particularly the earlier programs, and there's a lot of legal questions. Most of the security market program, most of the government debt purchase programs have been mostly of the second kind. They have this objective of price stability, focused on the transmission mechanism, and then very discretionary decision making, right? So relatively vague press releases, descriptions of the programs, conditions under which support is provided, and also under the shadow of court cases imposing a more restrictive attitude. I think an exception is really the pandemic emergency program from 2020, which is very broad in its objectives, right? So is it really about price stability? Is it about financial stability? There's also quotes, for example, here from Lagarde that sort of explicitly concede, look, we are just supporting government spending. And then in the table you also see it differs a lot between member states, very large divergences from the capital key, and it also in 2020 broadly matches the expected deficit that year, right? So this is, I think, more towards the ATM side of things. Now, okay, and let me now then move a bit towards solutions, right? So this is sort of a more critical diagnosis, and I think the core issue is that these programs lack any underlying mechanisms of coordination. So you have on the one hand an ECB with a very vague set of legal provisions which do not really empower any specific course of action and have this price stability objective as sort of the clear objective pursuit. And then you have the fiscal authorities who more or less independently make spending and borrowing decisions, and these two things move relatively independently. In the case of EU debt sustainability, we already touched on that earlier today. You have a somewhat paradoxical situation where these two parties also pass each other the ball, right? You have on the one hand ECB programs that are now conditional on sound and sustainable fiscal and monetary policies, macroeconomic policies as it is in the transmission protection instrument. But of course that is defined by EU economic governance rules, right? And they refer to a lot of these criteria. It's like, okay, we are going to provide support for government debt if the member states meet all these conditions of EU economic governance. But then, on the other hand, if you then drill down into EU economic governance, we just talked about that sustainability analysis, also the medium-term budgetary objective. Crucial role goes to interest rates, right? Long-term interest rates as determined by the market, but of course, who determines interest rates in the markets? The central bank. So here you have something, and I think Escher is one way of portraying how this might look. A set of institutions that work on the one hand independently and that are currently not clearly coordinated. Okay. So then coming back to the challenge we started with, sovereign financing gaps, more spending will be needed, more economic shocks, more irregular flow, and this is going to be particularly challenging for a polity with a multi-level structure with a lot of rules needed to structure those different spending requirements on different levels. And I think there we just have a really big puzzle, right? And I don't think there is any simple answer, but I think there are three core criteria that any solution needs to fulfill. Effectiveness, make it possible to do these required fiscal expenditures, but also respecting basic macroeconomic constraints and anchored inflation expectations, right? These are sort of broad macroeconomic objectives that any set of arrangements for monetary financing, monetary fiscal coordination need to fulfill. Then there are questions of legality, particularly EU primary law, so provisions that are generally very broad, but that also put constraints on what are possible mechanisms, and unlikely that any of these provisions are going to be changed in a big way. And then there's also an issue of legitimacy. So how do you make these sort of decisions based on a common vision of what the EU should be and avoiding unsanctioned redistribution via the central bank, right? That's sort of the main worry with this ATM model. Member states can just issue debt into the market and then that will always be bought up by the central bank. That is, I think, also just from a pure legitimacy perspective. Now, maybe I sound very Dutch. I don't think that is a viable model for the EU. Okay. So I think the way forward is to think more about coordination. So on the one hand, the ECB being more clear on what are really the sort of clear ways in which excessive debt can threaten price stability, right? Where it would be really impossible for the central bank to continue buying debt. But on the other hand, also economic policy that is much clearer about what are sound budgetary policies. Now, we've talked about that in the previous discussion already. Currently, we just lack that very, very basic agreement on what is sound budgetary policy. And in that context, maybe there is no other role than this sort of opaque discretionary buying of debt. But there are some quick fixes that I think would already reduce some of the most glaring risks around this structure if suddenly member states start spending a lot of money. First, of course, EU supranational debt can have a really important role. The RRF was a really effective mechanism for dealing with the pandemic, in my opinion. And that is why it's weird that now the treatment of supranational debt by the ECB is just less favorable than member state debt. So that's just a very quick fix that I don't think requires any big changes. Then I guess doing something with the fiscal rules would help a lot. So there's now in the transmission protection instrument, so the latest iteration of ECB bond buying, there's this reference to 4 different criteria of sound budgetary policy. It's almost clear that these are all individually necessary conditions, but in practice, unclear whether that's really the case. And here you could already do more in the context of setting these fiscal rules to provide some guidance on what sound budgetary policy even means, right? So that in the outright monetary transactions program from 2012, the Draghi's whatever it takes, this was a much clearer position. It was just, okay, if the country is in an ESM program, we will buy the debt. And I think you could have a similarly clear model here. And that brings me to the third point. Still, a crucial part in all of this goes to credit ratings for government debt. So officially, if a member state debt drops below investment grade from all three big rating agencies, now 2 smaller agencies have been added, the ECB will no longer buy it and also no longer accept it as collateral. It seems that here the ESM, which currently doesn't have that much to do, could probably have a role in setting criteria on what counts as sovereign credit risk. That is very weird to leave that decision to US-based private companies. And then last, and this is already moving a bit forward, there is a provision in the Maastricht Treaty that allows the member states to specify what Article 123 means. I think I've shown that we currently just have no interpretation except the things that the European courts have added to that provision in a quite messy context of German litigation. It would make sense to just specify this in a more clear way. Okay. Now, then, a bit more ambitiously, institutional agreement on monetary financing, you could just think of contracts that on the one hand specify duties for fiscal authority, compliance with EU fiscal rules, particularly where relevant for price stability, and maybe also potentially anti-inflationary measures in the event that inflation occurs, but then also have much more clear commitments from the ECB side in terms of market intervention, spreads, maybe even levels of long-term interest rates. There are, I think, much more productive combinations of fiscal policy and accommodative monetary policy that would probably be very fitting for navigating an environment of transition and physical risk. And again, this is not yet the context where we are, but in 2 or 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, those different pressures might be very hard to navigate. And even then, I think, to conclude, there are a lot of problems that monetary financing cannot solve, right? I have stayed relatively clear from any suggestions of sustainability-linked government debt. I think in general, this is not a policy that should have a role in sectoral reallocation, right? This is really about the interaction between the central bank and the treasury. I don't think it would be very sensible to use this as a mechanism to steer towards climate objectives. Also, you just probably will need a relatively high level of public spending. Don't think it's very promising to land all of that on the central bank balance sheet. Instead, it would probably make more sense to look at other balance sheets. And that's also, if you look at the history in the 70s and the 80s, it's really not that all the debt landed on the central bank balance sheet, often on banks, other financial actors. And again, here, to repeat this point one more time, this is, I think, not going to be a solution to the problem of multi-level governance, right? You really need a solution to that is political. I don't think anything you could change about monetary financing would sort of make these really deep issues of the EMU easier to solve. Okay, so to conclude, as I've shown, the ECB's role was really not well defined in the EMU treaties, and that has really haunted the EU, basically, from the start of ECB operations onwards. This, I think, to this day, really makes the European Central Bank not prepared for these large and unpredictable shifts in the volume of EU spending that we can expect the coming decades. But the good news, there are all these legal and political options for clarifying the ECB's roles, for thinking about coordination, and in that sense, make it fit for the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. May I ask the panelists to come to the front? So thanks a lot, Jens. I think your presentation was very powerful in showing that well, fiscal policy also in response to the climate crisis is not conducted in a vacuum, and that kind of monetary policy matters a lot. Obviously also when it comes to the question of borrowing costs, but way beyond that. So we now want to basically give all the panelists, which I will introduce in a minute, the chance to react or reflect on your presentation. We are very grateful to have such a great panel. First of all, we have Clara Leonard with us, who is the director and co-founder of Institut Avantgarde in Paris. This institute is a rather new one, but is doing very innovative work on industrial policy and fiscal policy. Previously, you worked as a market economist at BNP Paribas in London, but also at the French Treasury. Then we have Johannes Holler with us, who is an economist at the Austrian Fiscal Council, with great expertise on fiscal forecasting, public debt management, but also various other areas connected to public expenditure. And he's also a main expert at the Austrian Fiscal Council when it comes to thinking about relationship between climate change and sustainable public finances. And then we have Paul Pichler with us, who is an associate professor of economics at the University of Vienna, and who has published extensively on economic policy, including monetary policy, fiscal policy, and financial markets. So I would suggest that maybe Clara, you start with your reflections.
Thank you very much to both of you. So the financing needs to ensure the climate transition in due time are significant. We cannot ignore it or we will suffer from a much higher cost of inaction. So just to give some numbers, according to the Pisani-Mahfouz report, it's a French report that made a lot of noise in our countries and evaluated the macro impact of the transition. For Europe, it is around 475 billion per year. So it's around 3% of GDP. So of course, a share of it will be private financing, but public should be significant. So for example, for France, they assess that it should be half-half. So this is taking into account investments in transport, building, industry, agriculture, but it is not even accounting for a lot different things that will have even higher cost. So the environmental transition, because we always talk about the climate transition, but this is not the end of the story, and also the increase in the frequency of extreme events that will have a high cost. So a part of this cost can be financed thanks to higher taxes, but it will not be enough, and some taxes are not socially acceptable. So we saw what happened in France with the yellow vest jacket crisis. So that's the first part of the story, and also some people in France argue that it could be simply financed by spending cuts. But the risk is that if we use excessively those spending cuts, it will affect either social spending, history acquired social rights, such as the French unemployment insurance that was reformed in 2022, or the universal health insurance, or lowering the quality of our essential public services, such as hospital, public school, things like that. So really, we have like this trilemma between financing the transition, maintaining our social model, and at the same time maintaining public debt sustainability. So a last point I would like to add is that so Barry Aiken-Green showed at the last Jackson Hole Symposium that the usual debt reduction factors cannot have a significant impact right now. So just to give a few, for example, having sustained budget surplus, a favorable R-G, relying on inflation to reduce the debt, it's not like a proper strategy right now. So we will have to live in a world of high public debt. So the conclusion of all of this is that inevitably public debt will increase globally. So what should we do? Are we facing a dilemma between planetary and fiscal sustainability? Should we just choose the planet because it's vital and not care about fiscal sustainability? So my answer is no. There are many historical examples of ambitious transformation that give ideas to solve this dilemma between planetary and fiscal sustainability. So what all of those periods have in common, those historical periods of ambitious transformation and increase in financing needs? Policymakers have all been inventive and also seriously rethought about the architecture of the institutions. So, for example, during the Great Depression and the New Deal, you had a new governmental agency that was created, the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, and that used many different new tools to promote investment in some key sectors. It was the same in France during the reconstruction. A large share of the bill of the reconstruction was financed thanks to off-market financing mechanism. So what we should do is find new ways to strengthen the debt sustainability by being creative. So first, it was Jens mentioned fiscal and monetary coordination, which is a very key issue. I just want to mention quickly some other complementary options. So first, we should care about the properties of the public debt. Your debt, the sustainability of the debt depends a lot on the average maturity, whether it's inflation-linked, but also the type of holders that have an impact on the volatility of the debt. So we tend to consider the debt as a stock and a very homogeneous object, whereas it's actually divided in many subcomponents that should be taken into account. We also should build a toolbox of financing instruments that are taking into account the systemic nature of the transition, which means the efforts of all actors of the economy. So what the Pisani-Maffeu's report did is that it assessed the needs for both the public and the private, but we should also consider local, national, at which level it should be financed, companies, off-balance sheet fiscal agencies, banks. So really we should have a systemic balance sheet approach and not only looking at the balance sheet of the government. Finally, the state has a role to play, which is not only to finance directly the transition, even if it will be a part of its role. The state is not monolithic, but it has many different borders, sometimes that are a bit blurred. So it can first play an organizational role, so assessing which players have the most margin to finance the transition. We organize the institutional architecture and define a planification. It can have a regulation and prudential role. It can, to a certain extent, set new rules to define who is in charge of both financing and setting up the transition. And finally, it can play an insurance role when deemed necessary to support some other players who will have to increase their balance sheet. So that's all from me.
Thank you. Johannes?
Just a clarification, are we doing different rounds, so should we just reflect on the work of Jens first, or?
Maybe first reflect on his work, and we will then have a chance in the second round.
Perfect, thanks. So thank you, Jens, for your ideas. It was very interesting. What came up in my mind is that having a look at the role of the central bank as a lender of last resort and all these things coming with it in the monetary union has to differentiate, in my idea, a little bit between different types of solvency issues. So if we are thinking about natural disasters, for example, or adaptation costs, something like that, arising on a stochastic level, so very uncertain, the timing very uncertain. I agree that we need some insurance for that, and the central bank could take a role in ensuring for this liquidity crisis in the end, which is not a solvency crisis, the first step at least, yeah, depending on the natural disaster, could become a solvency crisis, of course. But with this respect, I think we have certain different options which are partly already in place, especially since the creation of the ESM. I would say the ESM is already kind of giving a certain framework which could be extended to also cover like spending for situations of natural disasters, for example. But I wouldn't agree to give like the central bank any role in the financing of adaptation measures or of measures, climate investments to really prevent the situation of a disaster, for example. So the building up phase, so the investment to prevent the crisis, should clearly, at least in my opinion, be part of the fiscal policy. This is, the government itself is kind of an insurance, if you want. So public debt is an insurance mechanism in the end, which allows you to smooth spending over time. So in the end, we already do have a certain type of insurance. Unluckily, the state of our public finances these days are dramatically in danger, since we do have really high debt levels, which means that the ability of the state to secure for it is not large enough, especially connected to the size of investments which will be needed to really kind of tackle the issue. That's my point of view, at least. And in the end, one could also think, so these three different types of insurances which came up in my mind when I listened to your talk. And yeah, so I wouldn't give like this general role of insurance to monetary financing, especially since I would be very worried about the credibility of monetary policy, especially connected to anchoring inflation expectations, which is really, in my idea, and I'm a traditional economist, the idea of a central bank. And we can see nowadays which political costs are also connected to high inflation episodes, how important it is to really prevent it. And well, I wouldn't kind of give the central bank an additional role, an additional task in this climate investing sphere, since I have the opinion that it's already quite complicated to fulfill the tasks that are right now in the hand of the central bank. And connected to that, probably we can also a little bit talk about your four fixes, which you offered us. And I completely agree with the idea of the haircut for supranational debt. I think also, in my opinion, not understandable why it exists. So completely agree with that. Debt support by the ECB in the context of the fiscal rules environment, coming from the fiscal council and dealing with all the skepticism about the complexity of the existing rules. I think to even enlarge the complexity of the rules would probably be a difficult task, especially since I have the opinion that we already are in a situation where the public opinion doesn't really grasp the rules anymore. So there's no commitment, no public commitment, no ownership. So nobody knows about an MTO anymore, even though it's still existing. So you can see if the rules are getting too complicated, probably they lose the peer pressure by the public, which is in the end the only mechanism that can really ensure that governments are following the rules. Because all these sanction mechanisms and the rule books that exist, in the end, it pins down to a population who really asks a government to do something in a political context and judges them by fulfilling the rules or not. And if they don't understand the rules, I think the rules are not well designed. Well, about Article 123, 123, it's funny that it's a 123. It's not that simple, to be honest. I completely agree that the interpretation of the 123 is not clear. from its creation, and I was astonished how the 123 was already treated in the debt crisis, because in my opinion, and this is caveat, not the opinion of the Austrian Fiscal Council, but my private opinion, it's clearly state finance, what happened during the debt crisis. And it also creates some problems, since you're not allowed to buy on the primary market. You are only allowed to buy on the secondary market, which makes the whole intervention already a little bit inefficient. So I agree that there should be something done about the 123.
Thank you, Johannes. Part?
Yeah, thank you for. Is this on? No. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to comment. I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on basically the critique of the ECB construction. That was, I thought, the main focus point of your talk. And I will do that from a very broad perspective, so I will even zoom out a little bit even further. And in the end, I think I will, surprisingly maybe, arrive at some conclusion that is not so different from what Johannes just said. So I think the main point of your talk was exactly the critique of this, how the ECB was constructed. And I think to see that we first need to also think a little bit more about why it was constructed and why it came into being in the first place. So from a theoretical perspective of an economist, the main problem that calls for a separation of the decision power between fiscal policymakers and monetary policymakers could be twofold. The economists among you, I hope, are aware of this also literature. So the first problem that we face in monetary policy are simply timing consistency problems. And so the temptation to create surprise inflation, because this surprise inflation is a very cheap way of financing expenditures, essentially, but if we do it all the time, it becomes a very expensive exercise. And the second observation is that fiscal policymakers have, or may have, let me say it with a bit of caution, but may have biased objectives, biased preferences. So the understanding that what fiscal policymakers do is not necessarily in the general public's interest. There's overspending to increase re-election concerns and whatsoever. So I think that we need to make ourselves aware of the fact that it's these two problems that exist in reality that also contributed massively to this separation of decision power and therefore the construction of also the ECB as an independent central bank. Now the fiscal policy is now again done by independent decision makers. So there is room or the necessity of coordination, and that's also a point that you made. But this coordination, and I think this is the consensus we reached, at least in Europe, this coordination must be formed by rules. Also again, because of these problems with the objectives, the preferences, and the timing consistencies. So we decided, for better or worse, to equip these two independent authorities or independent decision makers with rules. Because we thought back then at least that this is the only way we can ensure that the outcome of their decisions will be beneficial to society to a sufficiently high degree. Sorry. I think what we did not have in mind sufficiently is that rules can't solve problems. Rules are great in tranquil times, when economies behave as they behaved always, when there are no big shocks, when there are no exceptional occurrences or unforeseen things. Unfortunately, I think since the inception of the euro, we are in crisis mode in Europe. So we must not forget that the average time between crises in Europe has been 5 years since the inception of the euro. So the first crisis may have been a small crisis, that was the burst of the dot-com bubble, mild recessions and so on, but Back then it was still somewhat of a crisis, then 2007 financial crisis, then let's say 2010, 2011, say European debt crisis, 2015 the migration crisis, which was also a huge crisis for the society, 2020 the pandemic. So it's not that we ever moved in tranquil times. So we ended up in a situation where we have set out these rules, but never stick to them. And while this was quite clear for the fiscal policy makers, I mean, the EMU guidelines have, or the treaty guidelines have never been taken seriously by anyone, let's be open about that. The ECB still wants to hide the fact somewhat that they don't really stick to the rules. Yeah? I mean, they interpret the rules, but I think many economists would agree that they bended them as much as they can. Yeah? But that's not necessarily a critique. I think it's good that they did so, because the reality changed dramatically. Take the pandemic. Yeah? How should we have dealt with the pandemic if we really had sticked very narrowly to the rule that, for example, the ECB is not allowed to, not even indirectly, purchase longer-term bonds? I mean, some countries would have had serious problems. These would have had contagion effects in the other countries, and the risk is really, would have been massive to induce a collapse maybe of the Eurozone. And after all, I mean, we should not forget, even though that's not written anywhere, but the primary objective of the ECB is to survive. And I think that's also something good, because, I mean, even though it states price stability, but I mean, beyond that is even the existence of the Eurozone. So the ECB was successful in keeping the Eurozone together, and I think this was at stake at some points, had we sticked to these rules. Now what's the solution then? So we are in a situation with recurrent crisis, climate change and other developments, they further contribute to the occurrence of crisis. So we will not get out easily, probably in the near future. Plus, on top of that, these are also situations with what economists would call Knightian uncertainty or deep uncertainty. So we don't even know what will happen. Yeah? So there are these unknowns that we know of, and then the unknown unknowns. And with climate change, the unknown unknowns will be most hard to deal with, because no one actually knows what the potential economics or socio-economic consequences of climate change could be. So taking this into account, I think it's again strange to say we need better rules, because, I mean, when the next crisis occurs or when the next unexpected event occurs or whatsoever, we will again change the rules. And this will lead to something that Johannes has more or less pointed out. The rules become meaningless, they become overly complex, people don't understand them, and also politicians don't stick to the rules. And I think this is the most likely outcome if we really want to go forward with a rule-based policy. Now, of course, this is not very optimistic, but I think we should maybe go back to step one and ask ourselves, why did we actually need the rules? And we end up again at these two problems, the time inconsistency and the biased objectives and the preferences. And maybe we simply need a different way to deal with these problems, rather than just imposing rules and trying to coordinate ourselves with these rules. And I think here is where democracy comes into play once again. So I think that what Johannes has also pointed out, that rules only make sense if they bind the hands of the policymakers, because the public wants this, because the public understands this, the public sees the importance of the rules, and only if the public punishes violation of rules, only then policymakers will respect rules, because they don't do it for the rules, they do it because they want to get re-elected at the end of the day, in a very simplistic view. So I think what we should work on, again, is actually to tackle these problems. We should try to come up with a way to reduce maybe the bias in the policymakers' preferences. And I think the developments of the recent past move into the exactly wrong directions. My personal impression is that politicians become more and more populist, more and more short-sighted, and so on. And I think this is where the solution of the problems goes far beyond economics. It's a problem of the society as a whole in many different aspects. But this is, I think, where we should look, and this is where we need change in order to be equipped for the problems that will certainly arrive in the next few years, and I hope not every 5 years, as was true in the recent past.
Thank you. Jens, your chance to respond.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all three of you. Okay, certainly the last indeed takes us quite far beyond what central bank can solve, right? And I think it's really important that we see this as like one little problem that we need to fix. That indeed, and I think that's the overarching topic, also what Clara said about this broader toolbox, about different things, this interaction between the central bank and different treasuries, that cannot solve all the problems we have. And I guess there, I think it's important to be very precise what we can expect it to solve or not. I think you are, I really like the arc of how, Paul, how you set it up to start with sort of what this problem, what this whole setup was meant to solve, sort of myopic politicians, and it doesn't really solve that. And we also know that indeed the sort of historical justifications of central bank independence as creating better fiscal policy, it's very unclear whether or not what's really doing the work is this broader consensus on stability, on a broader culture of price stability rather than the specific institutions of the central bank that made those systems work. So certainly central bank independence, not a magic bullet. I think nothing we do with monetary financing is going to be a magic bullet. Let me then maybe with sort of trying to find this balance as Clara sketched between not overburdening but also not using all the things you have. Maybe look a bit at the very specific question of what it was originally meant to solve and what it actually solves. Because I think there it's really important to be very precise what I think. So I think the idea of time inconsistency and that the prohibition of monetary financing was meant to solve or contribute to that, I just don't see it. And I think some of the quotes I showed, for one, call into question whether the people actually designing the ECB saw markets as meaningfully constraining fiscal spending. And if that's not true, then it also cannot curtail myopic politicians, right? So there, the vision, at least from the central bank side, seems to be, no, that really need to be the fiscal rules. This cannot be the central bank. And then picking up on what Johannes emphasized, this objective of credibility, anchoring inflation expectations, that also I'm not entirely, I don't see immediately how this provision contributes to that, right? So, so that traditional economic story about what the central bank needs to do is just a very tenuous relationship with monetary financing. And then I guess the question is, what sort of normative concepts do you use to think about what a prohibition of monetary financing is meant to do or not? And I think there we're pretty in the dark, and I am also not entirely sure. I think, let me say two things. So first, I think this distinction between liquidity and solvency is very important on a theoretical level. Right? That distinguishes something that we describe as fiscal, where it's about redistribution, spending, reallocating between different levels, and liquidity, just providing temporary support. So that's important on the theoretical level. I think in the sort of context that I'm sketching, you cannot make this distinction. Right? You do not know solvency to that level, and also, and I touched on that with the fiscal rules, solvency is also a function of monetary policy, right? So at some levels of interest rates that is sustainable, and other levels it isn't. So I think that general conceptual framework just really doesn't help sort of deciding on a very fundamental level about debt sustainability. And I guess there I really agree with you to look at the ESM. I think we're there just on one line, that the ESM at least was a political body that navigated this question. Now, all the questions we can have about the ESM, but I think at least in that regard, it's sort of a model of putting that with a body that has a clearly defined task, that can make these decisions with proper democratically elected Eurogroup ministers. And again, there's a lot of procedural questions there, but at least there, I think there is a very different way of approaching this issue of sovereign debt sustainability that doesn't rely on distinguishing solvency and liquidity, and just makes it into the type of political decision that it ultimately is. And then maybe there's one more thing about the really big picture challenge that Paul sketched that I wanted to end on. So the way you sketch the story starts in the early 90s, right? With this idea, okay, we need to have clear rules, and then in 2008 you have a crisis, and then you get this very ad hoc interventions. So part of what, for example, in the book I'm working on monetary policy since the 70s, what I think is really important once you take a step back is that this period from the 90s until 2008 is very exceptional. So that's a very stable period, and you don't have these moments like in 1975 and 1967 where the Bundesbank had to buy this debt in the market. So in that sense, I don't think, and then particularly if we look forward, the sort of challenges that are coming, I think these shocks are going to be the rule. Right? I think this is going to happen more often, like the pandemic. There will be moments, geopolitical, that I think is sort of the thing to take as normal. And I think the situation in which you could also develop very clear rules for navigating these moments, I think that is unlikely to be there any moment. And that I think that's why. Yeah, so this sort of rules-based approach, we just don't have a sort of basis of experience on which we could develop these rules, and that's why I think coordination, discretion, more interaction between the central bank and the treasury is the way forward. But again, then how you shape that is, I think, the open question.
Thank you. Very interesting but tricky discussion on fiscal monetary coordination. Maybe before we go to the questions of you on the floor, maybe two quick questions, one to Clara and one to you, Johannes. To Clara, you said that to strengthen debt sustainability in the context of climate change, policymakers should be creative. Can you maybe quickly say something about your work at Institute Avantgarde with regard to that? I know that you're working on this concept of climate debt. I mean, we talked a lot about public debt, but that might be something that's also interesting for the audience. And question to Johannes, maybe also interesting to bring in this Austrian perspective and how you at the Fiscal Council, this independent watchdog of fiscal policy, how you are thinking about this link between public debt and climate change. And you can already think about your questions, which we will take after that.
Thank you. Yes, so about climate debt. So I've studied the history of public financing mechanism in France, starting in 1918. And what struck me is the evolution of accounting of the debt and the fact that today we focus on the debt to GDP, but before you had a lot of different categories of debt, and the policymakers were only like focusing on one category depending on the time periods. So I really think that when you want paradigmatic change, and we are going through like a third order change, like a Kuhnian moment, you need to change the measures. So our project at the Institute Avantgarde is to develop the climate debt measure So it would be very useful to define new rules. So you have different definition of climate debt. You have a definition as counting the investment in order to get to net zero. So this is a less traditional definition of a debt because it's investments you have to do. And you have a more traditionally definition that looks like a more traditional definition of the debt, which is taking into account the cost of inaction. So all of the investment you don't make today are going to be very costly later. So yes, so we are working on that right now.
Thank you, Johannes.
So now I use the mic. Okay. Well, in the Austrian Fiscal Council, like around 3 years ago or something like that, the topic really became hot. I know it's already there for a longer time, but there you can see that also the international rules, especially the EU rules connected to the CO2 emission targets, became somehow important also in the public debate about public finances. And especially, I find it a little bit funny that the idea of paying sanctions suddenly made the topic interesting. Right now we are in the path that we try to elaborate on our sustainability model to include like a climate module, which means that we are using a computational general equilibrium model with overlapping generations, which is usually used to kind of capture demographic development in expenditure and these things. So this is usually, it was built for that reason. And suddenly we realized, well, talking about 2060, 2070, well, we do have to tackle the climate issue. Otherwise, it's kind of useless exercise. So we right now are working on including like a climate module there, which is capturing damage costs, but also the interaction inside the production function. So it's a rather complicated approach there. And so this would be like from the macro view to get a grasp on the modeling of it. And from the micro view, and this might be also interesting, is that we are having a look at different measures about the effectivity of different policy measures at hand, which means that we are looking at the potential of different measures to reduce emissions, but also on the second dimension, on the costs to reduce the emissions. So in the end, you end up with something like a abatement cost curve with all the problems that come with it, but also with all the information that comes with it. And especially in the context of policy making, I think it can be a very, very useful tool to start or to make a starting point to really convince politicians how useful and effective certain measures can be. And yeah, there is also, interestingly, a lot of measures, if you really have a look at it, in the command and control sphere, which are costless, or which actually do have negative costs if you invent them, for thinking about speed limits or whatever. So it's a political a problem of not introducing it. It's a problem of, it's an agency problem about information, informing the public. So a lot can be done also from a government perspective, which has limited means in the case of public finances. And well, so I think it's important to have like this idea that you look at it from a model-based macro view. It's like, which can be also reflected in fiscal rules, for example. So the DSA is nothing else but the medium-term stochastic modeling exercise with a lot of assumptions in it. If you really have a look at it, it's really assumption-driven from the start to the end. And but from the other hand, if you really want to do policy making, you need to know about the effectivity of certain measures. And try to start to implement it. It's really an important thing in our work to kind of introduce the idea of cost effectivity in this respect. Because in my opinion, what prevents a lot of climate action is that there is no distinction between the cost and the potential of the means. You just, you know, if you are pro-climate investment, you have to do everything. If you are against it, you have to be against everything. And yeah, the idea of our project is to bring some objectivity to that.
Thank you very much. So it would now be a good time to start collecting questions. I think we can again do rounds of 2 or 3 questions. Yeah? Kurt, you can start, and then here is another question. Please just raise your hand quickly so that I can see you.
Yeah, I would like to pick up on an argument by Paul Pichler. You said one of the arguments for an independent central bank is that politicians spend the money in a way which the population doesn't want. Later on, you said actually this leads to populism. What is populism other than politicians spending the money where the people want it right now? So who should actually do the long-term financing? Should it be the central bank? Then we're in modern monetary theory where there is no more difference between fiscal authority and the monetary authority, but that has also other problems. But I just wanted to point to the inconsistency of your suspicion of the politicians. They may not spend the money, in my opinion, which the longer term situation warrants, and of course that's why we're in climate financing, I guess. But that politicians don't spend the money where the people don't want it is adverse to populism.
Let me ask you something. It is not clear that always higher public debt is bad. So it depends very much on the nature. I mean, it's the quality of higher public debt, because presumably if you have higher public debt, but there is an improvement, and ultimately the GDP, the growth rate is high and so on because of investment. So I know it's tricky because it has to be funded at a time when public debt is already pretty high. So this is an issue. A second issue is, so how large should the balance sheet of the ECB should stay? I mean, this is ludicrous. It's unbelievable to think, okay, we can get back to the balance sheets from before the pandemics. It's not clear. It's not possible. That's not possible. And also, I don't believe it's realistic to assume that one can have a completely independent central bank. And the fiscal authority cannot be independent. What do you mean by independent fiscal authority? An IFI? No, even the IFIs, from our own experience, views in our network overlap with official views. So we don't have independence of thinking, which is also, it's a shame, because we pretend to be independent economies, and it's open-minded and so on. But governments cannot be independent. They represent the will of the people. What matters is for governments to have the stamina and the power, intellectual power, to tell people, look, this is what's possible, and this is what's not possible. This is different. So, and finally, what I find also, and I can tell you from our own debates in the network, the IFI's network, this is also amazing, amazing. We focus only on fiscal rules, and we are tinkering with, I mean, we deal with output gaps, all kind of technicalities, but we are totally shunning the big issues like what are the rules? I mean, what's the design of the rules? Rules have to be related to the design of the euro area. I mean, if the euro area is so imperfect, how can you think that the rules are going to operate if the design of the euro area is so bad? So we are shunning are shunning the big issues. And we are kicking the can down the road. You're smiling, but you know this is the truth.
It's a smiling of agreement. I think we could have one more question in this round. Is there any?
So then I give you the time to think of a next question by answering the first questions that I think were, in one case, directly addressed to me. I don't see the inconsistency at all that you point out, because populism is not about spending money in the way that the population wants per se. I mean, if you think of political economy considerations or whatsoever, if you believe in something like the median voter theorem, I think populism is exactly to cater to exactly sufficiently many people as you need to win elections. It's not about the population per se. No, not necessarily. That's not democracy. I don't think that it has to be that way, that a politician only keeps in mind 50% plus one of the electorate. I wouldn't say this is democracy. So at least I'm sure that's not democracy as the ancient Greeks thought of democracy. Yeah? That's the political system, and it's rational from a politician's perspective, maybe, in our democratic system, but it's not democracy per se. And the short-sightedness of politicians, in particular of populist politicians, I think also drives a wedge between, we could say, what is social welfare or the welfare level of the society, and what is it that is targeted by the politicians. So I don't see it as an inconsistency. I agree I should have been more precise in what I referred to that, but I don't think it's inconsistent. I would also like to say a few words about your comments. So I fully agree that high public debt is bad, or to be more precise, having outstanding public debt is always a bad thing. Going into debt is not always a bad thing. No? So that's, I think, what you were referring to, and this is where we have to make the distinction. I mean, how much debt should we have is a question that I think has puzzled economists a lot for a long time, and we still haven't found any solution to that question because of this problem that it depends on what initially the debt was taken out for. And the same is probably true, or same arguments are true for the balance sheet side that you referred to. I don't think any one of us has a clue on what is the optimal size of a central bank's balance sheet. We live in conventions, we switch between different conventions, and let's see where we'll go further. And finally, I also agree that there is no such thing as independent authorities, because even in an ideal world, I mean, in an ideal world, actually, we wouldn't even need independence of anything, because we would all have the same objectives, or all the policymakers would strive for the same objectives, and they wouldn't have to be independent because they share a common understanding. But I was referring to the independence of the decision power, more precisely. No? So it's the ECB that independently is allowed to decide on the interest rate, formally, without any finance ministers, at least officially, having a say in this, even though through the political process or the debates, this all is interrelated, obviously.
Johannes, I think you also took some notes.
Yeah, okay. Just to reflect shortly on the questions. Completely agree, high public debt can be productive, of course, and especially interesting in this respect is at the mere focus on gross public debt is crazy. I mean, come on, the asset side is at least important to the world. Even for a private person, assets are important, connected to liabilities. So I would at least have a look at a net public debt concept, and if we talk about net public debt, of course we come into all these problems about measurement of existing wealth in a nation. So I would limit that to tangible assets, something like that, but it would already help a little bit at least, yeah? So, and it could also kind of even foster this insurance argument that by, for example, creating a sovereign wealth fund, you could create means to really be able to have room for maneuver in problematic times. Yeah? So we are in a situation where only resource-rich countries like Norway or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait are into sovereign wealth funds. But I think that it could be a very good idea to also use that in times of very low interest rates to create sovereign wealth in order to be able to pay in problematic times with high interest rates. Well, we didn't use the time in this respect. On the independence of fiscal authorities, I completely agree. So this was a smile of agreement that, yeah, what is independence? Very hard to say, therefore we stick to common rules to kind of behave independent. That's the idea. And well, talking about the balance sheet of the central bank, what came up in my mind is again this space for maneuver. So I don't know what is the optimal size, like Paul said. Yeah, it's pretty hard to come up with a concept of optimal size of balance sheets. But nevertheless, if it's large, I would say the room for maneuver is lower than in a case where it's low. So it's the same. It's like with fiscal policy. If the starting conditions are great, if you start with low debt levels, it's pretty easy to react on certain liquidity or even solvency issues. And let me just follow a little bit on that idea because I think I was not clear. I was talking more about climate investments, which can lead to, so if you don't do climate investments, it could lead to solvency problems. So I would say the government should tackle this long-term issue of keeping the state solvent, while the monetary side should only reflect the liquidity issue of certain events kicking in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to answer two things. So first, I found interesting your point about the fact that the debt is not always bad. It depends on the type of investment that you make. So I agree, some investment can actually be growth enhancing, but I think there is an elephant in the room here, is that some green investments are actually growth enhancing, but some have a really long-term impact. So you have a time issue, and then some are just not growth enhancing at all, and this has to be seriously recognized, and this is a problem in the current fiscal rule reform discussions, because you can allow for an extension of the adjustment period to do those climate investments, but if they are growth enhancing, which is in many cases not the case, so I think if it were like properly recognized, the discussion would be a bit different. Then you can just consider that because it avoids you a lot of damages and the cost of polycrisis and acceleration of extreme events. In a sense, it's productive, but it's different computation. And then about the central bank balance sheet, it's a very interesting issue actually. And if we want to go into a more like practical discussion on this, so every national central bank in the Eurozone has a different structure and different recapitalization rules. And actually it's a bit of a mess. So maybe an idea, I'm saying this like this, I would need to do further work, but would be maybe to give some more transparency on those rules, because the solvency doesn't only depend on the size of the balance sheet, but also I think, and this is a key issue for coordination of monetary and fiscal policy, what does it imply from a balance sheet transfer perspective, and maybe harmonize as well the rules on that matter.
Okay, great. We would have the time for one or two questions. Yeah, I will take these two.
Hi, I'm Frank van Lerven from the World Bank Sustainability Unit Capacity Building Program. A fascinating discussion, and I'm happy I finally got to see Jens in person give it. Just a few reflections and then questions for the panel. I'm actually very interested in Barry's point about R minus G and how we can't possibly use financial repression moving forwards that you referred to before, because it's hard for me to see if we're talking about numbers of 500 million, half a trillion of investment, which is probably a conservative investment of what we need, not leading to growth in some way, shape, or form. Although I totally also buy your point that some of those investments aren't going to be growth enhancing, and they needn't be. But I also think that there is plenty of room for innovative type of financial repression types of mechanisms. I hate that word. That could be possibly used, and I'll get to Jens on that a bit later. The question about there's a fascinating discussion on the time consistency issues and stuff, and fiscal rules and deficit biases, and I just think all of that theory, all of that needs huge revisiting before you can draw any kind of conclusions upon it and use it as like your fundamental argument. Pre-pandemic, if we're talking about pre-pandemic 2022, what, 16 trillions worth of dollars created by central banks, and what, 1% inflation we struggled to get, and we still talk about time consistency issues there. And at that time, all the central banks at the time were questioning all the fundamentals of how we think about inflation. And I still think like that's a huge issue and point. The other side, the flip side of the coin on the discretionary bias, the deficit bias, and populism, we should also just be very aware that there is the flip side of that, which is austerity bias, right? We had 10 years of populist arguments in favor of austerity, and no discussion of how bad that is from a macroeconomic sense. And we don't have fiscal rules that guard against deficit bias, and we effectively should, especially when it comes to the climate side. I don't know if rules are the right way. I like principles. And I agree also with your point that we're facing more and more crises moving forwards, and I think a set of principles and having discretion and taking a precautionary approach is the better way forwards on that. And then I just wanted to come back to Jens on your excellent presentation. I just wondered, can we even call it monetary financing when the ECB is paying out 5% interest on the liabilities it creates? Because it's like, do we need to revisit that concept of, like, most people think of monetary financing as a 0% liability for an asset, right? And now and interestingly, that amount of money that we're paying out to the banking sector, is what, 1% of GDP a year or something, maybe even more. There's no democratic discussion about whether that should be happening. If we want to do 500 million's worth of investment, it goes through 2 years of debate in Parliament and so forth. And where's the discussion around that? The other question then is more on the coordination front and these types of independence questions and rules, right? I'm sorry, but for me, this was a supply-induced inflationary shock. There is very little the central bank can do in that discussion. So when we talk about independence of central banks, there needs to also, the fiscal monetary coordination should, I think, also involve a discussion around taxation and what the limits of the central bank can be without jeopardizing its credibility. But and we're going to have, as we have more climate shocks moving forwards and the physical risks begin to materialize, it is very likely that, and what's going to happen is the central bank is going to keep raising interest rates, and that's going to stop green investments, and we have those negative feedback loops that you know more about than I do. But it's just interesting what your future, I'm actually very curious what your future work on that side of the fiscal monetary coordination and monetary financing area you're going to be working on.
Thank you. I was wondering, based on the argument Professor Pichler you made, that we should go back to what the intention of the monetary authority was to do, and it seemed to be that, okay, we don't want to have short-sighted decision decisions by politicians. And if you then think about what the climate fund or transition is, right, it's like this long-term sound investment. What we all would say, it would have big returns if we do it on the level we need it, right? So it's something that on all steps, if you do it right, would be good for public finances, for the outcome, etc. And being this in line with what Johannes Holler said on, ideally the government would just would provide liquidity and invest in the things we need to do, and the solvency and the central bank should stick to providing liquidity when it's needed as a lender. And so to come back to the initial question of what the ECB could be doing, I was wondering if you all share how such a climate fund basically funded through the means we can do, be it monetary finance or other kind of measure, would look like you could all agree on and endorse based on these principles you set out that you want to keep.
So I think there were direct questions to you and to you, Jens. Maybe Warren, you want to start?
Yeah. So what I tried to point out in my initial comments was to revisit basically the rationale why we have the institutional setup that we have, essentially. Yeah? And it's true that there have been some, again, biases. You refer to the basically the fact that some countries were not spending sufficiently, were not spending enough, and these biases in, say, preferences or whatsoever, they were not accounted for because no one thought that they would create negative spillovers to other countries, which I think also turned out not to be true. So I think that that Germany has had negative spillovers on other European countries with its fiscal policy, for example. Yeah? The main point that I wanted to make, and not much more than that, is basically that I think we need to revisit actually this architecture, and we need to again identify where the problems are, what are the true problems, and then come up with, I think, a new strategy to actually solve them. Because I mean, the rules, in particular, also the fiscal rules that we have had in place in the European Union, they have never been working at all, even actually before 2008. No? So when Germany and France violated the Stability and Growth Pact in the early 2000s, no sanctions, for example. So that was basically the beginning. So that would be basically my reply to your comments. And now I got a little bit lost on what I actually wanted to say again. So maybe I passed the word.
Common solution.
I don't have any solution. No? I think we need to be a bit careful when thinking about the fact that some tasks that more or less should have been a task for fiscal policy makers, say green investments, is distributed to another policy maker, say the ECB, simply for the fact that they can't do it, or they don't want to do it, and they don't do it properly for whatever reason. So in that sense, I think also a climate fund is not something that the ECB should engage too much into, because it's actually not monetary policy and probably not a job for monetary policy. But we should identify why apparently we are not able to invest, even though there seems to be a broad consensus that should be done and must be done. So where are the constraints? How can we solve them? So that would be my approach.
Okay, thanks. Jens, quick response.
Okay, so first of all, I would really thank you for bringing this topic of myopia in the discussion. I think this also really helped me think through a lot of these issues. So I think we're sort of evolving towards a view, at least from central banks, we have nothing on the table that will solve this deeper feature of humans. I think Clara's work with the climate debt brings out this nicely, right? So you had this sort of dream of central banks solving the deficit bias, but actually we now, if we zoom out a bit, we see that we have a climate deficit and we have nothing in terms of these monetary institutions that really solve that. So I guess that is for me something to think about a bit longer. What then actually is still a realistic hope with regard to the role of the central bank. But I've tried to pitch that very modestly, I think exactly with these things in mind. And then I guess I really liked how, Frank, how you brought in the sort of the specific shock of 2022, because sort of this is about the objectives, right? But then also if you think about 2022, also a lot of the instruments might not be particularly suited for a lot of the challenges that you're facing. So where you previously had this sort of like a very clear objectives that you could delegate and you would hope give some long-term benefits, and then also a clear set of instruments, you now have neither a clear objective, particularly when it comes to government debt, that the central bank is pursuing, but also, I guess, really we're still searching very much for what is the right way to dealing with these sort of supply shock, inflation phenomena. I think it's clear we don't have these instruments at the moment, and a lot of these instruments are fiscal or more on the fiscal side by their nature, right? I think certainly what interest rates can do is very, very limited there. So that is sort of, if anything, I'm now even more aware of just how modest the contribution of monetary financing to some of these issues can be. But I guess already avoiding debt crises, and I think we're also all in agreement on this panel about that, seems a very nice, modest objective, and that's maybe all we can hope for.
So thanks for very interesting discussions around the link between public debt and climate change. We now take a short break until 4:15, where we'll reconvene for the panel discussion on interdisciplinary perspectives on fiscal policy. Sorry for running over time.
Yeah, sorry. Machst du das vorher oder was?
Wir würden gern weitermachen. Ja, herzlich willkommen zum Abschlusspanel. Interdisziplinäre Perspektiven auf Budgetpolitik. Ich übergebe gleich das Wort an den Kurt Bayer, der das Ganze moderieren wird.
Ja, danke. Also ich wurde gebeten, dieses Panel auf Deutsch abzuhalten. Ist nichts? Aha, okay. Auf Deutsch zu halten und ich hoffe, also alle hier Anwesenden verstehen Deutsch. Es geht um interdisziplinäre Perspektiven für eine progressive Fiskalpolitik. Und das heißt also, wir werden über grundlegendere Dinge reden, die also die Fiskalpolitik bewegen. Der Altmeister der Fiskalpolitik, Richard Musgrave, hat in seinem bahnbrechenden Buch über Fiskalpolitik 1959 drei Funktionen der Fiskalpolitik besprochen oder definiert. Das eine ist Stabilisierung, das andere ist Allokation, wofür werden die Mittel ausgegeben, und das dritte ist Distribution. Und diese drei Funktionsweisen der Fiskalpolitik passen natürlich genauso in eine orthodoxe, Musgrave'sche, neoklassische Fiskalpolitik, aber auch in eine künftige, progressive und moderne, hoffen wir. Wir wissen, dass eine moderne, oder wir wissen alle, glaube ich, dass eine moderne Fiskalpolitik Inputs von vielerlei Seiten braucht. Von der Ökonomie, das wahrscheinlich betrifft die meisten, die hier sind, von der Soziologie, von der politischen Wissenschaft, von der Ökologie und einer ganzen Reihe von anderen Wissensbereichen. Die Finanzminister selbst und Finanzministerinnen können das natürlich alle nicht bestreichen. Schön wäre es meiner Meinung nach, wenn sie zumindest ökonomische Grundkenntnisse haben, was nicht immer der Fall ist, aber das ist nicht Thema der heutigen Diskussion. Wir werden über diese Sachen reden und wir haben hier 4 Expertinnen und Experten und ich werde sie kurz vorstellen in der Reihenfolge, wie sie dann drankommen. Das erste ist die Lea Steininger, WU und also wird WIIW, und sie wird primär über Fiskalpolitik und Vollbeschäftigung in der ersten Runde reden. Dann kommt der Lukas Obendorfer, der ist der Leiter der Abteilung Klima- und Verkehrspolitik in der Arbeiterkammer seit neuestem, und er wird über Klimafinanzierung reden. Dann kommt der Oliver Pitschek vom Momentum-Institut und er wird über die Stabilisierungsfunktion reden. Und dann kommt zum Schluss die Margit Schratzenstaller-Halzinger und sie wird über Steuerpolitik reden und das hat einen Inklusionsbereich. Wir haben also sowohl bei diesen Kurzreferaten, die alle nur maximal 5 Minuten dauern dürfen in der ersten Runde, sowohl die Allokation, die Distribution und die Stabilisierungsfunktion in irgendeiner Form präsent. Der Ablauf ist folgender: Jeder und jede der Panelistinnen hat also am Anfang 5 Minuten, ich werde es ziemlich genau einhalten, um über ihr Thema zu reden, über sein Thema zu reden. Und in der zweiten Runde geht es dann um das Interdisziplinäre eigentlich. Da sollte jede und jeder darüber reden, wie sein Bereich in diesen breiteren Bereich der Fiskalpolitik hineinpasst. Das heißt also, welche Priorisierungen hat ein Finanzminister vorzunehmen? Das ist, glaube ich, wichtig. Und natürlich auch möglicherweise sich darüber auseinanderzusetzen, welche Trade-offs gibt es mit seinem Bereich und welche Synergien gibt es. Also irgendwie jeder sollte sich und jede sollte sich in die Rolle einer Finanzministerin ganz kurz versetzen und in den weiteren 5 Minuten das darlegen. Und dann haben wir natürlich hoffentlich noch genug Zeit für das Publikum. Jetzt fangen wir an. Lea, fangst du an, bitte, mit Beschäftigung.
Ja, sehr gern. Zum Thema Vollbeschäftigung. Ich bin, wie ich am Anfang vom PhD war, bin ich angerufen worden von einem Standardjournalisten und er hat mich eben gefragt, was für eine arbeitsmarktpolitische Maßnahme würdest du vorschlagen? Und ich habe gesagt, ja, ich wäre für eine Arbeitsplatzgarantie, eine universelle. Und die Reaktion war dann so, ist das nicht Sozialismus? Und darauf bin ich nicht eingegangen. Ich habe gesagt, also ich komme aus dem Zentralbankbereich, ich interessiere mich für Geldpolitik und im Zentralbankwesen ist es eine Errungenschaft gewissermaßen, eine intellektuelle Errungenschaft, dass Zentralbanken als Kreditgeberin letzter Instanz die Stabilität von Finanzmärkten garantieren. Das heißt, wenn eine Bank ins Straucheln gerät, also durch Liquiditätsprobleme insolvent werden könnte, kann sie sich im Notfall an die Zentralbank wenden und zu schlechteren Konditionen, also zu höherer Verzinsung, eben einen Notfallkredit bekommen oder einen Übernachtkredit bekommen. Und durch dieses Anerkennen der unendlichen Bilanz einer öffentlichen Zentralbank kann man eben, indem man eigentlich diese buchhalterischen Prozesse, die da vonstatten gehen, sehr effektiv Finanzmärkte stabilisieren, und das Arge daran ist, dass es hier nicht ein Nullsummenspiel ist, also dass es einfach ein Positivsummenspiel identifiziert worden ist, wie man stabilisieren kann, ohne dass es Nachteile mit sich bringt. Und mit diesem Hintergedanken habe ich mir gedacht, warum gibt es diese Stabilisierungsfunktion nur für Finanzmärkte, warum haben wir das nicht auch für den Arbeitsmarkt? Und da wäre es eben naheliegend zu sagen, wenn ArbeiterInnen oder Angestellte ins Straucheln geraten, wenn durch die konjunkturelle Lage sie arbeitslos werden, unfreiwillig, aber gerne arbeiten möchten und es gleichzeitig genug zu tun gibt, wir sind ja immerhin in der Klimakatastrophe, es gibt massenweise Dinge zu tun, warum können sie sich dann nicht an die unendliche öffentliche Bilanz wenden, um eben eine Art von Notfallkredit zu bekommen, in dem Fall eine Art von Notfallstipendium, das heißt eine Art von Beschäftigung, die ihnen ermöglicht, eben diese unangenehmen Effekte, die Tyrannei der unfreiwilligen Arbeitslosigkeit über sich ergehen zu lassen. Und und ich denke mir, dass wir das im Zentralbankwesen verstanden haben, das hat Jahrzehnte gedauert. Es war viel Überzeugungsarbeit notwendig und ich denke, dass es ähnlich sein wird in Bezug auf den Arbeitsmarkt. Also dass wir da früher oder später hoffentlich landen, vor allem weil unfreiwillige Arbeitslosigkeit einer zivilisierten Gesellschaft nicht würdig ist. Und ich gehe später noch darauf ein, was es da für Synergien gibt, weil das eben das Tolle daran ist, dass es eben ein Positivsummenspiel ist und man hier nicht von Trade-offs im klassischen ökonomischen Sinne sprechen kann.
Okay, Lukas, du dann, bitte.
Ja, erstmal vielen Dank für die Einladung. Aus Klimaperspektive, ich glaube sozusagen, die erste zentrale Maßnahme ist mal Spielräume zu schaffen für Klimapolitik, wenn wir auf die Fiskalpolitik blicken. Und meines Erachtens haben wir insbesondere in Österreich, aber auch in Europa sehr große Spielräume bei der Vermögens- und Erbschaftsbesteuerung und auch einen unmittelbaren Zusammenhang in Bezug auf Emissionen. Wenn wir uns ansehen, vor 3 Tagen neue Oxfam-Studie, die nachweist, dass das oberste 1% genauso viel Emissionen verursacht wie die untersten 2/3 neue Daten, dann wird oft argumentiert, okay, das ist ja nur die globale Maßstabsebene, in Europa ist das ganz anders. Gore, Elastic haben sich das angesehen vor ein paar Jahren, kommen auch auf sehr beachtliche Werte. Die obersten 10% sind für ein rund Drittel der Emissionen verantwortlich. Also da gibt es einen unmittelbaren Zusammenhang und ich glaube, da wäre die erste Maßnahme, einfach hineingehen, Spielräume zu schaffen über eine entsprechende Besteuerung, weil es auch eine Gerechtigkeitsfrage ist. Also das ist keine Argumentation, die sagt, das wird dann dazu führen, dass wir dann den Überkonsum in den Griff bekommen, aber es würde einfach für Gerechtigkeit sorgen. Es gibt auch eine recht spannende Harvard-Studie dazu von letztem Jahr, wo dieser Zusammenhang, die Gerechtigkeitsfrage, sehr stark abgefragt worden ist und herauskommt, die Leute sind plötzlich für eigene Wohlstandsverluste zu haben, wenn sichergestellt ist, dass die Reichen mitziehen, wenn die Reichen sozusagen auch zahlen. Das wäre, glaube ich, so eine der wesentlichen Stellschrauben. Zweiter Punkt, glaube ich, da gibt es eine unmittelbare Erfahrung damit, und zwar mit dem neoliberalen Konstitutionalismus. Was meine ich damit? Dass es quasi neoliberalen Akteuren gelungen ist, in Verfassungen, in die deutsche Verfassung, aber auch in die europäischen Verträge, die eigentlich die Funktion einer Verfassung hat, neoliberale Bestimmungen, Schuldenbremsen zu installieren. Jetzt ist das Urteil vom Bundesverfassungsgericht wirklich sehr aktuell und rezent und da hat genau das zugeschlagen, dass man sozusagen entgegen politischer Konjunkturen über eine entsprechende verfassungsrechtliche Einschärfung es schaffen kann, dass Spielräume verengt werden. 60 Milliarden stehen durch dieses Urteil nicht mehr zur Verfügung. Und da, du hattest das Interdisziplinäre angesprochen, auch sozusagen aus ökonomischer Seite ernster zu nehmen, das, was einst die Neoliberalen zusammengedacht haben. Also die Freiburger Schule gründet sich unter der Überschrift die Forschungs- und Denkgemeinschaft der Rechtswissenschaftler und der Ökonomen, mit der Überlegung sozusagen, das sind die zentralen Machtinstrumente, die man ineinander verschränken muss, wenn man quasi neoliberale Politik auf Dauer stellen muss. Und meines Erachtens ist das sehr gut gelungen, weil die Vordenker in den 20er, 30er Jahren, Hayek, Röpke, dieses Konzept der Wirtschaftsdemokratie entwickeln und sagen, es braucht eine Grundentscheidung über die wirtschaftliche Ausrichtung, die dann nicht mehr in Frage gestellt werden kann, indem sie verfassungsrechtlich abgesichert wird. Und da ist sozusagen die Begrenzung sehr stark, nicht nur in Deutschland, sondern auch, wenn wir schauen, auf der europäischen Ebene, die Unmöglichkeit der europäischen Verschuldung, natürlich auch mit kleinen Ausnahmen, mit dem Aufbaufonds, wie das dann strategisch umgangen worden ist, aber unter sehr engen Bedingungen. Aber ich glaube, da muss man ran und das muss man auch ansprechen, dass wenn wir sozusagen an diese großen Schrauben nicht herangehen, auch die Spielräume nicht da sein werden, um eine entsprechende Fiskalsteuerung der Klimapolitik hinzubekommen. Und dritter Punkt, und den reiße ich vielleicht nur kurz an, weil nachher darf ich auch noch Finanzminister sein, wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, die Frage sozusagen der öffentlichen Hand und ihrer Rolle in der Klimapolitik, in den Investitionen. Da hat die AK im Juni eine Studie präsentiert, die vom Umweltbundesamt gemeinsam mit der TU vorgestellt worden ist. Und zentrales Ergebnis ist, wir haben einen riesigen schlafenden Riesen im Bereich der öffentlichen Investitionen. 50% aller Klimainvestitionen müssen von der öffentlichen Hand kommen. Wenn man sich ansieht, sozusagen, was ist das öffentliche Eigentum inklusive der öffentlichen Unternehmen. Und an dieser Stellschraube zu drehen als Staat wäre ganz zentral. Das Datum, das dabei rauskommt, wir bräuchten in Österreich allein bis 2030 86 Milliarden an Investitionen, um dieses Potenzial heben zu können. Also das wären so für mich die 3 zentralen Punkte aus klimapolitischer Perspektive, wie man Fiskalpolitik voranbringen könnte.
Spannend, weil du auch nicht nur Ausgabenseite, sondern auch die Einnahmenseite irgendwie angesprochen hast. Und in der Diskussion über Fiskalpolitik heute, zumindest den ganzen Rest des Tages, haben wir eigentlich fast nur über die Ausgabenseite gesprochen. Und Fiskalpolitik hat natürlich beide Stränge. Oliver, du bist der Nächste, bitte.
Ja, ich möchte jetzt noch vielleicht 2 Punkte nennen. Also das eine ist natürlich das in der Swiss Week. Das eine ist, der eine Punkt ist, dass die Fiskalregeln in der Praxis in normalen Zeiten sehr prozyklisch wirken. Also das sieht man ja auch bei der österreichischen Bundesregierung und in der österreichischen Politik sieht man das ja auch. Ja. Also wenn die Wirtschaft dann doch ein bisschen besser läuft als erwartet, dann kommt man drauf, man hat irgendwie 500 Millionen Euro zu verteilen und dann überlegt man sich, was tut man da jetzt, und dann gibt man sozusagen in einer Zeit, wo die Wirtschaft gut läuft, einfach 500 Millionen zusätzlich aus. Und umgekehrt, wenn die Wirtschaft aber schlechter läuft als erwartet, und es ist aber nicht so eine Notsituation, dass man irgendwelche Ausnahmen aus der Schuldenbremse oder sowas erklären könnte, ja, dann macht man irgendwie ein Sparpaket und versucht irgendwie einzusparen, obwohl eigentlich jeder Euro gebraucht werden würde, um die Wirtschaft wieder anzukurbeln. Ja. Also die Fiskalregeln, so wie sie jetzt sind, glaube ich, haben in der politischen Praxis wirken teilweise genau verkehrt. Gibt es auch schon Studien. Also das ist der eine Punkt, den ich, glaube ich, machen möchte. Der zweite Punkt ist, was ich sehr spannend finde, ist der Ansatz, der jetzt in den USA verfolgt wird. Also die Biden-Administration dort hat ja explizit gesagt, sie verfolgen einen Ansatz von Running the Economy Hot. Also sie schauen einmal, wie niedrig sie die natürliche Arbeitslosenquote, die ja so natürlich dann doch nicht ist, wie niedrig sie die drücken können. Und dann ist man draufgekommen in den letzten Jahren, es geht immer niedriger und niedriger eigentlich. Ja. Also man hat geglaubt, irgendwo, das liegt halt irgendwie bei 4-5% und auf einmal war es dann doch deutlich drunter und dann wieder drunter und wieder drunter. Ja. Und ich glaube, dass unsere Fiskalregeln in Europa und auch in Österreich genau so eine Politik der Running the Economy Hot, einmal mit Staatsausgaben zu schauen, wie niedrig kann ich die Arbeitslosigkeit drücken und wie fähig oder wie stark ist denn die Wirtschaft wirklich. Ja. Abseits von irgendwelchen Annahmen, dass die Wirtschaft verkrustet sei und deswegen haben halt irgendwie 5% oder 6% natürliche Arbeitslosenquote, die wir nicht wegkriegen. Ja. Und also das war eine explizite auch Abkehr irgendwie von der vorherigen Politik. Und das war für die USA natürlich intellektuell noch viel schwieriger, weil in den USA ist es ja diese ganze Theorie mit der natürlichen Arbeitslosenquote, die ja dann auch unseren ganzen Schätzungen für die ganzen Schuldenregeln zugrunde liegen. die war ja dort wirklich relativ konstant, ja, in den letzten 40, 50, 60 Jahren. Ja. Während bei uns in Österreich sieht man sowieso, dass das ein völliger Blödsinn ist, ja, irgendeine natürliche Arbeitslosenquote zu schätzen, auf deren Basis man dann irgendwelche Schuldenregeln oder Konjunkturkomponenten oder Ähnliches sich ansieht, weil in den 70ern war die Arbeitslosigkeit, also die Quote zwischen 0 und 1% oder maximal 2%, und jetzt gerade haben wir irgendwie 6, 7%, und wir waren aber auch schon einmal auf 10 oder 11%, ja, in den letzten Jahren. Also da sieht man ja, dass es da offensichtlich sowas wie diese natürliche Arbeitslosenquote in dem Sinn gar nicht gibt. Und dieses Running the Economy Hot, das die Biden-Administration sehr erfolgreich betrieben hat und das ja dann auch die Federal Reserve eigentlich sich zu eigen gemacht hat irgendwo, und also da war ein völliger intellektueller Wechsel im Diskurs dort. Das wäre natürlich mit unseren Fiskalregeln, würde ich behaupten, teilweise unmöglich. Ja? Also da könnte man das gar nicht machen. Und sozusagen aus diesen zwei Gründen glaube ich, dass diese Stabilisierungsfunktion, so wie man sie als Keynesianer vielleicht verstehen würde, ja, schauen wir doch mal, was kann man wirklich tun für die Leute, ja, um wie viel kann man die Arbeitslosigkeit senken, dass das sozusagen mit den derzeitigen Fiskalregeln zum Scheitern verurteilt ist und Europa auch in den nächsten Jahrzehnten noch zurückhalten wird.
Danke, spannend. Ich komme dann später noch drauf. Margit, du bist jetzt da, bitte.
Ja, vielen Dank überhaupt für die Einladung für den heutigen Abend. Ich habe leider aus zeitlichen Gründen den Rest der Tagung nicht verfolgen können, was ich sehr schade finde. Vernehme aber mit Entsetzen, dass über Steuern überhaupt noch nicht geredet worden ist, und stelle fest, dass ich mich dann doch richtig vorbereitet habe, weil ich noch ein paar steuerliche Aspekte einbringen kann, mit einem Fokus auf, was können Steuern beitragen zur sozialen Inklusion oder wie auch immer man sie definiert, zur Gerechtigkeit. WIFO-Fans wissen, dass kürzlich die Kollegen und Kolleginnen die letzte Umverteilungsstudie fertiggestellt und auch veröffentlicht haben mit Daten für 2019, und die zeigt, dass direkte Steuern mit 22% zur gesamten Umverteilung in Österreich beitragen, wohingegen, wenig überraschend, die indirekten Steuern zur Ungleichverteilung beitragen, mit einem Beitrag von minus 6%. Das heißt, unterm Strich haben wir einen Nettobeitrag der Steuern von 16% zur gesamten Umverteilung, was auch bedeutet, dass die Umverteilung hauptsächlich auf der Ausgabenseite erfolgt. Also am wichtigsten sind die Bruttopensionen, kann man darüber streiten, ob man die überhaupt in so eine Analyse mit einbezieht, aber wenn man das tut, dann tragen die am meisten zur Umverteilung bei, gefolgt von Sachleistungen, Gesundheit, Bildung, Familie, Wohnen, Arbeitslosigkeit und ganz am Schluss von monetären öffentlichen Leistungen. Und wenn man sich anschaut, wie die gesamte quasi aggregierte Abgabenbelastung ausschaut nach Einkommensdezil, dann sieht man, dass die effektive Belastung aus direkten und indirekten Steuern inklusive Sozialbeiträgen im untersten Dezil bezogen auf die äquivalenten Primäreinkommen, also die Definitionen spare ich mir und euch, ungefähr knapp 20% beträgt. Für das oberste Dezil ist es wesentlich mehr, das sind gut 40%. Also wir haben im Abgabensystem insgesamt gesehen doch ein gewisses Ausmaß von Umverteilung und im Übrigen auch ein steigendes, wenn man das bei allen Grenzen der Vergleichbarkeit, wenn man das mit früheren Umverteilungsstudien vergleicht. So, jetzt habe ich mir 3 Bereiche rausgesucht, ein bisschen willkürlich, gebe ich zu, und auch nicht, wie soll ich sagen, bis zum Ende durchdekliniert, aber vielleicht nur so ein bisschen einfach mal, um die Diskussion irgendwie zu verstärken. Ich vermute auch, dass über Gleichstellung nicht sehr viel und über Gender-Aspekte nicht sehr viel heute diskutiert worden ist. Deswegen fange ich mit dem ersten Aspekt an. Das österreichische Steuer- und Abgabensystem stützt die bestehende Ungleichverteilung, und die ist auch im europäischen Vergleich sehr ungleich, der bezahlten und der unbezahlten Arbeit sehr stark. Ja. Zum einen, indem insgesamt die Abgabenbelastung der unteren und mittleren Arbeitseinkommen recht hoch ist, und wie wir alle wissen, gerade bei Müttern, das Arbeitsangebot recht sensibel auf die Steuer- und Abgabenbelastung reagiert, aber es gibt auch eine Reihe von speziellen steuerlichen Regelungen, die dazu beitragen, von der Überstundenbegünstigung über den Alleinerzieherabsetzbetrag und beitragsfreie Mitversicherung und so weiter. So, zweiter Punkt. In Österreich ist zwar die Einkommensverteilung auch im internationalen Vergleich relativ gleich, aber die Vermögensungleichverteilung ist relativ ungleich, auch im internationalen Vergleich. Und Steuern leisten eigentlich keinen Beitrag in Österreich oder kaum einen Beitrag, um diese Ungleichverteilung der Vermögen irgendwie zu beeinflussen, was auch kein Wunder ist. Es gibt keine Vermögensteuer mehr, es gibt seit 2008 keine Erbschaftssteuer mehr. Es gibt so einen kleinen Ersatz mit der Grunderwerbsteuer, aber mit maximal 3,5% kann die nicht viel beitragen. Und auch die Grundsteuer, wie wir alle wissen, ja, Einheitswertproblematik und so weiter, kann nicht dazu beitragen. Das dritte, vielleicht können wir in der Diskussion noch ein bisschen darauf eingehen, was man da dagegen macht. Aber der Kurt schaut schon ganz kritisch.
Nein, du hast noch 2 Minuten.
Mein dritter Punkt ist, was glaube ich auch wichtig ist zu diskutieren, was eigentlich Generationengerechtigkeit für die Fiskalpolitik insgesamt an Herausforderungen bringt und auch für die Steuerpolitik. Da schlage ich ein bisschen einen Bogen zum Lukas. Man kann natürlich auch sich überlegen, was zum Beispiel Umweltsteuern beitragen können für die Stärkung der Generationengerechtigkeit. Das war jetzt im Zuge der Budgetdebatte doch auch die Generationengerechtigkeit ein bisschen ein Thema, auch so ein bisschen, wie auch immer man das dann abgrenzt, die Balance zwischen sogenannten Zukunftsausgaben und sogenannten Vergangenheitsausgaben. Also ich glaube, auch diesen Aspekt sollte man ganz explizit und viel stärker auch berücksichtigen, sowohl auf der Steuer- und Abgabenseite als auch auf der Ausgabenseite. Dabei belasse ich es einmal. Danke.
Sehr gut, danke. Also vor allem gratuliere euch allen, weil ihr so brav in der Zeit wart. Also ihr wart sogar etwas kürzer als vorgesehen. Jetzt können Sie in der zweiten Runde dann länger reden.
Weil du so hart warst.
Ja, natürlich, das muss man ex ante machen, ja, sonst funktioniert es nicht. Also es sind eine ganze Reihe von wichtigen Punkten angesprochen worden. Spielräume schaffen fürs Budget, ein Beschäftigungsfonds à la Stabilitätsfonds, das Verhältnis Recht zur Ökonomie, was, glaube ich, eben natürlich nicht nur aufgrund des deutschen Verfassungsgerichtshofsurteils relevant geworden ist, die Prozyklizität der europäischen Fiskalregeln, dann, ich glaube, dass der Oliver gebraucht hat, also eine neue Rechnung eigentlich, wie man das Potenzialwachstum, das ja auch in den europäischen Fiskalregeln eine große Rolle spielt, aber irrsinnig umstritten ist aufgrund der eigenartigen Kalkulationsannahmen, die dazu gehen, also ein neues Konzept dafür, glaube ich, wäre eine wichtige Geschichte. Das Steuersystem in Österreich relativ wenig Umverteilung bewirkt, weil es vor allem auch unter anderem über die Vermögensverteilung überhaupt nicht eingreift. So, jetzt sollte jeder und jede sich in die Rolle einer Finanzministerin, wie man will, oder eines Finanzministers, das muss nicht mit dem Geschlecht der Sprecherinnen und Sprecher übereinstimmen, versetzen und ein paar Punkte sagen, wo er sie glaubt, dass die wichtige Akzente gesetzt werden sollten, vielleicht aufgrund der vorigen Interventionen der anderen. Also auch wieder maximal 5 Minuten für jeden, und damit wir es ein bisschen anders machen, unterschiedlich machen, gehen wir der Reihe nach hier vor. Also der Lukas zuerst und dann die Lea und dann Dings und so. Bitte, ja.
Ja, das ist manche haben im Sandkasten geträumt davon, Bundeskanzler zu werden. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich im Sandkasten davon geträumt habe, Finanzminister zu werden, aber die Anordnung ist mal eine lustige, sich in die Rolle reinzuversetzen. Und ich nähere mich mal der Frage, glaube ich, so, dass ich mich abgrenze von, oder vielleicht kurz darüber rede, was die jetzige Budgetpolitik ist in Bezug auf Klimapolitik. Da haben wir ein neues Budget und dank unserer wirtschaftswissenschaftlichen Abteilung, ich zeige es her, haben wir eine mehr oder weniger noch druckfrische Budgetanalyse. Also große Empfehlung, wer mehr zum Budget und einer konkreten Analyse aus progressiver Perspektive wissen möchte, eine kleine Lektüreempfehlung. Und wenn man sich da ansieht, sozusagen, wie die Klimapolitik ausgestaltet ist, kann man eigentlich sagen, erstmal gibt es da nichts zu bemängeln, weil wenn man auf die reinen Zahlen sieht und sich die Klimaschutzmaßnahmen aggregiert und zusammenzieht, dann sagt man, okay, das sind plus 50% im Vergleich zum Jahr davor. Wenn man aber genauer hinsieht, sozusagen, wo das Geld genau geparkt wird, dann sieht man, dass wenig überraschend sozusagen ein sehr starker Kompromiss notwendig war zwischen den Interessen, die in der Regierung abgebildet sind. Und der Kompromiss läuft dann sehr stark in die Richtung, dass die höheren Ausgaben vor allem in Richtung private Förderung gehen. Das heißt, man fördert noch intensiver die thermische und energetische Sanierung im privaten Bereich, obwohl 2022 nicht einmal die Mittel voll abgerufen worden sind. Ja? Weil natürlich die Ordnungspolitik dazu fehlt, die das quasi auch anschieben könnte. Zweiter Punkt, Photovoltaikanlagen streicht man die ganze Mehrwertsteuer in der Höhe von rund 600 Millionen Euro Kosten pro Jahr. Also ein Riesenbetrag, den man da ausgibt, obwohl wir eigentlich schon einen überhitzten Markt haben und es sehr wahrscheinlich ist sozusagen, dass das nicht in den Preisen weitergegeben wird. Interessant ist auch die Widersprüchlichkeit der Regierung, weil man quasi bei einer entsprechenden Senkung der Mehrwertsteuer im Grundnahrungsmittelbereich gesagt hat, ja, das geben die Supermärkte nicht weiter. Wir haben bei den Supermärkten weit höhere Konkurrenz als bei den Photovoltaikanlagenherstellern, also ist nicht unbedingt zu erwarten, dass das bei den Konsumentinnen ankommt. Und so zieht sich das fort. Man könnte jetzt noch den Waldfonds erwähnen, wo sehr viel Geld in die Hand genommen wird, um vor allem sehr vermögende Großgrundbesitzer sozusagen entsprechend zu fördern. Und ich glaube, daraus lässt sich ablesen, was quasi das ist, was man nicht machen sollte, nämlich sehr hohe Ausgaben mit einer sehr starken sozusagen Förderung von privaten Akteuren. Und ich würde eher sagen, wenn man das Geld in die Hand nimmt, dann sollte man wirklich, wie angesprochen, schauen, dass man den öffentlichen Kapitalstock erneuert. Also wirklich in die Richtung gehen, wie schafft man diese große Herausforderung, dass man bis 2030, so unsere Studie, 86 Milliarden in diesem Bereich investieren muss, um die Klimapotenziale der öffentlichen Hand zu heben. Und das ist leider Gottes in dem gegenwärtigen Budget kaum bis gar nicht abgebildet. Bei allen sozusagen Dingen, die man anerkennen muss, dass es eben mehr Geld insgesamt gibt, dass es auch eine Umwelt- und Klimabeilage zum Budget gibt, wo quantifiziert wird, wie wirken sich die unterschiedlichen Ausgaben aus, ist das ein klarer sozusagen Punkt, der zu kritisieren ist. Und meines Erachtens, und damit würde ich dann auch schließen, wäre diese fiskalpolitische Orientierung auf öffentliche Investitionen sehr stark abzumischen, auch noch mit einer neuen Form von Wirtschaftspolitik, die Max Krahe, ich glaube, der hier sicher auch in diesem Rahmen sehr, sehr gut bekannt ist, sogar da sitzt. Ich kenne ihn sozusagen nur aus dem Internet. Und ich muss sagen, du schaust jünger aus als auf den Internetfotos. Also ich fand deinen Beitrag, den du geschrieben hast zu einer planenden Wirtschaftspolitik, wirklich sehr erhellend und sehr klug. Und ich glaube, das ist sozusagen eine Debatte, die wir führen müssen. Wenn wir die klimapolitischen Herausforderungen hinbekommen wollen, dann wird das nicht sozusagen mit einer Steuerung über den Markt funktionieren, sondern es wird nur mit einer vorausschauenden, demokratisch planenden Wirtschaftspolitik funktionieren, die sozusagen profitiert von den historischen Beispielen, Planifikation und Ähnlichem. Und ich glaube, das würde auch den ordnungspolitischen Rahmen vorgeben, um Sicherheit zu schaffen, einerseits für langfristige öffentliche Investitionen, aber umgekehrt auch für sinnvolle Steuerung privater Investitionen, weil das eine weitere Kritik an dem gegenwärtigen Finanzminister halt sehr viel von den Förderungen gar nicht abgeholt wird, weil man den ordnungspolitischen Druck nicht hat.
Frau Ministerin Lea.
Ja, ich habe mal so eine Runde nachgespielt, wo wir irgendwelche Rollen gehabt haben von Ministerin und ich war die Frauenministerin. Ich habe mich so geärgert, weil ich wäre viel lieber natürlich die Finanzministerin. Und ich glaube, ich wäre eine ziemlich originelle Finanzministerin, muss man auch sagen. Gut, aber Frauenministerin war auch okay, sage ich nur, falls irgendjemand in die Verlegenheit kommen sollte. Ja, ich denke mir, um nochmal auf Vollbeschäftigung zurückzukommen, was sehr auffällig ist, ist, dass meine Generation gar nicht weiß, was das bedeutet. Wir haben diese Qualität in unserem Leben gar nicht bisher erlebt. Und der Grund ist der, dass die letzten 40 bis 50 Jahre von neoliberaler Politik und neoliberaler Theoriebildung geprägt waren, wie du schon gesagt hast. Und dass in dieser Theorie Arbeitslosigkeit naturalisiert wird und vor allem als Steuerungsinstrument eingesetzt wird, um eben Stabilität zu garantieren. Das ist, was die Zentralbank effektiv bezwecken möchte. Und wir können dann noch, mit Ökonomen ist es immer ein bisschen schwierig darüber zu reden, aber wir können das noch darauf eingehen. dass versucht wird, eben mit dem Mittel der unfreiwilligen Arbeitslosigkeit Stabilität zu garantieren, das heißt eine Rezession einzuleiten, wenn die effektive Nachfrage zu hoch ist, unter Anführungszeichen. Und das heißt, dass dieser Vorschlag, eine anhaltende Vollbeschäftigung zu haben über einen längeren Zeitraum, dass der wirklich die grundlegendste Theoriebildung adressieren würde und dass wir uns ganz neu orientieren würden müssen, wie wir überhaupt Wert bezeichnen, wer in dieser Gesellschaft Wert schafft und was Produktivität in erster Linie ist. All diese ganz, ganz grundlegenden Fragen werden gestellt durch im Grunde die Arbeitsplatzgarantie. Und ich als Finanzministerin würde natürlich mir auch weiter für die ganze Gesellschaft Gedanken machen. Was sind die großen Herausforderungen, vor denen wir stehen? Und das eine ist Rechtsextremismus und das andere ist die Klimakatastrophe. Und das sind beides Probleme, die an der Wurzel adressiert werden würden durch anhaltende Vollbeschäftigung, nämlich durch das garantierte Recht von Menschen in einer Gesellschaft als wertvoll anerkannt zu werden und von vornherein inkludiert mit eingedacht werden würden. Es würde nämlich erfordern, dass wir nicht die Arbeitslosigkeit erhöhen, um die Wirtschaft zu steuern, sondern dass wir eine Wirtschaft rund um die Bedürfnisse von Menschen bauen. Und dieses Umdenken ist so fundamental, dass es wirklich schwierig ist, das in Worte zu fassen. Und das ist auch die Schönheit dieser Maßnahme. Und was würde das bewirken? Nämlich das, was meiner Generation, ich glaube, vorenthalten worden ist. Nämlich die Freiheit, keine Angst haben zu müssen vor unfreiwilliger Arbeitslosigkeit, die überhaupt nicht selbst verschuldet sein muss, obwohl ich ja sagen würde, dass sie das im Grunde nie ist. Und diese Form von Freiheit, die möchte ich auch qualitativ erleben und die würde ich auch in meiner Republik den Leuten angedeihen lassen wollen. Und das andere ist die Klimakatastrophe, nämlich dass, wie wir bewerten, das ist nicht nachhaltig. Wir haben keine nachhaltige Bewertungsmöglichkeit. Und da ganz zentral ist dieser Begriff der Arbeit. Und ich gehe dann später noch auf die Geschlechterverhältnisse ein. Aber was die Arbeitsplatzgarantie machen würde, ist, dass sie sagt, es gibt genügend zu tun, wenn du etwas tun möchtest, dann kannst du das machen und wir erkennen, dass Arbeitslosigkeit ein monetäres Phänomen ist. Das heißt, wir passen auch unseren ganzen fiskalischen Rahmen an diesen Missstand an und wir fragen uns ganz, ganz radikal, warum verdient eine Investmentbankerin so viel mehr wie eine Person, die zum Beispiel sich um Kindererziehung kümmert? Warum ist eine Frau, die Kinder bekommt, so viel wahrscheinlicher Altersarmut zu erleben, als irgendeine Person, die sich hauptberuflich mit Umweltverschmutzung beschäftigt. Und das sind so ganz zentrale Fragen, wo die Arbeitsplatzgarantie so grundlegend umrührt. Deswegen gefällt mir das so gut. Und ich habe absichtlich nicht so stark, bin ich auf diese Einnahmenfrage eingegangen, also auf diese Frage der Finanzierung. Einerseits, weil ich denke, Finanzierung ist ein soziales Konstrukt und sollte sich anpassen an menschliche Bedürfnisse. Und das zu sagen, klingt für die meisten Leute wahrscheinlich super naiv und gerade deswegen möchte ich es trotzdem noch einmal betonen, weil man das eben gar nicht mehr sagen kann eigentlich. Und noch dazu hat das Experiment der Arbeitsplatzgarantie in Österreich, das es noch gibt, aber das jetzt ausläuft, gezeigt, dass es eben, also einerseits, wenn Leute arbeiten, stehen dem reale Werte gegenüber, die geschaffen werden, durch buchhalterische Veränderungen. Und andererseits war diese Arbeitsplatzgarantie, um das ganz konkret zu benennen, günstiger als Arbeitslosigkeit, vor allem in seiner Langfristigkeit ist für eine Volkswirtschaft. Und als eine Finanzministerin würde ich die Volkswirtschaft als ein Ganzes betrachten und nicht denken, dass ich die buchhalterischen Probleme oder Engpässe haben kann, wie ein Privatunternehmen oder ein Haushalt. Ja, und als letztes noch denke ich, dass politische Mehrheiten und Mobilisierung für Klimaschutz beispielsweise nur möglich sind, wenn wir zuerst mit Vollbeschäftigung anfangen, wenn wir den Leuten die Sicherheit geben, dass sie diese Angst vor unfreiwilliger Arbeitslosigkeit und die Tyrannei, die damit einhergeht, nicht haben müssen. Dann können wir politische Mehrheiten bilden, die jenseits von rechtsextremen Gedanken gut verankert sind, weil sie eben Inklusion von Leuten ganz, ganz grundlegend als Ausgangslage betrachten. Und zu den Geschlechterverhältnissen noch als letztes, das ist das Letzte, was ich sage, denke ich, dass dass der feministische Anspruch auch sein muss, nicht zu denken, dass Wertschöpfung nur daher kommt, wo Materie verändert wird, sondern dass eben diese Fürsorgekomponente, die dir eine Arbeitsplatzgarantie bieten kann, ganz zentral auch Geschlechterverhältnisse verändern würde. Ja.
Spannend, ja. Margit, bitte.
Ja, danke schön. Ich formuliere jetzt mal meine Wünsche an den Finanzminister oder die Finanzministerin mangels eigener ministerieller Ambitionen. Ich glaube, ein ganz wichtiger Punkt ist das Mainstreaming von Querschnittsthemen, von Querschnittsproblemen in die gesamte Politik. Wir haben ja schon über einige Themen geredet. Das eine betrifft zum Beispiel Gender- oder Gleichstellungsfragen. Das zweite aber natürlich auch die Klimathematik, ja, wo man immer auf einzelne Bereiche hinschaut und zum Beispiel schaut, was wird eigentlich ausgegeben für Klimaförderungen. Ich glaube, wir brauchen da umfassendere Ansatzpunkte. Und eben an der Klimathematik sieht man es eigentlich, kann man es ganz gut illustrieren, an welchen oder an wie vielen Stellen man eigentlich den Hebel ansetzen muss. Also das fängt bei den Ausgaben an, das geht dann über die Einnahmen, das geht bis hin zum Thema Green Bonds, der Finanzausgleich, ja, als ganz aktuelles Thema, bis hin zu Fragen, welche Mechanismen, welche Prozesse brauche ich eigentlich im öffentlichen Sektor, um dieses Mainstreaming irgendwie, also Thema, Stichwort Green Budgeting, vorantreiben zu können. Also raus aus den Silos, ressortübergreifendes Denken wäre so mein erster Punkt. Der zweite Punkt ist, wir reden sehr viel immer über Trade-offs. Wenn man das eine will oder macht, dann kriegt man das eine, das andere nicht. Wir müssen viel mehr über Synergien reden. Es gibt eine ganze Reihe von, und wir haben es ja auch angesprochen, von Themen oder Politiken oder Politikbereichen oder Maßnahmen, wie auch immer, wo wir mehrere Fliegen mit einer Klappe schlagen. Ja? Also das Gleichstellungsthema zum Beispiel. Wenn es mir gelingt, Frauen besser in den Arbeitsmarkt zu integrieren, das ist natürlich ein Beispiel oder ein Beitrag zur Gendergerechtigkeit, aber es ist auch einfach ökonomisch effizient. Stichwort Fachkräftemangel. Ja? Es fällt uns natürlich in Österreich jetzt massiv auf die Füße, dass wir seit 20 Jahren hier überhaupt keinen Fortschritt oder sehr wenig Fortschritt in dieser Richtung gesehen haben. Die Diskussion über die Erbschaftssteuer ist auch so ein Beispiel. Ne? Also man kann natürlich über Vermögensgerechtigkeit oder Verteilungsgerechtigkeit und so weiter trefflich streiten, aber die Erbschaftssteuer ist auch aus einer Sicht der ökonomischen Effizienz eigentlich gar kein schlechtes Instrument in so einem gesamten Gesamtkunstwerk-Abgabensystem. Und der dritte Punkt ist, ich würde mir, ganz offensichtlich ist der Klimabereich, aber auch in anderen Bereichen eigentlich mehr wünschen, dass man darauf schaut, was eigentlich passiert, wenn man bestimmte Maßnahmen nicht macht. Ja? Also die berühmten Kosten des klimapolitischen Nichthandelns oder auch, was sind eigentlich budgetäre Risiken, ja, die aus dem Klimawandel entstehen. Und wir haben eine ganze Reihe von budgetären Risiken. In der letzten Zeit ist wenigstens einmal ansatzweise begonnen worden, darüber nachzudenken, indem man sagt, naja, jetzt ist 2023, wir gehen auf 2024 zu, wir werden wahrscheinlich die klimapolitischen Ziele nicht wirklich sehr leicht erreichen können bis 2030. Wahrscheinlich gibt es dann die Notwendigkeit, Zertifikate zuzukaufen, aber wir haben eine ganze Bandbreite von klimawandelbedingten budgetären Risiken. Ja. Das fängt damit an, dass wir, je später wir den Klimaschutz betreiben, desto höher den Bedarf an Klimawandelanpassungsmaßnahmen haben. Das geht bis hin zu Finanzierungskosten für die Staatsschuld und so weiter. Also da gibt es einiges an neuer Literatur und ich glaube, das sollte man auch tatsächlich berücksichtigen. Heute Mittag, um einen anderen Bereich als Beispiel zu nennen, und damit bin ich dann auch erstmal schon am Ende, ist berichtet worden im Mittagsjournal über eine neue Studie der OECD, die sich angeschaut hat, was kostet es eigentlich oder welche Kosten fürs Budget, welche Folgekosten fürs Budget sind mit der Kinderarmut verbunden. Ja? Und da hat sich eben auch gezeigt, also in dieser OECD-Studie, dass die ganz erheblich sein können, ich glaube 17 Milliarden oder so. Und damit sind die beziffert worden. Also wir reden sehr viel darüber, was bestimmte Maßnahmen kosten fürs Budget und wir reden viel zu wenig darüber auf der einen Seite, was es kostet, wenn wir nichts tun und auf der anderen Seite, welchen Nutzen diesen Maßnahmen haben. Sowohl den quantifizierbaren, der ist ja auch oft quantifizierbar, als auch den nicht quantifizierbaren.
Ja, Oliver, du jetzt bitte. Ja, ich habe mir gedacht, okay, wenn ich jetzt neuer potenzieller Finanzminister wäre, dann würde ich mich wahrscheinlich zunächst einmal über meine Vorgänger ärgern. Nicht nur den unmittelbaren, eigentlich auch ein bisschen weiter zurück. Weil es ist natürlich schon so, also ich glaube unabhängig davon, ob man Schuldenbremse hat oder nicht zum Beispiel, also wir sind ja in Deutschland, wenn es dann genehm ist, findet man irgendwelche Sondervermögen und ähnliches. Aber unabhängig davon ist es natürlich in der Vergangenheit schon immer so gewesen, es gab irgendwie meistens in der Regierung eine Partei, die wollte den Sozialstaat ausbauen und die andere Partei wollte nur Steuern senken. Und das geht halt dann irgendwie auch nicht zusammen und deswegen steigt halt dann auch die Schuldenquote. Das ist der eine Grund, warum sie steigt, aus meiner Sicht. Ja. Dass uns halt verschiedene Steuern fehlen, also eine vermögensbezogene Steuern fehlen uns, Vermögenssteuer, Erbschaftssteuer. Andererseits haben wir jetzt auch gekostet, was es wolle, des vorvorigen Finanzministers hatten dann eigentlich auch jegliche Unternehmenssubventionen, die man machen will, gerechtfertigt, die sozusagen auch nicht immer effektiv sind, nicht immer was bringen, ja, aber es sozusagen auch halt Geld hinaus. Der Vorteil war, dass das wahrscheinlich alles zusammen die Konjunktur ganz gut gestützt hat. Ja. Also das war glaube ich, wir wären wahrscheinlich in einer anderen Situation, wenn wir so nicht darauf reagiert hätten. Aber ja, ich meine auch jetzt, was machen wir jetzt? Also wir senken gerade laufend die Körperschaftssteuer, also die Unternehmenssteuern und schließen uns, also Österreich schließt sich damit an, diesen Race to the Bottom, macht damit mit, also macht bei dieser Steuerkonkurrenz, wo wir gegenseitig die Unternehmenssteuern nach unten konkurrieren. Wir haben die zweite Progression abgeschafft, das sind auch Einnahmen, die uns in Zukunft wahrscheinlich in der einen oder anderen Situation fehlen werden, dass man einfach die Lohn- und Einkommensteuer senkt. Ja. Also das ist es meiner Sicht nicht unbedingt immer eine nachhaltige, verantwortungsvolle Finanzpolitik gewesen, ganz unabhängig von den Fiskalregeln. Ich glaube auch, also zweiter Punkt, warum ich mich ärgern würde, ist, dass wir in der Vergangenheit, in den letzten Jahrzehnten viel zu wenig Konjunkturpolitik gemacht haben. Da spielt dann natürlich auch, also es geht natürlich schon los mit eigentlich ab 1983, finde ich, wo man einfach aufgegeben hat, diese Konjunkturpolitik, angesichts der hohen Zinsen und des sozusagen steigenden internationalen Wettbewerbs hat man damit irgendwie auch aufgegeben, also Vollbeschäftigungspolitik zu fahren und hat dann gesagt, okay, machen wir ein paar arbeitsmarktpolitische Programme, aber sozusagen machen wir nicht mehr Vollbeschäftigungspolitik. Ja. Und dann, das hat man eigentlich dann nie wieder aufgenommen, also es hat uns auch besonders wehgetan im letzten Jahrzehnt, also ab 2011 circa, würde ich sagen, ja, von 2011 bis 2016 ist die Arbeitslosenquote in Österreich noch einmal auf neue Rekordstände hochgestiegen. Und das war einerseits das Arbeitsangebot, aber es war auch die fehlende Arbeitsnachfrage und einfach die schlechte wirtschaftliche Entwicklung. Und dieses sozusagen Versagen der Konjunkturpolitik würde ich sozusagen meinen Vorgängern auch irgendwo angreifen, obwohl sie sich natürlich schon irgendwo in einem neoliberalen Zeitgeist befunden haben. Ja. Aber auch jetzt sehen wir das, also jetzt ist klar, man muss jetzt wieder irgendwie diese Fiskalregeln dann in Zukunft einhalten. Für Österreich wird ein gewisser Sparbedarf wahrscheinlich dann auch rauskommen. Und das kostet uns jetzt auch wieder wichtige Maßnahmen. Ja. Also eine ganz wichtige Maßnahme, der Bausektor ist im Moment übelst beieinander, ja. Also der bricht zusammen. Gleichzeitig steigen die Mieten und die Preise für Eigentumswohnungen und Eigentumshäuser sind auch auf Rekordhöhe. Ja. Also das Naheliegendste wäre einfach ein großes Programm für sozialen Wohnbau zu machen. Macht man nicht. Ja. Geld vielleicht nicht da, ja, entweder wegen der Fiskalregeln, weil das wäre natürlich schon 2% des BIP oder so wahrscheinlich, was man da ausgeben müsste. Oder halt auch wegen falscher Prioritätensetzung. Ja. Aber ich glaube, als Finanzminister würde ich mich auch also grundsätzlich auch ärgern über die bestehenden Fiskalregeln, weil einerseits wird halt eben Konjunkturpolitik nicht genug berücksichtigt, also in all diesen Berichten der Europäischen Kommission sieht man immer, oder auch wenn man diese Stabilitätsprogramme und ähnliches liest, steht immer drinnen, ja, also wenn die Wirtschaftsentwicklung ein bisschen schwächer ausfällt, dann wirkt sich das gleich irgendwie negativ aufs Budget aus. Aber niemand irgendwie rechnet, naja, wenn wir jetzt ein Konjunkturprogramm machen würden, dann würde das doch auch wieder zusätzliche Einnahmen bringen und zum Teil sich selbst finanzieren und hätte auch langfristig, würde auch langfristig was bringen und wahrscheinlich auch langfristig die Arbeitslosigkeit senken und Hysterese verhindern und ähnliches. Ja. Also das ist mir da viel zu wenig berücksichtigt in den Regeln selbst. Mich würden, glaube ich, auch die Regeln, sowas wie Schuldenregeln und Ausgabenregeln und so, würde mich auch grundsätzlich, glaube ich, ärgern, weil natürlich die ganze Logik von dem ist irgendwo eine Starve-the-Beast-Logik. Ja. Also man will ja den Staat klein halten, man will hergehen und sagen, also die Politiker können nicht mit Geld umgehen, sie hauen es immer raus für unnötige Dinge, die nichts bringen, deswegen müssen wir da die Ausgaben beschränken, deswegen müssen wir die Schulden beschränken. Ich glaube, das ist schon mal grundsätzlich der falsche Ansatz, aber es ist auch, wird auch in der politischen, also in den nächsten Jahren in der Zukunft dann, ja, da würde ich mir meistens das Sorgen machen, weil wir Ausgaben brauchen. Ja, also wir haben mehr Ausgabenbedarf, der ist eigentlich massiv, ja, also nicht nur diese Dinge, die wir sind ja nicht nur Frauen, ja, eigentlich auch für Männer wollen, also dass es eben bessere Kinderbetreuung gibt. Also wir wollen den Sozialstaat ausbauen, dort wo es Lücken gibt. Wir haben aber natürlich auch die demokratiebedingten Mehrausgaben. Also wir wären ein bisschen eine ältere Gesellschaft, wir leben länger, ist auch was Schönes, aber natürlich muss ich dann für Pflege mehr ausgeben, ich muss ausgeben für Gesundheit mehr, weil ältere Menschen gehen öfters zum Arzt, und ich muss natürlich für die Pensionen mehr ausgeben. Ja. Und wenn man sich da die langfristigen Budgetprognosen anschaut, dann muss man 3-4% des Bruttoinlandsprodukts in Österreich dorthin umschichten, ja, oder halt zusätzliche Steuern einheben, um das zu finanzieren. Ja. Auch das, wenn man hier nicht den Sozialstaat in seiner gewohnten Qualität aufgeben will, dann sind das Ausgaben, die man einfach tätigen muss. Und auch angesprochen worden sind ja schon die Klimaausgaben, die ich ja genauso machen muss. Also das heißt, wir werden hier Mehrausgaben haben und allein dieser Mehrausgabenbedarf, wenn man den umsetzt, der wird natürlich jede Ausgabenbremse, also jede Regel einer Ausgabenbremse sprengen. Ja. Es ist aber einfach eine politische Notwendigkeit, wenn wir nicht irgendwie in ein System kommen wollen, wo halt es dann nur mehr Wege für die Reichsten gibt und alle anderen müssen alleine daheim sitzen. Ja. Und wo wir auf Klimaausgaben verzichten, wo wir Pensionen kürzen und so weiter. Ja. Also wenn wir sozusagen den Sozialstaat in der gewohnten Qualität halten wollen und sozusagen den notwendigen Ausbau machen wollen, dann haben wir einen enormen Druck für Mehrausgaben, wo dann übrigens auch besonders Frauen profitieren würden, weil der ganze Care-Sektor mit Pflege und so weiter, das sind ja frauendominierte Berufe, also wenn ich dort Gehälter erhöhen will oder wenn ich dort mehr Stellen schaffe, dann sind das natürlich staatliche Ausgaben. Ja, das muss natürlich staatlich finanziert werden. Also da würde ich mir halt große Sorgen machen für die Zukunft als Finanzminister, dass diese Ausgabenpläne, die wir haben, mit den bestehenden Schuldenregeln, mit den bestehenden Ausgabenregeln, selbst wenn man das jetzt irgendwie auf eine Ausgabenbremse reformieren würde, ja, und die in den Vordergrund stellen würde, würde ich mir extreme Sorgen machen, dass man das dann einfach nicht finanzieren kann, obwohl man guten Willens wäre, als Finanzminister das zu finanzieren. Weil natürlich, sobald ich immer, sieht man jetzt auch in Deutschland, eine Kleinpartei, die FDP in der Regierung habe, die dann einfach sagt, ich will keine neuen Steuern erhöhen, dann wird sich das halt nicht ausgehen. Ich habe massiven Mehrbedarf bei den Ausgaben, aber es gibt eine lokale Haltung einer Partei, dass man neue Steuern einhebt. Oder also in Österreich keine Erbschaftssteuer, keine Vermögensteuer, keine höheren Grundsteuern und so weiter. Ja. Also das wird sich natürlich insgesamt einfach nicht ausgehen, und wenn ich mir halt anschaue, dass die progressive Alternative, ich meine, ich würde mich als progressiver Finanzminister sehen, also wenn die progressive Alternative dann ist, dass wir jetzt die Ampel nach Österreich holen und dann machen wir SPÖ, Grün und NEOS und die NEOS machen einen auf Christian Lindner, also dann ist das mega zum Scheitern verurteilt, ja, weil diese demografiebedingten Mehrausgaben, die fallen ja auch nicht an jetzt irgendwie dann erst ab den 30ern und 40ern, sondern die fallen jetzt an und gehen dann sozusagen bis 2035, ist da der größte Teil, den wir da bei den Pensionen zum Beispiel machen müssen. Ja. Bei Pflege hat man ein bisschen mehr Zeit, aber auch bei der Gesundheit sehen wir schon, dass das Geld nicht reicht. Ja. Also da mache ich mir eigentlich große Sorgen, und ich weiß noch nicht, wie man das Ganze auflösen wird, ob dann der politische Druck so groß sein wird, dass man das dann finanzieren kann, oder ob es halt einfach in so eine Spaltung der Gesellschaft hineinläuft, ja, dass ich eben gute Pflege gibt es nur mehr für die Reichen und die anderen müssen schauen, wo sie bleiben, zum Beispiel.
Ja, danke. Ich meine, die Runde der Finanzministerinnen und Finanzminister hier hat also irgendwie Wünsche ans Christkind formuliert, die aber, glaube ich, sehr wichtig sind. Aber der erste Vortrag heute vom Jakob von Weizsäcker hätte also wahrscheinlich mehr Pragmatismus gebracht. Aber ich glaube, es ist wichtig, dass man über solche Sachen redet. Ich möchte nur ganz kurz, bevor ich ins Publikum gehe, 3 Sachen sagen. Das eine ist, es gibt also offensichtlich, und das habe ich von allen gehört, Probleme mit der bestehenden Art, wie Budgets gemacht werden. Man geht im Grunde von bestehenden Ausgaben- und Einnahmenkategorien aus und verändert im Budgetprozess ein bisschen was. Ja? Also vielleicht in der 4. Kommastelle oder irgendwo. Da gibt es Vested Interests von den einzelnen Ministern, die alle kämpfen natürlich um Ressourcen, aber es gibt natürlich auch Vested Interests von denen, die politisch dahinter stehen. Und was, glaube ich, die meisten gesagt haben, ist, wir müssten eigentlich den Budgetprozess überhaupt anders angehen, von einer Gesamtschau der Wirtschaft und der Notwendigkeiten der bestehenden, also der Gegenwart und vor allem der Zukunft. Und daraufhin im Grunde eine Art von Zero-Based Budgeting, also gehen wir von einer Tabula Rasa aus und schauen wir, was wir wirklich an Ausgaben finanzieren müssen und wie wir die Einnahmen generieren können. Das ist natürlich auch ein Wunsch ans Christkind, weil eben diese Gesamtschau und die also von einer vollkommen neuen Sicht der Volkswirtschaft und Gesellschaft der Zukunft ausgeht, nicht so einfach durchzusetzen ist. Aber man soll das also, glaube ich, wirklich, und wie das ja hier gekommen ist, andenken. Und da sind eben auch quasi radikale Ansätze wie eben der Beschäftigungs- oder der Vollbeschäftigungsfonds natürlich irrsinnig wichtig anzugehen. Und natürlich ist es wichtig, auch die Kosten des Nichthandelns damit einzubeziehen, weil natürlich die Gesellschaft eben nicht nur aus Aktivitäten besteht, sondern eben auch aus den nicht nicht durchgeführten Aktivitäten. Ja, also ich glaube, das ist irgendwie genügend Futter für das Publikum. Bitte zeigt auf und dann schauen wir, wer zu irgendeiner der Dings machen muss. Ja, bitte.
Also meine Anmerkungen, ich glaube, es ist sehr viel Kluges gesagt worden, auch wenn es ein bisschen ein Widerspruch war zuletzt, dass dem massiven Kritik der jetzigen Regierung oder davor des Finanzministers an Geld ausgeben gefolgt ist, dass die Leute, dass man es schlecht findet, dass man sagt, Politiker können nicht mit Geld umgehen, wo unsere Regierung das gerade bewiesen hat, dass das stimmt. Zumindest die letzten 3 Jahre hat es gestimmt, aber ich verstehe schon, was ist. Und dann eine kleine Anmerkung zum...
Eine rechte Regierung, nicht irgendeine Regierung.
Ja, es war halt so. Ne? Ich glaube, man sollte nicht so differenzieren. Man findet auf beiden Seiten Probleme. Aber ich bin nicht der Meinung, dass Politik nicht mit Geld umgehen kann. Das wollte ich nicht sagen. Das andere, eine kleine Anmerkung, nur eine Challenge. Angesichts Arbeitskräftemangel in Österreich ist natürlich die Frage mit der Vollbeschäftigung ein bisschen komplexer als in Zeiten, wenn wir jetzt 15% Arbeitslose hätten und wir eigentlich auch davon reden, dass wir fast nicht genug Leute haben, das alles umzusetzen. Aber was mich am meisten umtreibt, ist also was mich freut, dieser Optimismus am Podium, aber ich bin ein bisschen skeptisch, dass wir eine Gesellschaft haben, dass wir auf eine Zukunft zusteuern, die wirklich diese Klimaziele erreichen möchte. Ja, weil wenn ich mir die letzten Wahlergebnisse so anschaue, in vielen Ländern, wenn ich mir denke, nächstes Jahr Donald Trump Präsident der USA wird, wenn ich auch in meinem Bereich, ich bin Investmentbanker sozusagen, anschaue, wie in Amerika wir eine 180-Grad-Wendung beim ESG-Thema sehen gerade, wo der Finanzsektor sehr, sehr weit vorausgeeilt ist mit diesen Themen. Wenn ich mir denke, wie in unserer jetzt noch derzeit, wie progressiv wir im Finanzsektor sind zu diesem Thema, verglichen mit dem Rest der Wirtschaft, sozusagen, dann habe ich ein bisschen Angst, dass wir vielleicht einen Schritt zu viel diskutieren, wie wir dorthin kommen. Wir müssten wahrscheinlich mehr diskutieren, wie kriegen wir die Mehrheit der Gesellschaft auf unsere Seite, dass wir überhaupt dorthin wollen. Dass die Erde eben nicht eine Scheibe ist. Und ich glaube, da müssen wir uns sehr viel anstrengen, dass wir überhaupt uns Gedanken machen können, wie wir zu diesem Net Zero kommen, weil ich sage mal, möglicherweise die Mehrheit der Gesellschaft gar nicht dorthin will, weil sie sagt, das Ganze ist nur ein Elitenthema. Auch wenn wir natürlich die Umweltschäden sehen, aber die Argumente sind immer, früher hat es auch Überschwemmungen gegeben und so weiter. Und da würde es mich interessieren, wie wir da besser hinkommen, dass wir dann über gute Maßnahmen überhaupt diskutieren können.
Wir sammeln ein bisschen, gell?
Ja, also ich möchte anknüpfen bei dem, was die Frau Schatzenstaller-Alzinger gesagt hat, als Sie gesagt haben, was kostet es, wenn man was tut, das fragen wir immer, aber wir fragen nie, was es kostet, wenn man was nicht tut. Und de facto ist es so, wenn wir die Kosten, was auch immer die Kosten sind, um die Klimakrise zu bewältigen, nicht auf uns nehmen, dann gibt es den Planeten nicht einfach nicht mehr. Dann können wir jetzt sagen, entweder wir schaffen jetzt wie viel Geld auch immer her, wie 2008 bei der Finanzkrise, wo niemand nachgefragt hat, wie viel Geld wir brauchen, wir haben es einfach gepumpt. Und dann kam whatever it takes und wir haben alle faulen Anleihen gekauft, damit wir die Finanzmärkte schützen. Und da fragt niemand nach. Aber bei der Klimakrise ist es anscheinend schon relevant, was es kostet, obwohl es einfach um die Existenz geht. Und da frage ich mich dann, ob es nicht viel mehr darum geht, was wollen wir überhaupt zahlen und nicht, was kostet es. Es ist doch oft ein vorgeschobener Vorwand, um Dinge nicht zu finanzieren, die man nicht finanzieren will. Warum kann ich die Finanzkrise finanzieren, um Banken zu schützen? Warum kann ich aber nicht schauen, dass Menschen auf der Flucht einen Schutz haben? Warum kann ich die Klimakrise nicht finanzieren? Warum kann ich nicht für Gleichstellung sorgen, wenn das ja alles ein Bruchteil von einer Bankenrettung, einer Weltwirtschaftskrise kostet? Warum ist das ein Problem? Aber bei anderen Sachen ist es einfach keine Frage. Ob es nicht mehr um die Politik geht, als um einen Kostenfaktor.
Danke. Einfach so geht. Ja, ich finde, der Ansatz, der von Finanzministerin Steininger gekommen ist, war mit Abstand der realistischste, insoweit, weil er einfach auseinandergenommen hat, in welche Richtungen sie die Ökonomie verlaufen hat, dass diese Fragestellung, nämlich welche Bedürfnisse eigentlich zu erfüllen sind, offensichtlich ausgeklammert wird. Aber das ist ja die grundlegende. Und dann denke ich mir immer, woran liegt es? Und es liegt daran, dass wir es liegt an sehr viel natürlich, an Machtverhältnissen und so weiter und so fort. Aber es liegt ja daran, dass wir in unseren Köpfen, in unserem Mindset halt bestimmte Bilder drinnen haben, die uns irgendwie normal vorkommen. Und passt ein Beispiel auch gut dazu. Und wir sollten einfach mit diesem Mindfuck aufhören, dass uns das ständig aufgetischt wird. Und das ist jetzt nicht nur aus verteilungspolitischen Erwägungen so, sondern es geht um die Bekämpfung der Klimakrise. Das ist auch das Leitmotto mehr oder weniger von dieser Veranstaltung hier. Und wir schaffen das nicht, wenn wir die Dinge, die wir selber auch reproduzieren, die Ängstlichkeit vor zu starkem staatlichen Engagement, die Ängstlichkeit, vielleicht ein bisschen irgendwann einmal WTO-widrig sein zu können oder EU-widrig sein zu können, die Ängstlichkeit davor, dass man die Freunde in Karlsruhe auch mal ein bisschen am Kappel nehmen könnte und ihnen sagen könnte, das ist eigentlich so nicht in der deutschen Verfassung drinnen, das zuzelt ihr euch aus euren Fingern. Das sollten wir ein bisschen ablegen. Und das sehe ich als ein bisschen als Leitmotiv von dem Pendel, weil es ja interdisziplinär ist. Ich glaube, die Fiskalpolitik braucht den Anschluss an andere Disziplinen, damit sie wieder mehr Selbstbewusstsein kriegt und die Bedürfnislagen erkennt und für die Demokratie das Beste rausholt und eine gewisse Fitness auch dafür kriegt, dass wir in Anbetracht dieser Welle nach rechts, die es gerade gibt, dass wir da gut durchkommen, weil wir wissen wirklich nicht, was jetzt in den nächsten 12 Monaten alles passieren wird bei all den Wahlen, die kommen werden. Vielleicht gibt es aber in Österreich ein alternatives Signal. Ist nicht auszuschließen, weil danach wird gesucht. Ja, es wird nicht nur von uns danach gesucht, sondern auch einer anderen Lösungskompetenz als diesem zunehmenden Einigeln. Das ist ein Konservatismus par excellence in Zeiten, wo es überhaupt nicht mehr geht, das Alte zu vertreten, es immer noch zu tun. Und das wird immer härter sichtbar. Und diese Bewegungen sind ein Ausdruck dessen, dass man eigentlich aus dem nicht rausfindet. Und ich würde diesen Optimismus nicht ganz unter den Tisch fallen lassen. Es wäre ein bisschen zu naiv, ihn jetzt mit einem Namen zu verbinden. Es muss eigentlich eine Bewegung sein, die durch uns alle durchgeht und viele andere auch noch erfasst. Danke.
Gibt es noch eine Wortmeldung jetzt? Sonst frage ich einmal das Panel, ob Sie dazu zu diesen 3 Wortmeldungen was sagen wollen. Also Sie wollen sicher, machen wir es dabei so, vielleicht, so,
Ja, der Frage sozusagen, warum ist ja auch in dem gegenwärtigen Budget so, dass wir plötzlich ihre hohe Ausgaben für Militärausgaben haben. In Deutschland ist es ähnlich. Niemand diskutiert darüber, ob das jetzt zulässig ist, finanzierbar ist oder nicht, aber wenn man quasi ein warmes Essen für jedes Kind in Österreich vorstellt, muss man genau sagen können, wie viel das kostet, und ist das nicht unfinanzierbar. Und ich würde schon sagen, es ist mehr als das, was in den Köpfen ist. Es ist sozusagen Hegemonie. Und Hegemonie wird halt von entsprechenden Interessen und Kräftekonstellationen auch organisiert. Und ich glaube, unser Problem ist, dass wir viel zu lange in solchen Konstellationen nicht gedacht haben. Also auch, was für ein Tabu die Begriffe Klasse oder Kapitalismus darstellen. Und wenn man quasi das, ich würde eher nicht starving the beast, sondern naming the beast sagen, wenn man quasi die Dinge nicht beim Namen nennt, dann kann man auch nicht Gegenhegemonie herstellen. Also ich glaube, wir müssten viel mehr, auch abseits von Konferenzen wie diesen, die wichtig sind sozusagen, auch die Frage stellen, wie organisieren wir denn den Gegendruck, der auch etwas anderes denkbar macht. Und ich glaube, das wäre sozusagen auch ein bisschen meine Antwort auf die Frage, die es gegeben hat in Bezug auf, ja, ist denn das irgendwie realistisch, was hier am Panel vorgestellt worden ist, vor dem Hintergrund sozusagen erstärkender Rechtspopulismen, die insbesondere auch die Klimapolitik in Frage stellen. Ich glaube, da würde ich sagen, das ist halt auch das Problem, dass wir zu wenig die herrschende Klimapolitik problematisieren und einen eigenen Ansatz entwickeln als fortschrittliche Ökonomen und Ökonomen oder als fortschrittliche WissenschaftlerInnen, InteressenspolitikerInnen, der sich von einem marktbasierten Ökologisierungsansatz abgrenzt, der sich auch von einem grünen Kapitalismus punktuell abgrenzt und einen dritten Pol sozusagen aufmacht, der in einem buchstäblichen sozialen und ökologischen Umbau liegt, wo wir wirklich die Frage stellen, wie diese beiden Fragen miteinander zusammenfinden. Damit es nicht so abstrakt ist, was meine ich damit? Vielleicht ein Beispiel aus Deutschland, Wärmewende. Man versucht das sozusagen durchzubekommen und die FDP sitzt sozusagen auf der Schraube der Finanzierung und sagt, wir werden auf keinen Fall irgendein Finanzierungsmodell in die Wärmewende reinschrauben. Das heißt, die Leute haben dann die Problematik, dass sie keine Finanzierung bekommen für möglicherweise Geräte, die sie vor relativ kurzer Zeit angeschafft haben. Und dann gibt es natürlich berechtigte Fragen, wie soll ich mir das leisten? Ist das ökonomisch sinnvoll? Und wenn es eine Finanzierung gäbe, zum Beispiel unverzinste langjährige Darlehens, dann wäre das sozusagen eine sinnvolle Verbindung von sozialer und ökologischer Frage. Das heißt, wir müssten viel mehr diese beiden Fragen miteinander verbinden und auch entsprechende Organisierungsprozesse voranbringen. Und ich bringe, glaube ich, ein letztes Beispiel, weil das etwas ist, was sozusagen meine Abteilung im Moment auch versucht, diese sozialen und ökologischen Bündnisse voranzubringen, damit das greifbar wird, wie das aussehen könnte. Wir haben im April letzten Jahres eine Akademie für sozialen und ökologischen Umbau gemacht, wo wir 150 Akteure aus Arbeitnehmerinnenbewegung, Klimabewegung und Zivilgesellschaft, Wissenschaft zusammengebracht haben. Und die hat meines Erachtens sehr gut funktioniert. Und kurz bevor es die Akademie gab, war ich beim Vorsitzenden der Bauholz, Beppo Mukic, habe ihm das nochmal vorgestellt, habe gefragt, seid ihr dabei? Und er hat gesagt, ja, sicher, das ist eine super Sache. Aber eine Geschichte, Lukas, warum müssen sich die Klimakleber immer an die falsche Stelle festkleben? Die sollten sich mal an die richtige Stelle festkleben. Und ich frage dann so, was meinst du? Und er sagt, Kollegen und Kolleginnen, die im Sommer sozusagen bei 32,5 Grad, gibt es eigentlich eine sozialpartnerschaftliche Regelung, dass man dann nach Hause gehen darf, wenn der Arbeitgeber es großzügig genehmigt, wird aber regelmäßig nicht getan. In 80% der Fälle wird diese Regelung nicht in Anspruch genommen. Dort müsste man sich mal hinkriegen. Und meine Antwort darauf war, okay Beppo, wenn du das ernst meinst, dann versuchen wir das doch auf den Boden zu bekommen, wie wir da was aufstellen können. Dann haben wir über den Sommer sozusagen uns wirklich hingesetzt, auf Augenhöhe, Arbeiterkammer, Gewerkschaft, Bauholz, Klimabewegung. Das Ergebnis ist ein Bündnis, das wir vor einem Monat vorgestellt haben. Menschen und Klimaschützen statt Profite, mit 3 zentralen Forderungen. Wir brauchen ein klimafittes Arbeitsrecht, wir brauchen zweitens jetzt Klimaschutzinvestitionen, gerade wenn es im Bau eine Rezession gibt für thermische und energetische Sanierung. Und der dritte Punkt, wenn die Regierung nicht handelt bei diesen beiden Punkten, dann werden die Gewerkschaft Bauholz und die Kolleginnen aus der Klimabewegung, System Change und Fridays for Future, GRK ist da nicht mehr dabei, das sind keine Kampforganisationen, im nächsten Sommer entsprechende Baustellen blockieren. Und das Interessante ist, diese Form von Klimapolitik kommt sehr gut an bei den Kollegen und Kolleginnen bei der Bauholz, weil sie wissen, es geht um sie und man bildet sozusagen Bündnisse, die ganz konkreten Mehrwert auch bieten. Und das wird sozusagen alleine natürlich nicht die Probleme lösen, vor denen wir stehen, aber es wird greifbar, wie so ein sozialer und ökologischer Umbau aussehen kann.
Was Optimistisches, ja? Sehr fein. Lea, bitte. Willst du was sagen?
Ich überlege noch ein bisschen. Margit,
Ja, da bräuchten wir jetzt eigentlich, das ist eine der zentralen Fragen, wie kommen wir eigentlich dahin? Und das Problem ist, das ist nicht eine rein technische Diskussion. Wir wissen ja eigentlich was, wir haben sehr viel Evidenz dafür. Wir wissen, was auf uns zukommt, also wir können das ziemlich gut absehen, was auf uns zukommt. Wir haben auch ziemlich viel Evidenz inzwischen, welche Instrumente wirken, welchen Maßnahmenmix wir brauchen und so weiter. Aber wie gesagt, das ist nicht eine rein technische Angelegenheit. Also war so Gedankensplitter. Also ich bin konservativ, glaube ich, in der Hinsicht, als dass ich sage, wir brauchen zwar Visionen, aber das ist die Frage, ob man nicht schauen müssen, dass wir als Wissenschaft unsere hauptsächliche Rolle darin sehen, dass wir die Evidenz liefern. Also die Evidenz bezüglich eben, was erwartet uns und die auch an die Öffentlichkeit bringen. Ja? Die Evidenz bezüglich von Synergien, die Evidenz bezüglich der Frage, was kostet es, wenn wir nichts machen. Und ich glaube, als Wissenschaft haben wir die Verantwortung und haben wir als ganz wichtige Aufgabe, dass wir diese Evidenz nicht nur hier drinnen irgendwie, weil wir wissen das alle. Ja? Wir brauchen da jetzt nicht lang diskutieren, also alle, die wir hier sitzen. Ja? Also viel wichtiger ist es, dass wir die Öffentlichkeit und die Zivilgesellschaft adressieren. Das machen wir immer noch viel zu wenig, weil man muss sich überlegen, wann reagiert die Politik. Ja? Die Politik reagiert dann, wenn die Öffentlichkeit Druck macht. Ja? Und um die Öffentlichkeit dazu zu bringen, dass sie Druck macht, muss sie über diese Informationen verfügen. Und die kann sie nur kriegen, wenn wir sie so verpacken, diese Informationen, dass sie bei der Öffentlichkeit auch ankommen. Ich glaube, man muss sie, und wir brauchen positive Bilder. Wir haben viel zu wenig positive Bilder. Also ich habe ein Problem mit dem Begriff Klimakrise und mit der Klimakatastrophe noch viel mehr, weil ich glaube, die Öffentlichkeit fühlt sich, also die Öffentlichkeit macht den Fernseher wieder aus, ja, wenn wir die ganze Zeit über diese Katastrophenszenarien reden. Ich glaube, wir brauchen positive Bilder. Wir brauchen natürlich interdisziplinäre Ansätze. Alle, wie wir hier sitzen, ja, jetzt sitzen halt wieder die Ökonomen und Ökonominnen hier vorne, manche auch mit anderen Ansätzen, aber...
Das klingt sich aus. Ich bin Rechts- und Politikwissenschaftler.
Oh, Entschuldigung. Okay, also wir haben ein bisschen Interdisziplinarität, aber wir brauchen die. Also wir brauchen die Interdisziplinarität und viel mehr Zusammenarbeit, auch unter den Wissenschaftlern und Wissenschaftlerinnen, unter den Zweigen. Ja. Und dann braucht man halt natürlich schon auch Dinge wie, und das gehört zu den positiven Visionen und Bildern, dass man zeigen kann, dass so eine große Transformation, und deswegen rede ich persönlich gern von der sozialökologischen Transformation, natürlich eine Einbettung braucht. Ja? In Form von Maßnahmen, die halt bestimmte Lasten, die verbunden sind mit Klimaschutzmaßnahmen, und das, glaube ich, muss man nicht kleinreden und darf man nicht kleinreden, halt dann irgendwie abpuffert. Ja? Und ich glaube, man muss da an vielen Dingen einsetzen, aber die Wissenschaft hat eine sehr, sehr wichtige Funktion und ich habe das Gefühl, dass das bei Weitem noch nicht angekommen ist in der Wissenschaft. Bei den Forschungsinstituten vielleicht mehr, weil die ja qua, wie soll ich sagen, Funktion oder Aufgabe oder Mandat so diese angewandte Wissenschaft und Forschung betreiben, ja, zwischen Politikberatung und wissenschaftlicher Forschung. Aber wir adressieren auch immer noch zu viel die Politik und die Politiker und Politikerinnen. Also es gibt ja dieses alte, traditionelle, Kurt, du wirst es noch besser kennen als ich, Bild, also der Experte oder die Expertin arbeitet einen Vorschlag aus, der irgendwie gut ist und evidenzbasiert, und dann geht man halt so lange zu den Politikern zuhören, bis sie es dann irgendwie verstehen und auch irgendwie übernehmen und die machen das dann. Es funktioniert halt so nicht. Ja. Die Politiker und ihre eigenen Gesetzmäßigkeiten, also eben kurzfristig, ja, die machen halt ungern Dinge, die kurzfristig wehtun und halt erst längerfristig auch einen sichtbaren Nutzen bringen und sie sind natürlich wiederwahlorientiert und so weiter. Ja. Das brauche ich ja nicht zu sagen. Also muss ich irgendwie tatsächlich, ich glaube, dass das über die Öffentlichkeit adressieren, viel effektiver ist.
Oliver, was Positives?
Also angesichts der fortgeschrittenen Zeit nur ganz kurz, aber also ich würde Margit da in dem letzten Punkt voll zustimmen. Das ist eigentlich auch genau das, was wir beim Momentum-Institut versuchen. Ja. Wir schreiben ja nicht nur Policy Briefs, die sozusagen sich eher an Experten und Expertinnen richten, sondern wir machen auch TikTok-Videos und Instagram-Videos und ähnliches, um halt die breite Öffentlichkeit zu erreichen. Wo uns dann dein Chef leider letztens auf Twitter ein bisschen kritisiert hat dafür, aber gut. Nein, nicht, voll nicht, überhaupt nicht. Ja, ja also aber weil das auch die Frage im Publikum war, ist sozusagen hängt letztlich alles an der Politik. Ja? Also das glaube ich schon, aber halt eben nicht nur, wie die Margit das genau richtig gesagt hat, nicht nur sozusagen kann ich den Politiker davon oder die Politikerin davon überzeugen, sondern ich muss ja eine relevante Öffentlichkeit schaffen und ich muss da, also es ist viel mehr. Ne? Es ist ja die ganzen Organisationen rundherum, die Zivilgesellschaft, die veröffentlichte Meinung, aber auch dann sozusagen die Meinung auf den Stammtischen oder im Gespräch zu Hause. Und wenn da der Druck da ist, dann muss was geschehen. Oder wenn man es dann nicht tut, eben, weil man doch sozusagen seinen Corporate Overlords irgendwie hörig ist oder einfach nichts machen will oder wie auch immer, ja, dann wird man halt dafür politisch bestraft. Ja. Und ich glaube, dass wir, also dass im Moment aber teilweise ja diese wirtschaftspolitischen Fragen sind sehr wichtig. Ich glaube aber halt nur, dass diese ganze Migrationsfrage im Moment eigentlich alles überlagert und die kulturelle Frage, ja, dass sich eigentlich auch wir sozusagen als linke Eliten uns ja ein bisschen wegbewegt haben von den ehemals linken Arbeitern und Arbeiterinnen und dass das ein ganz großes Problem ist, also sozusagen, weil Trump auch vorher genannt worden ist. Letztens habe ich interessant diskutiert, ja, also Trump ist zwar Milliardär und er könnte eigentlich nicht weiter weg sein von den Arbeitern und Arbeiterinnen, aber er geht halt zum McDonald's und isst dort Burger. Ja, und er hat eine Reality-Show gemacht, wo er selber teilnimmt und Teil davon ist, ja, was halt dann die Leute schauen. Ja, also ich glaube, dass wir da eigentlich wieder sozusagen zu dem zurück müssen, auch also sowohl die politischen Repräsentanten, die halt sozusagen sich für unsere Agenda einsetzen, als auch sozusagen wir alle vielleicht ein bisschen zusammen. Ja. Diese kulturelle Dimension, glaube ich, es gibt ja auch Forschung dazu, dass die eigentlich jetzt schon wichtiger ist als diese ökonomische. Jetzt bei der Teuerung war es ja umgekehrt wieder, ne, da hat man eigentlich auch wieder gesehen, dass die Umfragen dann wieder besser waren. Ja. Aber jetzt, wo halt dann wieder das Kulturelle oder die Migration oder sonst was in den Vordergrund kommt, ist halt gleich wieder weg, wobei natürlich auch eigenes Versagen auch dazu kommt. Ja.
Lea, möchtest du noch ein vorletztes Wort haben?
Ja. Okay, ja, mir fällt das immer so schwer, weil meine Forschung ist schon sehr weit weg von dem, was irgendwie anknüpfungsfähig ist in Sachen von Konzepten, mit denen wir arbeiten können. Deswegen, ich versuche auch ein Bild zu vermitteln. Nämlich vielleicht auch, um das ein bisschen da entgegenzusprechen, weil ich fühle mich nicht, als wäre ich eine linke Elite. Ich denke eigentlich, dass ich reale Ängste habe in Bezug auf meine Lebenserwartung womöglich und dass das alle Menschen teilen. In dieser Hinsicht ist Trump gar nicht so anders wie Leute, die, ich weiß nicht, auf der Baustelle arbeiten, weil wir alle sind auf diesem Planeten gemeinsam und im Grunde glaube ich, teilen wir sehr, sehr viele Interessen. Wir haben wirklich viele Gemeinsamkeiten im Sinne dessen, dass wir alle Menschen sind mit ähnlichen Bedürfnissen. Und was wir, denke ich, als Problem haben, ist, dass wir eine Wirtschaftstheorie haben, die eben vom Neoliberalismus geprägt ist und die sich auch in unsere Gefühlswelt übersetzt. Und diese Theorie wird sehr stark von Angst genährt. und von Knappheit, von einer Art von spirituellen Knappheit, als wäre es nicht genug Platz für alle da. Und wir haben lauter ökonomische Modelle, die diese Knappheitsfantasien, die stellenweise gibt es natürlich Knappheiten, aber nicht überall. Aber wir haben Theorien, die diese Knappheitseigenschaft in sozialontologischer Hinsicht auf andere Bereiche überträgt. Und das ist ein massives Problem. Deswegen denke ich auch nicht, dass es hier objektive Fakten geben muss, die alle wissen müssen, damit sie endlich die richtige Partei wählen, sondern dass es hier viel mehr darum geht, auf diese Menschlichkeit einzugehen, nämlich was sind diese Grundbedürfnisse, die Menschen teilen. Und dazu gehört eben inklusive Teilhabe an sozialen Prozessen über unter anderem Arbeit und auch andererseits über Geld. Und dass es eben Möglichkeiten gibt, Fürsorgeleuten angedeihen zu lassen, die wir, wenn wir uns nur auf Handel oder Macht fokussieren, gar nicht sehen. Wir haben im Grunde eine Art von Sensorium, das theoretisch motiviert ist, das diesen Aspekt des Lebens ausblendet. Deswegen ist es so wichtig, liebevolle Maßnahmen zu fordern, weil wir damit weil wir damit kultivieren, aufeinander aufzupassen und damit auch auf die Umwelt aufzupassen. Warum zerstören wir unsere eigenen Lebensgrundlagen? Es ist gelinde gesagt pervers. Es ist wirklich eine sehr seltsame Konstellation. Und ich denke, dass eben zu sagen, wir haben Platz für alle, wir können anders bewerten, das ist einfach nur eine Art von mentale Barriere, mit der wir konfrontiert sind. Das klingt absurd naiv und absurd einfach, weil es bedeutet eben, dass wir nur andere Theorien brauchen, um unsere Art von kollektiver wirtschaftlicher Reproduktivität zu verändern. Und dazu gehört eben, und ich laufe hier Gefahr, mich zu wiederholen, aber dazu gehört eben ganz grundlegend das Recht in der Gesellschaft zu verankern, dass jeder hat, teilzuhaben an dem, wie wir arbeiten und wie wir bewerten. Und diese Demokratisierung, glaube ich, da können wir am effektivsten ansetzen, wenn wir sagen, wir unterstützen die EU in den derzeitigen Bestrebungen, eine europaweite Arbeitsplatzgarantie zu formulieren und umzusetzen, die föderal finanziert sein kann, die eben dieses Recht auf menschliche Teilhabe verankert. Weil dadurch können wir der Angst entgegenwirken, die so penetrant ist und die auch natürlich rechte und konservative Gesinnungen befördert. Ich finde es gar nicht so kompliziert und es hört sich blöd an, aber ich glaube, es ist nicht so schwierig, das zu machen. Deswegen bin ich auch so optimistisch. Ich lebe das im Grunde jeden Tag. Ich habe eigentlich eine ganz gute Zeit, muss ich sagen.
Ja, das ist wirklich fein. Also ich enthalte mich jetzt irgendwie das, was zum Schluss am Podium gesagt wird, in irgendeiner Form zusammenzufassen, weil, glaube ich, sehr unterschiedliche Sachen da sind. Die für mich, glaube ich, wirklich allgemein durchgehende Message ist, wir müssen auch den Politikprozess ändern. Ja? Die Teilhabe heißt eben nicht nur, wir müssen alle irgendwo gesellschaftlich teilhaben, wir müssen auch schauen, wie Politik funktioniert. Und da traue ich mir das trotzdem jetzt sagen, obwohl das früher, glaube ich, bemängelt wurde. Aber so wie das die repräsentative Demokratie seit dem Zweiten Weltkrieg bis vor 10, 20 Jahren meinetwegen funktioniert hat, das funktioniert heute nicht mehr. Wir dringen als Bevölkerung zu den Politikern kaum mehr durch. Ja? Und das ist, glaube ich, auch wichtig, dass man da auch ansetzt und sagt, man braucht eben zum Teil neue Organisationsformen, man braucht natürlich mehr Mitwirkung und nicht nur eben wie der Klimarat, den man einberuft und dann irgendwie schiebt man auf die Seite, weil die 98 oder wie viele Vorschläge eben zum Teil unbequem sind, sondern man muss auch nicht nur Deliberation, also im Design von Maßnahmen dabei sein, sondern auch in der Implementierung von Maßnahmen. Muss auch die Bevölkerung stärker eingebunden werden. Und damit, glaube ich, wird auch mehr Teilhabe und Gemeinsamkeit geschaffen. Trotzdem natürlich, wir sind alle auf diesem kleinen Planeten, aber es geht Einzelnen von uns deutlich besser als anderen. Und das formt natürlich auch das Bewusstsein. Und ich glaube, mehr wieder für das Kollektiv im Bewusstsein herzustellen, ist, glaube ich, eine wichtige Sache. Und ob da die Wissenschaft viel beitragt oder die Aktivistinnen und Aktivisten mehr, ich glaube, man braucht einfach alle Kräfte dazu. In diesem Sinne, aber es ist also schon 15 Minuten über der Zeit, danke ich allen, vor allem am Panel hier und dann auch allen, die hier noch ausgeharrt haben und besonders jenen, die Fragen gestellt haben und natürlich auch den Organisatoren. Danke vielmals und schönen Abend.